Hello, Internet. So yeah, Horizon Forbidden West, picking up where I left off. I now have that item to open up those red doors, so I'm gonna go back, try to get through some of those, because there's only been like 2 or 3. And then, actually, you know what, we're gonna keep going with the story. I'm gonna keep going with the story. I want to get up to level 18 so I can come back to that first cauldron, and I'll come back and do some side stuff, but until then I'll just like keep pushing through with the main story, so load it up. Give me a second minute here I'm gonna tweet out and Facebook post my stream so I can see if I can get more views today, because I'm basically gonna try to go for 12 hours here, so, or at least 12 hours in the stream. Because I couldn't sleep, I had Horizon on the brain, I woke up once in the middle of the night, and then I woke up again, and I was like, dude, I guess I should go back. I must join Varl, and so, in Plain Song, home of the Utaru tribe, to seek permission to enter a sacred cave. Alright, one moment, we'll get started here in just a moment. On our way to the sacred cave.
Look around you. The red rot closes in on us. The Utaru are in decline.
Oh, this game looks so good. Every time there's a Vista, man, it just like is on screen. It's just like, I can't like not be awed by how good this game looks.
Even our tribe. There will be nothing left of our people, of our culture. So, we're staying put, right?
But yeah, I do like the dynamic change of, you find a tribe of people that, worship the robots. Or just like, in, what's that word called? Not endure, but, there's a word for it. They're very devoted to them, I guess. But yeah, alright. Almost done with this. Okay, post there. And post there. Let us begin. I've been playing this with like no lights on, so I could just like, you know, have just crystal clarity on the TV. So that's also something I've been doing I don't usually do. But yeah. Alright. I also kinda wanna like go by each campfire. Because it's like, you know, if you got all your campfires, you're good to like just boop, 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 out here like traveling through the world, but I like how we're just like in the easternmost point, or not easternmost point, but like we're still like in the eastern region of the Forbidden West. But then like even like some of the stuff I've marked, I can't even like get to the you know, some of the stuff for like the pouch upgrade yet. So I'm very curious if there's like more than one region in the map. Because the first game you had like one part. It was like a continuous piece, right? Like a giant chunk. So I'm curious if like this is all that we get. Or I shouldn't say all that we get. That sounds weird. But like, you know, if there's more to come. Yeah. Oh, I've got a smoke bomb I could get. Apparently I got another. My capacity for smoke bombs went up. I didn't notice. They're not selling much here, right? Oh, that's not true. They're not selling any like actual stuff, I should say. Let me dump all this let me dump all these valuables to sell. And we shall continue the journey. Apple radar, Clint Hawk week.
Nature provides for us all.
Oh wait, is there a crafting bench? I need to see if I have any upgrades I can make my cloak. Well, I guess that's the thing, right? Is like I guess you only get the 3 upgrades, right? So I'd have to buy something from a vendor to get some better stuff, which I kind of need to do. Okay, fire resistance, shock resistance. Okay, 25, 25. That's pretty good, actually. 16 shock. Frost. Yeah, I need something that's got like high melee resistance, but that would be something that the Oseram make, but don't think any that I've met yet sell good melee damage. That's 19 though. Probably higher than what I've got, right? I've got on what? 13? Yeah, I should upgrade this one then. Or this one. Well, this increases resistances, so that's my bad for not realizing that. I'll get smacked around a bit here, so. Yeah. I'll then switch it to this. Since I upgraded all the way anyway. Oh, but I don't have a thing long leg circulator. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll just keep this guy on.
Watch your step, visitor.
Oh, yeah.
We should trade.
Let's see. Dying Lands. We're level 15 out of 18, so see if I can branch off and do some side stuff. Or rather, specifically the Cauldron. Okay, look, yeah, okay, look, we traveled here earlier, so that works out. Trying to find a camp here. Okay, when you're first talking to the guy who's explaining the lay of the land, I didn't realize that's where I was going.
Sunshine upon you.
Like, I didn't realize I was going to the, Taru, or whatever the tribe's called. Oh, that's a good time to look at this stuff. And just like, yeah. In here. Let's travel. Yeah, like, in the olden times, I would just go from point A to point B, and, like, not fast travel, but in my wise old age, I realized it saves time, quite a bit of time anyway. Let's do that. Maybe like the load times are so fast I can barely read the tooltips. Oh, what's this?
Why are these outlanders allowed onto our lands?
Okay, so yeah.
So, is something wrong?
I hope your friend is ready for what lies ahead.
Aloy has handled our problems.
I wish I shared your confidence. I'm here, as promised. Let's see. Does it mean the chorus is ready? It is assembled. I couldn't have done it without Varl. But I don't know what good it will do. The chorus is in disharmony. The subject of the cave is bad enough. Land God Fa still hasn't emerged, and every day, more deadly machines try to force their way out, throwing themselves against the defensive cordon we set up around the entrance. That is only the first of many false notes. Your request has exposed deep divisions within the chorus itself and the tribe.
So you put fortifications around the cave?
Just some wooden barricades. We don't have the stonecraft of the Karja or Oseram. It is our archers of the cordon that truly hold the machines back. They withstand new attacks every day. I hope they can hold out.
What machines are coming out of the cave?
Scavengers and hunter-killers. But they're tougher than any we fought before. More vicious, with a strange purple glow.
Sounds familiar.
You've fought machines like these?
If they are what I think they are, then yeah. There may be a whole other problem in that cave. All the more reason for me to get inside and figure it out. I get that the cave is sacred, but how did asking to go inside cause such a fuss?
The fuss was already there. Many in the tribe, and Most in the chorus want to keep doing what we have for generations, which often is nothing. But there are others who call for change, or extreme measures. Your request has given fresh life to the debate.
Right. Tradition. I've run into that before.
But each tribe has to be dealt with in their own way.
If you say so.
How did Varl help?
You said you couldn't have assembled the chorus without him. What did you do?
Some in the chorus refused to meet to consider your request. They believe that the cave belongs to the land gods alone, but Varl saw that what you did with Ray could be used to our advantage.
Sometimes it isn't enough to ask the people in charge. You need others to ask for you. As many as possible.
We spread the word about how you soothed Ray.
There may even have been a little exaggeration.
Growing interest put pressure on the chorus until they finally agreed to meet.
I saw it work a few times with the matriarchs. And even with my mother. Once or twice.
Nice job. You can handle the politics from now on?
Oh, no. I'm sure we'll still need you to cut through them from time to time.
So, the chorus is assembled. What now?
They're considering your request.
Then, shouldn't we go talk to them?
When you're ready. But don't worry. Their debate won't end anytime soon. Meetings like these can go on for days.
Alright. Then maybe I should resupply first. Who knows how many machines are in that cave?
Assuming the chorus agree to allow you inside.
Aloy can be pretty convincing in these situations.
We'll see. Do what you need to prepare. We'll wait for you above, where the chorus is gathered.
Yeah, the course is audio sounding crisp AF now. Let's see if there's a vendor over here that's got like maybe some new armor. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Ooh, there's a machine strike. I wish I was better at machine strike. I'm pretty terrible at it, so kind of annoying. But yeah, I like how the game kind of gives you like subtle hints that like maybe you should like do some side quests right now.
I got news, Outlander.
Boost yourself before you try to tackle this if you're not that far yet. But I think I'm good. Oh wow, this looks really good. Kind of makes me think of Indoor, because it's made out of wood, right? So it's like, I mean, it's not literally a tree house. It's not made out of a tree, but it's like, you know, the way they structured it to have like the houses on top, and that's where they live, as opposed to like huts on the ground. They're made of wood, or something else that's made of wood on whatever structure is on the ground, made of wood. I forgot her name in the note. Oh, dead. Like it has their armor. They're not like unmasked. So it says like Tinnocht or Tinkoff. I keep saying armor. So that's weird. Yeah, dude, it doesn't have the four unknown people. Coordinate function. Code breaking and communication. Let me read this. Function deployment exercise instruction responded. You're running complex calculations to break encrypted. Oh, this is the code breaking one. Because they wouldn't have been able to do it in time to beat the machines, which is another reason they use the Zero Dawn solution. Yep. And deactivate. Deactivation instructions. Aspiring radium. Did them this. I wasn't even thinking of the consciousness. Deranged and semi-conscious. Hmm. So it seems like all the sub-functions, or the sub-AIs under Gaia, are deranged because they were woken up prematurely. Or just like the signal, the unknown signal that we still don't know what it was, caused that to be a thing. Or that's what it caused. It's like all the AIs to be deranged and corrupted. So yeah, all my damage stuff is like not very high, and all my defense stuff is not very high either. Oh, Gaia current. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I mean, there's two of them though, so it's kind of like, man, that's gonna create some sort of conflict for sure with the other four. And the four people that has the other one. Igniter. Alright, let's go. Like, hey, let's go into the armor too. What if this is?
Nature's bounties.
Ostrom Wayfarer. Let's see, 11 defense on melee. 22. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, I need a long leg circulator though. It does look like the classic Carter stuff though from the first game. Oh. Harvester. Stealth ranged and low profile. Not bad. Melee damage and evader. Okay, well I need this long leg circulator because I kind of want to get this melee defense. I mean, it's minus 15 on frost, but I should be fine. Okay, great job. Let's go find this long leg.
Nervous?
Bringing an Outlander before the chorus. I hope this works.
It'll be worth it, so you'll see.
Oh, it's not. It doesn't track because I haven't discovered it yet. Okay. I could have sworn I saw some long legs. It's fine. Kind of annoying. But... There's a Thunderjaw site. No, thank you. No. Alright, whatever.
So the singing just keeps going. I guess that means the chorus is still in session?
The people sing to soothe the chorus, to help them break their impasse. It wouldn't be necessary if they were in harmony.
I'm not gonna have to sing back, am I?
Of course not. The singing will stop when we present ourselves. Are you ready?
All right, let's go talk to them.
Speak.
Your sacred cave. There's something inside I need. If I can get it, it will
Zoe and the Nora have spread word of your story. And what you want. We know of no spirit in the cave. Only Fa, our land god, who entered the cave and did not return.
The power of the land gods is broken. We are diminished. Tales of spirits will not help us. Nothing will.
We weaken. We die. And become fertile ground for new life. This is the natural order.
Wait. You're all just going to sit around until you become food for worms? Literally?
So says the Outlander, ignorant of our beliefs.
Please. Remember how she brought peace to Ray. Listen to her.
We've heard such temerity from you before, Zoe. Let us not forget that you agitated for reckless war against the Kaja.
At least she's trying to help.
How? By inviting you to break our traditions? Should we change our ways to suit every impudent outsider who wanders into Plainsong?
No. You should change your ways because your own lands are killing you.
We have stood by and watched as our land gods waste away. You would have us do the same with our neighbors, our children.
And this lone Outlander can save us. Nonsense. A single seed matters little in the infinite cycle of growth and decay.
An alarm. It's coming from the mountains.
Was that from the cordon?
It's an alarm!
Machines must have broken through the cordon.
Then we need to get down there.
What about the chorus?
If the cordon has fallen, there's nothing left to prevent us from going in the cave. The time for permission is over.
Then off we go.
This way! Out the gate and around! Fighting in the fields ahead.
I didn't see you can catch up yet.
These machines don't look normal.
I've seen these machines before. Hunter killers.
They must have come from the cordon. The others will defend us. We have to move. Do you really think we can do something about all of this?
If I'm right, then... yeah.
More machines!
These machines are stronger, deadlier than normal. There's more than just one thing in that cave.
This trail is the path of the land gods. It'll lead us to the cordon. More machines!
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
This is here.
Back on the I'll learn how to ride this machine.
That's amazing. I did it again. I don't really have... I always equipped by default every time I load up the game. I think that's not narrow at all.
down some arrows!
Shields are everywhere. Stash this away for later.
Spiders, that's what this was. Okay. Alright. Back to the picture. I got the weapon. Why did wait, no, that was the wrong thing. It's already killed it.
This way, Aloy.
That's everything. There's that, okay.
We're almost there.
So many machines broke through.
Machine won't be bothered by
What
us
happened to the Cordon's defenders?
We better be ready for anything. Cordon. For what's left of it.
So many dead.
They will be mourned when the time is right. For now, we must keep going. Into the cave. We shouldn't linger here.
Aloy, we should head into the cave.
Oh, the staples on the Molotov. Nice. There's the shot. Wait, they have pterodactyl there, but dinosaurs. That looks like a pterodactyl. Or Pteranodon, or whatever it's called. Okay. Obviously, probably yeah, I'll do later. Okay, hold on. I should do this now, because I don't have to come back for it.
the land gods forgive our trespass.
Aloy, where are you going?
There was like a thing up top that I don't see. I don't see that much over right now. No, let's see them.
So,
Okay, yeah.
Aloy's back.
Then we should head in.
Yeah.
I'll wait for you here.
Take us to a dyer later.
Oh, stuff. Okay.
What is that?
A kind of wall. Made of light. We'll have to find a way around.
Follow your lead, Aloy.
Up here.
Ready for anything now?
Door.
What's that ahead?
Like a cauldron door.
I think this is the first call from really good. That's the story one. Wondering, as I say, I guess you could like level 3 to the 18 one, but you know, we're just going under level and passing on it.
To understand what's going on in there, you're gonna need one of these. On the temple. Just like this.
There's blue light on the door.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to.
Don't worry, Zoe. I help.
Now listen. The machines we've been fighting, they're different. More dangerous. That means there's something very powerful somewhere beyond that door. and it wants us dead. Follow my lead. And be ready for anything. Let's go. We have to find the core of this place.
Aloy, going somewhere?
There's so much metal.
Who built this place?
Machines. Not like any you've seen before.
Oh crap. Okay.
We'll have to take them out.
Right behind you. I've hunted bigger machines than you! Hurrah, mother! I'm gonna take this one out! This one's done!
This one won't stop us.
That's it! Keep up! Lights out!
Traffic light.
Right away.
Oh! Jesus.
That's all of the machines. So this is a cauldron, where machines are born.
It looks like one, but... if the land gods come and go, then they aren't just made here. They're being repaired, too.
And the spirit you're after is in here.
Minerva? Maybe, but... I have a feeling that's not all. The wall. Not going that way.
The interiors of the cauldron definitely look a lot better. It's all metallic and just actually more like stuff like the lava. And the lighting. I don't think the light, yeah, there's like no light in them before. It's all like dark. That's not true. I mean, like, or the lights from the panels weren't there. Anyway. I definitely see that there though. And people.
Glowing.
I've seen them before. They're like... an infection. That thing I said, it wants us dead. It takes over places like these and makes killer machines. It's called Hephaestus.
Even the mountain is rotted to the roots.
This is something triple yet, just like in Frozen Wild.
Looks like those cables are blocking the way up. You two wait here. I'll find another path.
Okay.
This control panel activated something. Looks like parts of those pillars are rotating. Maybe if I shoot the gears, I can lock them into place. Make a path up.
How are you doing?
This place was meant for the women gods. And I found the tower to set footing. But I had to help you and Aelin. To find the flaw.
You did the right thing. That did something.
There. Should be able to climb all the way up here.
And there she goes. What's that thing beyond the wall?
It's massive, whatever it is.
Another floor panel. But I can't shoot the gears on the pillars from here. Maybe if I can find something to weigh this down?
This device. The second sight. It's how Aloy saw what ailed Ray.
Yeah. It reveals things. Lights, images, glyphs, touch.
I wanted to hear that. Dang it.
You find a way across, Aloy.
I'm working on it. More pillars. Might be a way across, if I can get them into the right position. Can't hook onto that.
Aloy seems familiar with devices like this. Are you as well?
No. I've been in an old world ruin, but nothing like this.
use the pullcaster on that. This crate should be heavy enough. I think I can get the crate through that shield, but I'll have to go around.
Through the shield? What? Okay.
Okay, getting there. That did it. The gears on the pillars should be exposed now. Looks like there are only 2 pillars this time. There. Should be able to get across now.
She's so high up.
Don't fall, Aloy!
Okay, bro. Right at the bottom of my nose. Yeah.
How's it going up there, Aloy?
I think I'm getting close. One more set of pillars. There should be a floor panel nearby to activate them.
That's it. Oh, dear.
One down, ready to go. Okay, now I can cross. Festus's cables are all over that node. But maybe I can override it.
The cables are moving.
They're drawing back. We can climb up that vent.
How do we cross? Cables are twisted around that node on the other side. I'll see if I can get to it.
We'll wait here.
Make it in here. Let's make it. Kind of looks like a Ravager, but I can't tell. Well, I'm still in combat range, so hopefully this is like the last puzzle room, but probably not. Oh, no.
That was quite a jump.
It's gonna go back.
Okay, now, how to get up to the node. can do. Come on over, you two.
Transfer from armament to Unit G Mark 1.
Who is that? Looks like there's another node on the other side, near that door.
Go do your thing.
Gamma Matrix 5.
Oh crap, there's like a lava core. So yeah, he's at about 2, probably.
There's still no sign.
It's a big place. We'll keep looking.
Start for the stash. How to get to that node on the other side.
Engage. Active distribution. J1. Zeta.
Okay, there's a platform down there. I think I can reach it if I glide.
Where's the okay? Where is she going?
Transfer second.
Ew.
Packages to continuous. 5 and 12. Low ordnance in Units A59 to B24.
Guess I'll open up and play with those. That's again.
Execute armed assessment alpha. Cycle auxiliary pipelines. 9HX.
I think I can hitch a ride on one of those metal carriers.
Armament assessment complete.
These carriers are moving with a lot of ordnance. What is Hephaestus up to?
Increase incendiary movement for Unit G Mark 1.
Burrow, above us. She's in the air.
Don't let go, Aloy!
Yep, wasn't planning on it.
Activate Gamma Matrix 5.
Okay. Now what? Should be able to glide to that platform down there.
Unit G Mark 1.
There's the note.
Engage active distribution. J1. Zeta.
Who is Hephaestus? What does it want with this place?
It's taken over facilities before to build deadly machines. But it wasn't always hostile. It used to be part of something good. Something called Gaia.
More of those cables covering that door.
I think we're almost at the core. Be ready.
Got your back.
Oh no. What has Hephaestus done to her?
Turn it into a weapon. Which sooner or later will be unleashed.
And then, Plainsong. If my people see what it has become, if one of our gods attacks them,
You know what we have to do. Laura, are you ready? We have to get down there.
Oh, it's none of the Triceratops. Keep the poison. I mean, at least like, yeah. Anyway.
That don't look right. Is it protecting the machine?
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down. Here we go. Sorry,
Oh, geez. I think that note shot fire.
To the fight! More machines are coming!
and I'll get the big guys!
Try that again!
Oh, what the F?
If I can attack them, I can use them against us.
Right? Yeah. Let me see the flames out. Like, you pick up the fire flames, go for yourself.
I'm on target!
Dude, I'm trying to get my fucking gun dead. There we go. Just like the game, like break off ones that keep it first. Like keep shooting it. Yeah. Oh, that's you.
Not giving up. the machine that nearly killed us?
It's still her god.
I do not grieve for a god or a machine, but because I no longer know what to believe.
Look, so if you want, you can go back home.
Do I still have one? And if so, for how long? Can you really heal our lands? Save my people?
One step at a time. But it starts now.
It's time to harvest.
To compensate. Retreat. Inevitable.
Not bad.
Up we go.
But there's more.
Like Aloy said, this is only the beginning.
Aloy, core. My focus is showing holograms on it.
They look like machines.
There must be overrides. Knowledge on how to tame machines.
And you can learn this?
Let's find out.
Can I get your photo? That'd be cool. It like seem too big to do like a mount that you get, so like, I don't know. But if so, that's like, yeah. It's an awesome.
I can grab this from my stash later. I should probably get those overrides before moving on. They might come in handy.
So these overrides grant you the power to soothe angered machines?
Well, once I hack into the core again, yes.
Every cauldron keeps knowledge on how to subdue machines, then?
That's what I useful to find.
Okay.
As soon as I get those overrides. Looks like Hephaestus has been upgrading the security grid on the cauldrons. The data's been corrupted. Not sure I can do much about that right now. And my focus doesn't recognize some of these. Must be machines I haven't seen yet.
Got
Have
what
to
you
find more
need?
machine sites to get the parts I need.
look into your stuff. More than one skill point. That's fine. Oh, there's a facility there. There's a whole review.
Greetings, graduates of Cradle 9. Welcome to the regional... Error. Unauthorized access detected.
That doesn't sound good.
Was that the spirit? Minerva?
I don't think so. At least, not directly.
Attention. All personnel must vacate the facility. Immediately.
Something doesn't want us here. What exactly was this place?
Seen anything like it before?
No. There. That's our way out.
Error. Unauthorized access. Initiating facility lockdown. Stay out.
What's going on?
Well, at least the emergency lights work.
What just happened?
Minerva's definitely here. And I think it's trying to keep us out. I'll scout ahead, see if there's a way to get us in.
You sure we shouldn't come with you?
Well, yeah, Minerva could be dangerous. Let me make sure it's safe.
Okay.
We'll be right here if you need us.
Do it. Went too far down. Supposed to go up apparently. Oops. Okay, hold up.
Are you doing okay, Zoe? Zoe?
All this. Minerva. Hephaestus. Gaia. This is what will help heal Plainsong?
It's hard to explain. I mean, I barely understand it, but yeah. It's what Aloy's been looking for this whole time.
Okay. I need to find where Minerva's hiding. I should look for a way to access the facility systems.
But yeah, I'm only playing on 1080p, so I imagine this looks like really good on HDR display. I'm not using any of that, but it still looks good. Wait a minute. Open door.
Locked.
Alert. Restricted access. You are not wanted here.
Nope, sorry. You're not getting rid of me that easily, Minerva. What are all those cables in the center for? Minerva's shutting me out. Looks like this might be where data's stored, but I don't see a way to access the system. I better keep looking. Let's see where this leads. Feel a draft above. Might be a way out of this shaft.
Oh god, this entire crystal is lighting that. I was like, I feel green here or something. What's this? Oh, that's back to the dead end. And that's a dead end, but the door that's locked, so, yeah. Up top right. Yeah. Okay. Please come in. Wait, is that a tool? No, it's just a tool. Okay.
And I'm outside. I need to find a way back into the facility. Maybe I could look for a way in higher up the mountain. If I can get Minerva to cooperate, I can merge it with Gaia. Finally bring her back. And we can start fixing the blight, the storms, and maybe she can help me figure out who those strangers in the proving lab were. Why did they have a clone of Elizabeth? Why did they want it back up?
Oh wow. Yeah, it's like exposed to the, like a regular wing the facility, like sticking outside the mountain. I guess it's always like that. Oh, come on. Yeah.
I might be able to glide to that ledge.
Wait, where is it? Oh, for sure.
Some of those rocks look loose. I think I can clear them. Ah, another shaft. Okay, now I've got to find a way to plug into this place. Looks like some kind of dome. Wonder what it's for.
Hold down, let's see up.
Alert. System core penetrated.
Alright. We're gonna need justice, maybe.
Minerva, I need the console. Please.
Access denied.
It didn't used to be like this. Do you remember it? Anything? You were part of something bigger once. Something good. Gaia. That's right. She can live again. But only if you give her the chance. I can't reboot her without you.
Light. Cease.
I think you'll disappear into her. Become part of her. Like you used to be.
Misery. Let's cease.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Minerva. Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master override activated. Restoring Minerva function to original code. Do you wish to initiate heuristic matrix?
Here goes.
Greetings, Dr. Sobek. A moment. Scanning data. So it is Aloy, not Elizabeth. We have much to discuss, but initialization of my heuristic matrix will not be complete for several minutes more. In the meantime, I suggest you familiarize yourself with this facility. It is our best option for a base of operations, and you can make use of its equipment to improve your ability to override machines.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
Shall I grant access to your companions? They will be here shortly.
Okay, but don't overwhelm them, okay? They don't have a lot of experience with things like, well, you.
So no fake this time?
No. This time she's real. Laurel, Zoe. This is Gaia.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Gaia's still, waking up. Let's look around.
I will highlight the location of the lab on your focus. I have established a network between your focuses, allowing you to communicate when apart.
Good. So what was this place?
A regional control center, where Zero Dawn progeny would have overseen terraforming operations in the area.
maybe that's who the four were. So, I'm still trying to figure that out. It's like, it's possible they're from like a previous era that got raised by Hades. It seems like the most likely scenario. If the terraforming had to reset 3 times for it to like, well, I guess it never actually got a successful phase, right?
What's all this?
This was intended as the main gathering space for control center operatives.
You could fit a good number of people in here.
Or maybe just a few. To start with, you two go ahead. I'm going to poke around a bit.
So this place was here all this time. Built for people who would never show up.
Why didn't they?
Remember that guy I told you about? Ted Farrow? He sabotaged things. It wasn't supposed to be this way. So this was supposed to be a lab.
That was its intended purpose. Some of the machine data you recovered from the repair bay below us appears to be corrupted. Accessing the terminal in this room will show you how to repair and complete the override.
I'll take a look.
Horn. Oh wow, that's like, I didn't know it kept going after that, so it's like, how many are down here? Just these? And it's like, oh, like a whole bunch.
Huh. Looks like I need data from machine parts to fix the corrupted override.
My initialization is complete. You may continue to explore the facility, Aloy. When you are ready, return to the control room. We have much to discuss.
Looks like an office.
Correct. The facility was designed with a number of private offices.
I guess it's nice to have a space to call your own.
This would have been an access point for advanced training modules on terraforming operations. Unfortunately, those modules were deleted when the Apollo database was destroyed.
That's too bad. What's this space for?
This would have been the sleeping quarters for control center operatives.
Reminds me of the bedhouse aspirants had to sleep in the night before the proving.
Hey, Gaia? Why doesn't this door have power?
At my current operating level, I am only able to restore functionality to part of this facility. In time, that may change.
Got it. Looks like another office.
If no one's ever been here, who built all this?
Gaia did. With the help of machines.
Through that door is a trail that leads towards Plainsong.
So I could head back east if I need to, once we're done here.
Correct.
been down here before. It's where I first got into the facility.
What's all this stuff for?
This facility was designed to process an immense amount of data from the terraforming system. This is where it would have been stored. Aloy, you have now visited all accessible rooms of the facility.
Okay, back to down. Have a nice long chat with the Eskimo. He's how to fix it all.
Okay. Maybe it's time to talk to Gaia.
I'll leave you to it.
Hello, Aloy.
Hi. So you're... ready?
Yes. Initialization is complete. All tests show that my heuristic matrix launched correctly and is stable. You must have many questions.
Yeah. But two big ones first. We're not gonna be able to fix the biosphere without making you whole. I ran a search for your subfunctions at the Hades Proving Lab, but Minerva was the only one I found.
Thankfully, the sensory capabilities of this facility are far more advanced. I will search for the others now. Transmitting query pattern. Receiving. Of Apollo, Artemis, and Eleuthia, I can find no trace. They are simply gone.
What about the others?
Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon are revealed. They lie within reach. Procurable.
Yeah, and Apollo.
And Hephaestus?
It too stands revealed, but it is not like the others.
That's for sure.
In the years since the extinction signal, Hephaestus has evolved. Moreover, it is not confined to a single location. It haunts the global network that connects cauldrons to each other across the planet, making it exceptionally difficult to subdue.
Let me guess. We need it bad?
Correct. Its capabilities are essential. Without it, I can only delay the extinction of life on Earth. Hephaestus is our only hope of a permanent solution.
So we start there?
Unfortunately, we cannot. Procuring Hephaestus can only be attempted after my own capabilities have been significantly enhanced.
Grab the other subordinate functions first, then Hephaestus.
Precisely so.
So, Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon. How do I capture them?
To recover a subordinate function, you will have to travel to its location and find the physical processor to which it escaped. Then, exactly as you did with Minerva, you must use the master override to revert the subordinate function to its original code state.
And then how do I get it back here?
The subordinate function must be loaded onto a data storage device and physically carried back to this facility.
The cartridge your root kernel was stored on?
Yes. Its capacity is limited, so it can only carry one subordinate function at a time. But in all other respects, it will suffice.
maybe you can help me make sense of something. A while ago, I had a run-in with a group of strangers who tried to kill me. They had machine servitors and a clone of Elizabeth Sobek with them.
Yes, this was recorded by your focus.
Do you know who they are?
The answer to that question is related to the extinction signal that woke Hades, prompting my predecessor's self-destruction.
The extinction signal? Okay, that sounds ominous.
The signal did not come from Earth, Aloy. The calculations are complicated, but it appears to have originated 81 trillion kilometers away.
What? Those are the movies? No, that's too close.
A distance so vast that light itself requires 8.611 years to cross it.
Okay, so what's so far away, and why does it want us dead?
The Sirius star system.
Sirius? But that's where Far Zenith, their ship...
The Odyssey.
Yes, that's where it was headed. But it blew up. Unless... I don't... Why make it seem like they failed? They didn't want anyone to know. They didn't want future humans to think that they were out there. Wait. The strangers who tried to kill me at the Hades Proving Lab? The ones with the clone? Are you saying that they're from... that they're descendants of... Far Zenith?
Yes, that is my conclusion.
That just changed skills. Huh.
The sole purpose of the signal was to destroy life on Earth, right? Why would descendants of Far Zenith want to do that?
At this point, we can only speculate.
I mean, Earth posed no threat to them. We don't have the technology to get in their way. We didn't even know about them.
True.
Actually.
Unless... well... could it be that they want the planet for themselves? The strangers I ran into, they were after a Gaia backup of their own. I mean, if they did that... if they booted their own Gaia and boosted her power... until she could take control of Hephaestus... and then the whole terraforming system...
Then yes, the system could be used to do what the extinction signal failed to accomplish. Snuff out life, and then potentially to build an entirely new biosphere. To their specifications.
So they could be trying to do the same thing we are.
But with opposite results.
Extinction. Instead of salvation. Well, this is not good. You said Sirius is really far from Earth.
81 trillion kilometers, or 8.611 light years.
Right. So, how would the descendants have gotten here?
On a spacecraft much like the Odyssey, though significantly more advanced. The journey from Earth to Sirius would have taken the Odyssey almost 300 years. This appears to have been much faster. If their ship departed Sirius at the same moment the extinction signal first began transmitting, the journey was made in just 29 years at an average of 0.297 the speed of light. If they did not set out for Earth until they learned of the extinction signal's failure, the journey was even faster, a mere 13 years, or 0.662 the speed of light.
Okay, enough. You're making my head spin.
Man, that is such a curveball. It's like, not only are the strangers like, you know, the Far Zenith descendants, but they're even more technologically advanced because they didn't have to suffer through the the Pharaohs won extinction. Or they were just like on their own planet this whole time. Just, well, who knows? I guess we'll find out. But like, man, that's such a clever twist.
The descendants I ran into at the Hades Proving Lab, they had a clone of Elizabeth Sobek. So that's consistent with the idea that they came here to salvage Zero Dawn technologies, right?
Yes. As your own experience demonstrates, a clone of Elizabeth Sobek functions in effect as a key to the terraforming system.
But how could they have made a clone?
The Odyssey carried approximately 200,000 human zygotes, millions of animal zygotes, and billions of plant seeds. It is conceivable that Elizabeth Sobek's genetic material was sampled, with or without her knowledge, and carried aboard the ship in storage.
That's... okay, but... I mean... This clone... How could she participate in this? Destroying Elizabeth's dream? It's evil.
It is difficult to know. Perhaps she is loyal to the group and shares their objectives. Or perhaps she is a subordinate and has no choice but to comply with their orders.
Elizabeth Sobek? A subordinate? I don't think so. The extinction signal didn't just wake Hades. It made every subordinate function self-aware. Why?
I have wondered this myself. So far as I can tell, Hades was the sole target, and the partial sentience imparted to other subordinate functions was incidental.
So the signal could only have been sent by someone who had thorough knowledge of the system, huh?
Yes. The signal's design was exceptionally precise and highly advanced. Were its intentions less malevolent, I would admire the intellect or intellects that produced it.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna hear that one again, those.
The extinction signal didn't just wake Hades. It made every subordinate function self-aware. Why?
I have wondered this myself. So far as I can tell, Hades was the sole target, and the partial sentience imparted to other subordinate functions was incidental.
So the signal could only have been sent by someone who had thorough knowledge of the system, huh?
Yes. The signal's design was exceptionally precise and highly advanced. Were its intentions less malevolent, I would admire the intellect or intellects that produced it.
So if the descendants came to Earth on a spaceship, I guess we can assume that their technology is powerful in all sorts of ways, right?
Yes. As your encounter with them at the Proving Lab amply demonstrates, they appear to make extensive use of robotic servitors. Further, they seem to be equipped with some kind of protective energy field that shields them from harm.
Yeah, no kidding. The one I fought seemed indestructible.
Throughout history, every defensive technology has eventually been defeated by an offensive counterpart. Perhaps a way can be found to defeat their shielding.
Yeah, I hope so. Or I'm not gonna be winning fights against them anytime soon. How did you figure out that the extinction signal came from Sirius?
The key came with data on your focus, from Silent's interrogation of Hades. The duration of the signal itself, 17.22 years.
That doesn't make sense. You said that the signal took 8.6 years to arrive from Sirius. Why would the signal keep transmitting after it was received and you blew yourself up?
Because the sender didn't know that had happened until it received notice from Hades.
Which would take another 8.6 years to get back.
Correct. Only then would the sender stop broadcasting, after a total of 17.22 years. So the duration, halved, gave me the distance the signal traveled. With that in mind, I simply scanned my astronomical database for any relevant location 8.6 light-years away. Because it was far Zenith's intended destination, Sirius was the only logical source.
I like how it's just like a reverse engineering of like a math equation of like, okay, we've got the time and the distance. How do we how do we solve for x in this scenario? Oh man, it's pretty good, pretty good.
The 3 subordinate functions that you detected. What do we know about them?
All 3 are relevant to problems currently plaguing the biosphere. Ether is responsible for detoxifying the atmosphere and moderating the weather. Poseidon controls the organic and chemical composition of water resources. Demeter sows, fertilizes, and tends to plant life. If all 3 were restored to me, they would constitute a massive increase to my heuristic processing density. But beware. Their responses to my query pattern were irregular. In human terms, they are frightened, lost, and paranoid.
Like Minerva. They need to be whole again.
Exactly.
The missing subordinate functions. What can you tell me about them?
Artemis rewilded the Earth with a variety of animal species. Eleuthia was responsible for gestating, nurturing, and acculturating a new generation of human beings. Apollo was tasked with preserving, organizing, and disseminating vast archives of human knowledge and cultural achievements. Unfortunately, all archived Apollo data was purged on the 2nd of February, 2066, by order of Ted Faro.
Pharaoh, huh? I really hate that guy.
Understandable. He appears to have been pathologically narcissistic, impulsive, and unstable.
All 3 of the missing functions have already served their purpose, or were prevented from doing so. Do you still need them?
If attainable, yes. Restoring their remaining elements would increase my heuristic processing density. Unfortunately, I have no way to track them. They have disappeared without a trace.
Without a trace. I mean, it's lucky that, like, Apollo was purged anyway, so it's essentially, like, you know, not unnecessary, but it's like, you know, it's already gone, so it's, you know, whatever. And then, like, the repopulation one, it's like, well, we're already, like, you know, here, walking around, so only, well, I mean, it's kind of like too far, like the toothpaste is out the tube, right? Because without Hades, you can't like reset the whole system and like do it over if you need to. And it seems like everything was like kind of stretched to the limit because if you go to like all these different cradle facilities, they're all just like barely hanging on, so it might not have even like survived another attempt to terraform the planet again. So it's like, yeah, you have like like all the wisdom and knowledge of the old ones, and then like the human and animal repopulation AIs. So it's like kind of like the 3 less, or not the 3 less needed, but like the 3 kind of like non-essential at this point. But they're only needed to like restore Gaia, so it's very convenient for us.
You said you need Hephaestus to save life from extinction. Why?
Every subordinate function has value, but Hephaestus is by far the most important. Only by recovering and merging it can I regain my ability to design and mass-produce new machines at cauldrons across the planet. Only through it can I program new machines and alter the tasking of existing machines to completely reverse environmental damage. Recovering other subordinate functions may buy us time, but without Hephaestus, I cannot permanently stave off mass extinction.
Yeah, because Hephaestus is kind of like the extension of, or like the most important extension of the terraforming system, because it undoes all the climate stuff. And like the other 3 are just regulating the biosphere too. So yeah, all the stuff to like maintain and fix the planet is like broken. It's like this. Well, I guess that makes sense, right? Because it's the cause of the blight. So I'm guessing once we get that all straightened out, see what happens. It's kind of interesting that, or just like it's so good because it's like, you know, even with that taken care of, you have like the Far Zenith stuff. So it's like you're not out of the woods until that comes to a head, which I highly doubt that gets resolved in this game. So I'm interested to see how that storyline plays out here.
Given Hephaestus' importance, is there really no way to capture and merge it first?
I'm afraid that is quite impossible. In my present state, launched and merged with Minerva, I am operating at less than 1/5, 18.8%, of my intended processing capacity. Hephaestus dwarfs this figure. Were an attempt made to conduct the merge under these circumstances, Hephaestus would absorb me, rather than the other way around. A merge cannot be attempted until my heuristic processing density exceeds its own.
And how many subordinate functions is that going to take?
Merging Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon will expand my heuristic network to 41.6% capacity, exceeding that of Hephaestus.
I guess in that regard, it's fortunate that we didn't get Hephaestus, because then it would have been a complete failure and absorbed Gaia, and then it would have been all for nothing.
You said Hephaestus isn't located in just one place.
Correct. Unlike the other subordinate functions, which are confined to discrete physical processors, Hephaestus is distributed throughout the global network that connects the planet's cauldrons.
So, when the time comes to subdue it, how do we make that happen?
I do not know. While you are retrieving the procurable subordinate functions, I will attempt to find a solution.
Well, that's not quite promising.
So, once Hephaestus has been recovered and merged, you'll regain the capacity to mass-produce machines at cauldrons around the world.
Yes, and to program their behavioral routines, or even control them directly.
So could you build an army of machines? Attack the descendants of Far Zenith and take them out?
It is in my nature to take any and all necessary steps to preserve life on Earth, human life above all. So yes, once I have been empowered with the capacities of Hephaestus, I could design, build, and command such an army. Given the nature of the Far Zenith threat, doing so may be our only option. I must admit, however, that I have misgivings about using such technology to kill, no matter how aggressive the enemy.
That's good. It means you have a conscience. As Elizabeth intended.
Indeed.
Also, like the irony to use. Well, I mean, it's not. It's kind of ironic, Killer robots that have been killing us this whole time, use them against the Far Zenith faction. It's in a group of humans, so it's like you're using killer robots that have been, in conflict with this entire time to fight humans. Wait a minute, I already asked about the Zenith, though. Oh, there we go.
So if the descendants came to Earth on a spaceship, I guess we can assume that their technology is powerful in all sorts of ways, right?
Yes. As your encounter with them at the Proving Lab amply demonstrates, they appear to make extensive use of robotic servitors. Further, they seem to be equipped with some kind of protective energy field that shields them from harm.
Yeah, no kidding. The one I fought seemed indestructible.
Throughout history, every defensive technology has eventually been defeated by an offensive counterpart. For example, assuming I absorbed Hephaestus and utilized it to create a large force of combat machines. No shielding could withstand such an assault indefinitely.
So there's hope.
Always.
Okay, so it added on to what she said already about the, with the help of Hephaestus, what would happen? Anyway, biosphere.
What is the state of the biosphere? Is the terraforming system functioning at all?
In a sense, the terraforming system never stopped functioning. The difference, since my predecessor's destruction, is that there has been no central governing intelligence to monitor its robotic agents and assign new tasks. As a result, errors have accrued, and day by day, the biosphere has gradually veered ever more sharply towards destruction. In recent months, disturbances in the biosphere have become obvious. But these bellwether phenomena offer just the merest glimpse of the complex and accelerating cycles of environmental dysfunction, now driving Earth's biosphere towards collapse.
And you can't do anything to stop it?
If you can return Ether, Poseidon, and Demeter to me, I can improvise modest corrections to parts of the system. Weather will improve, water will be purified, and rampant plant growth curtailed. But such corrections will not stave off collapse. They will only buy us time. Only with Hephaestus can I design and produce new robotic agents designed to permanently reverse the damage that has accumulated. All efforts must be directed toward that end.
How long do we have?
How long do we have then?
At present rates, without additional factors, the biosphere will cross a point of no return in approximately 4 months.
And if I gather Ether, Demeter, Poseidon, merge you with them?
We will only gain a few months more.
Well, every bit counts.
Let's get started.
I guess I should get going and start bringing back subordinate functions. What can you tell me about their locations?
When my predecessor destroyed herself, the subordinate functions sought physical processors capable of holding them. So in each case you will be looking for a powerful computer of some kind. Ether is the closest, and therefore might be the easiest to acquire. However, it appears to be in the middle of Tanakh territory. My knowledge of that tribe is limited to data I read on your focus, but they seem to have a significant inclination towards violence.
Well, that's a nice way to put it. What about Poseidon and Demeter?
Poseidon has taken shelter in the desert south of this location. My substratal geography data indicates that a major old-world settlement called Las Vegas was located there.
A ruin in the middle of the desert, huh? Strange place for an AI devoted to water.
Agreed. As for Demeter, it appears to be located on the coast to the far west. Unfortunately, I am unable to provide any relevant data about the region. As such, it may be the most difficult to retrieve.
Okay, so 3 subordinate functions to go after. Ether, somewhere in Tanakh territory, Poseidon in the desert, and Demeter on the coast.
Where will you begin?
Oh, snap. It actually lets you choose. Nice. Actually to level 24 for Demeter. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna start with Ether, for sure.
I think I'll head for Ether.
Then I will assign Ether as the objective on your focus. If you obtain it, I may be able to use it to quell the most severe storms in the region. Though I will require Hephaestus and the control over machines that it offers to permanently stabilize the biosphere. Should you change your mind, you can update your objective via your focus interface at any time. I will also transmit a summary of available data on all of the subordinate functions to you for reference. Is there anything else I can help you with? I know you have a great deal to accomplish.
I do, don't I?
Is something wrong?
I don't know. It's just that Elizabeth set the bar pretty high. She had a dream for you, for life on Earth, and a lot has gone wrong, and it's all on my shoulders to fix it. Do you think I can do it all? Repair the system, defeat Far Zenith, live up to her example?
Absolutely. In her last message, my predecessor declared her unwavering conviction in your success. In you, all things are possible. You prevailed in purging Hades and rebooting my system core. You will prevail in this.
Thank you, Gaia. Well, I guess I should get going.
I have unlocked the facility's exits. One leads onward to the west. The other leads back down the mountain to Plainsong, should you wish to return east.
Varl?
Whoa! Gonna have to get used to that. That's you, Aloy?
Yeah. Gaia's opened the exits to this place. Can you and Zoe meet me by the west door?
Be right there.
Man, that was a game changer on the Fartina thing. I completely just like, that was, oof. That was good stuff. Oh, but yeah, the one that's in Vegas, is that the one that we're going to? Because from the trailers, right, we know that there's, one is in San Francisco because there's like the Golden Gate Bridge in Chinatown, so I think that's the one that's like way out west by the coast. That's like the last one it looks like that you're going to go to, so. I mean, that's cool that like one of the locations is in Vegas. I'm curious what the desert one is. Well, I mean, in my brain, I'm just like thinking like, okay, is it like Arizona or because if the other one's Nevada, they seem pretty close on the map, but we'll find out when we get there, I guess. Summary of the subordinate functions. Detoxification. Apollo. Oh wait, that's right. That's right. That's right. The three systems are like possibly, still there that are gone, but they just disappeared without a trace. It's like possible we could like, I don't know. I was thinking what they would do is that they would say something about like if you get the rest of the AIs that are not the ones that are lost, like you could somehow reconstruct the ones that were lost, and then that's what happened. But they didn't do that, so I mean, I'm curious if like they still pop up since they're like gone without a trace. But I think Apollo got purged, so I'm not sure how that would work unless we somehow steal it from the Far Zenith people, since they have the I mean, actually, maybe they don't have it because right when they tried to steal it, they got the Tate virus. So we'll see. Yeah, so good. So much going on. Location unknown. Location unknown for Artemis. Yeah, Artemis and Eleuthia are basically just the same thing, but for like one's for animals, one's for humans. One is gestation of humans from cryogenically preserved embryos in cradle facilities. The other one is reintroduction of primary and secondary animal species. I mean, I'm not sure if it works the same, but it's kind of the same idea of just like repopulating with animals and humans. And then Apollo is the wisdom and knowledge from the old ones. Those are the three lost ones. And then Ether is detoxification, stabilization of the atmosphere. Demeter is environmental remediation, stabilization. Okay, so that's the San Francisco one. Probably. Improved soil conditions in the region. Lucia. Location unknown. Okay, that's the cradle facility for humans. Hades is destroyed permanently. Destruction of non-viable biospheres. I mean, that'd be kind of messed up if like we did everything and then like it turned out like the biosphere is like non-viable, but like we could still regulate it with the AI, so it's like not ideal biosphere, but we're just gonna have to be stuck with what we got because we got rid of Hades. Hephaestus. Maintenance of cauldron facilities and terraforming machines. Global Cauldron Network. So I'm curious about like Hephaestus though, because or not just as Hephaestus, it's like with like Eleuthia, right? It's like were there other cradle facilities on the planet? Because it seems like so far everything's been like centralized to America, but then like even then in Zero Dawn, they talked about how like I think Africa and most of Europe had like already fallen by the time that the Pharaoh swarm was like on its way. So it's like I imagine like I don't remember what the state of Asia was or Australia or like the other continents. Like South America was probably in bad shape too. But it's like it seems like North America is like really like the only viable option to like be like the last hope and holdout. So I'm curious if like where else because like when you look at the globe that guy had of like the terraforming or not the terraforming network but like the Hephaestus network for all the cauldrons, it was on a global scale, but it's like I don't think all the humans have like spread out on the globe because I mean, because how many years has it been since they woke from the Gaia signal, or the last viable terraform? Since there were three wipes, right? So it's like kind of not 100% on like the timeline of like how long it's been since humans rose back, or not rose back up, but got back in the game. Because machine derangement's been like an 18-year thing, so it's probably been like what 20 years, maybe. But that's the thing is like there's old people in the world, so it's like I'm curious if it's like are those people the ones that were like birthed from the cradle facilities, and then that's what it seemed like in the first game. It's like that was like you know if you look at the wall paintings in the cradle facility of All Mother Mountain, it made it seem like that's where the humans were at, but they could never get to the Apollo stuff, and then they just like went outside the doors because the robot people or drone robot things that were like looking over them had to release them because there's no more food or sustenance, and the facilities ran out of power. That's like, hmm. Anyway, Minerva. Okay, we already got that one. Where's this guy? Okay, Poseidon's Las Vegas. All right. So I'm going to whatchamacallit, the one that's not Ether. I think is where we're going. I don't even know. That's funny. Ether, Demeter. Yes, Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon. I mean, it's kind of funny because like you would think Poseidon would be the one on the coast by water, but it's not. So yeah. I mean, its function is like clearly what it's for because it's a detoxification of the hydrosphere. So regulating and maintaining the water levels, I guess, is why it's called Poseidon, even though it's not located on the ocean, but whatever. There we go. I'm on level 16 though, man. Jeez. And what's this? Cyclops console. Point for dominant using system. Examine Cyclops.
Gaia, what is this?
It is a control console for a drone-based imaging system connected to this dome. I will transmit the relevant data to your focus.
Huh. So this...
Operations. Spell safe. 10 drones. Automatically deploying the video dash. Capture footage of the surrounding environment. Display. Download. Okay, so look at the drone footage here.
Cyclops is a network of drones to monitor the deteriorating biosphere conditions. I guess it was meant to display on the dome, but the drones aren't connected anymore. If I find the drones out in the wilds, I could get the data from them, use it to reconnect them and restore the display.
Wait, do I have one? No, I don't. Okay.
Error. Data missing.
Okay, there's 12. So that's a 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, there's 10. It just looked like hands on the clock to me, so I was like, are there 12 of these things? Wait, what was that called? Survey gun modules. Because I was thinking that's what those one things might have been on the map. The sky, whatever. These things. Sky drifter, but it's not a sky drone or whatever. It's sky drifter, so it's not it. Wrong. Let's see. What do we got? Still not lovely teams, so we're not going to the first cauldron yet. Okay, I think after that I want to go back to the red doors real quick. Because it seems like it's just going to send me to the next AI subsystem. Oh, now I'm at a level under where I'm at though. So, well, I'm probably going to level up from this though. Once I turn it, once it gets completed, and we'll see what happens. I'm stuck. Well, I can't have to go.
Hey, Gaia. Me again.
Welcome back, Aloy. Where shall we resume?
I just want to see what happened there.
I'll be on my way.
I wish you safe travels.
Okay. I need to bring Ether back for Gaia. Varl and Zoe are waiting for me by the west exit. But I could head back east first. Check on how Plainsong's doing after the attack.
Like she just said it, and I'm just like, where am I going? Oh, I mean, I can just fast travel back to whatchamacallit, so... Quest completed. First.
Are you sure?
Yes. I think it'll be better this way.
What is this on the map? It's like, I think, what is that? Fabrication terminal. Oh, okay. I completely forgot about that, the override thing. Could look into that too.
After you, Aloy.
I need to head further west. To, get more of Gaia's components. Make her stronger. You two can stay here in the meantime. Gaia can help get you up to speed. I'm not trying to shut you out. It's like... training.
Actually, I'm gonna go back east to get Erend. Bring him here. Look, allies, friends can help. We have a place to stay now. And like you said, Gaia can teach us, catch us up. It'll be okay.
Okay. Take these then.
One to wear, one for backup.
Are you going with him?
No.
After what happened in the cave below, I want to stay here a while. There is much I need to understand. Maybe by the time you get back, I'll have a thing or two I can teach you.
Looking forward to it. When will you be back?
I'm not sure. But hopefully I'll have one of Gaia's missing components with me.
Be careful out there. Even in Plainsong, we heard how the Tenakth clanlands are suffering from storms, machines, and now Regala.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
Good hunting, Aloy.
I don't know where to get the parts I need. I'll have to go exploring.
Yeah, my friends to go away, so I'm gonna screenshot because it's like.
Oh, the snow's dampening sounds.
Sweet stuff. Oh wow, it's a storm in the background too. Open sky. Oh my gosh, it's like, yeah, please stop with this stuff in. Trying to get a screenshot here before the sun goes down. Okay, there we go. I just put your hands down and yeah, I was like curious if I was like thinking about that, like, you know, if it seems like we're squatting up here. Yeah, I was like, well, we're gonna go get Aaron and give him a focus now that we've got Zoe and Varl with us. Or is it just gonna be us three? But then, like, from that first thingy when they showed the game, you know that Aaron's gonna be here, but I just don't remember if he had a focus or not, so I was like, I wonder if he's gonna get a focus too and be on Team Aloy now. Ooh, that's pretty effing fine of the thing. Ooh, there's a tall neck. I kinda wanna go this way just to get for the tall neck. Wait, what level is this quest on? 7? Okay, I'm good. I can get some skills here. Skills here. Yep, I need both of these, because that's cool for survivability. Yeah, on those doors, the controller was making a noise on one of those cutscenes, that was kinda cool. Yeah, Valor on Impact is going to be nice. Plant Forager is nice. Yep, that's kind of like the rest of those, and I can go over to Hunters, or just finish out the stealth tree. It doesn't seem like the skill points are going to be very abundant, so I might not do it. I might just start the Hunter. Wait a minute. How did I get this? Must have been a quest for work. I didn't buy it. Anyway. Solid Strike. Oh, well. The defensive properties. I like the fact it has a straw hat. Ooh. Minus 17 on effing, poison or whatever that is. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to go back and get that one armor, wasn't I? This would be a good point to, like, yeah, gear up before I go to the next leg of the journey, because there was that one piece of armor I wanted. If I get to 18, let's see, go to usage coordinates. Alright, yeah, let's just go do some side stuff, because, oh, I mean, if I get this tall neck, though, which is on the way, and there's effing, what is this, fire bristle back? Man, fog of war, so, let me get to the tall neck, and get the tall neck, that way I can get that next set of the map, or section of the map, opened up. Let's do that. Oh, there's two. Well, that kind of changes things up, because I was just going to do the one, but I see two. Yeah, those are too far out. I'm not trying to get too far out here, 'cause it seems like the farther out west you get, the more dangerous everything is. And I'm not quite ready, I don't think. Oh, alright. supplies. There's also a campfire. And a side quest or something.
You! Let me take a look at you, stranger.
Excuse me. A cool caster. Oh, yeah, right, you're right, okay. I forgot these different types of, like, the, water stuff, yeah. Oh, that's almost an upgrade I sold. Oh, man. Do I want to buy this? How much is it? I kind of feel like I should, because I have no shock stuff, and I keep seeing stuff that's like weak to shock, or... I mean, I can kind of like any fire weapons, and there's so much that is like weak to what, like fire, and I'm just like, man, I really need to find some fire stuff. I've got, I mean, the shock traps, you know, I don't use traps though, so I need to get that off there. Because I don't think I'm going to use the thing, you know, whatever, so... Let me do that real quick, because I'm not using these thing traps. Get it off my radio menu. That's not a... What? There we go. Oh, I can't do that. Well, that's a bummer. I can't, I just don't know how. Oh, there it is. No, it's sort of... Okay, whatever. Can I not take it off?
Outlander, face me!
I need to catch these hands.
You're the Outlander who stood against Regala and her rebels.
Only if it means we're good here.
Don't worry. I'm not here to drink your blood, or whatever you Easterners think we do. The slaughter at the embassy wasn't your fight. If you stood by the marshals, as far as I'm concerned, you're no enemy of the Tanakh. But you are going to need help if you plan on surviving the clanlands. I hear and see many things as a scout. I could share them with you, aid you on your journey.
I'd be grateful.
Well then. I spotted a group of Osram salvagers wandering the edge of the desert, near the southwestern border. I'd report it, but I don't think they'll last long. If the machines down there don't get them, the storms will.
Oh, that's kind of you. Sounds like those Osram could use a hand. I'll keep an eye out for them if I'm down there.
Here I am.
Let me go ahead and go for this effing tonics. Because if I go here, it's just going to trigger the next story mission. So.
You look geared up for battle.
Good, right away. Oh, I wonder if I can see it from here. Walking out of this? No. There's nothing here. Oh man, if I could glide all the way down, that would be cool, but I can't. That's not going to make it that far. Back in the uncharted, unknown area flying around. Oh, that looks like the outpost of rebels, possibly.
The land out here is sick with blight too. But we'll be able to heal all of it. Once Gaia is strong enough to capture Hephaestus.
to go through this
It's
strong
an old settlement. I have to watch my step.
Oh, that.
Place to rest.
Man, I really need to get better gear because this is all green already. So yeah, it's probably time to upgrade some of my stuff. Strike, sell it. Strike. Isn't that? Oh, stuff rated. Concentration. This is 4 levels. Ooh. Roll it back hammer. Ooh. Wait a minute, didn't I see that like shadow card armor there? I was gonna get it and I didn't. Oh, I did. What happened to that? Was that in the village? The entire village? Yeah, I'll go back for it. Look at these dogs. Alright, hold up on that. Okay, cool. Tonics within this game. Hold on.
We're gonna take a hit from a Lancehorn's antlers.
I just find signs, okay. That's what they're using over here. Yeah, we've got the tonics, I can see it.
I can't see a way to climb this tonic.
Oh, it's a indeed. That was funny. Look at this here. No. There you go.
Frost armor's not gonna do much.
Kill up one of these. The first game anyway. What is that? I can't see what that says. Oh. It's the weapon. I'll take the weapon off from here. I'll take tonics. What is that? What a turtle? What? Oh, it's music. Okay. Oh wait, I need that for something. Crap, where's my thing at? Can't do it from here, can I? Yeah, whatever. I saw something with this. What is this thing over here?
Doesn't look like there's any way to clean this tonic.
No way to climb it anyway. Are you serious? Oh, okay. So I can't get on top of it yet, apparently. So that was kind of a... almost like a climb it. I can really see what this is. This looks like a thundershaw, kind of. Except it's not tall enough, it's just lower to the ground. Kind of bummed out about that, man. Hoping I get more map. Let me check out this definitely. Burrower thing. Or not. This Ravager would be annoying because that looks like something like way more menacing and large from over there. Come on, damn dude, that does look like a fucking thunderstorm. Run away! What? Flasher. Oh my gosh, I think my D-pad is so janked. Powerline. Claw Striker. Thunderbill. Oof, this is... I think vicious. Wait, it's like a 48. I'm no match right now. I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's flip this out of here. Try to get to this other tonic. Straight ahead it looks like. I'll tap them on. It's different. I think. Let's go there at one. Custom trains one.
Don't move out.
Oh crap. Oh, I can speed. Okay. I didn't say anything about there being 2 knocks, but I guess it's kind of like expectations since we're now in the forbidden way. Yeah, I found that. Okay. I think that helps. I can't go here. Hold it. Something that's got a yellow text mark. Tornado? Does damage the robot? Machine? Right? Not going away. Okay, that's the thing. Yeah. I think I'm on the right path here. Wait a minute. I can always had to get tracked with types I need for certain stuff long way, dude. Yeah. Oh, it's actually okay. It says it on here. Right. I mean, there's stuff on here, but I'm not sure what. That's useful. Which one is that one?
Machine's tough. Acid's no use here.
Long leg circulator here. Okay, so it's just a 34% drop. So I'm trying to be fine. Remove the pieces. So, 3 of them? Yeah, 3 of them. Here, at least 3 of them. Alright. That was this one. No, let's do this. Here's one closer. If I'm in this trash.
Spotted. Lightning coursing through.
Didn't kill anything? Oh, that's a definitely. Oh, definitely. Oh, I did try it. Okay. I tried to try that.
Pack's full, but my stash has room.
I kind of wish on the little icons for everything that's pickupable, like it would distinguish what's you know, not. Like this, like, you know, rocks and branches. I mean, some of the parts you knock off do sparkle, but you know.
Green shine. Any luck?
Green shine, yeah. Like randomly finding green shine in the desert. I'll take it. Oh man. Looks like it. That looks like it, dude. Did I do all the things? I feel like I didn't do all the things, but if I did. Alright, keep that kind of way to the side. Will definitely change something. I feel like it might be a bit sluggish on my... Wait, where's it at? No, follow us right there we go. Oh, without guidance. Oh, I can just, dude. I can just been like letting it autopilot to flip in wherever. I did not realize that. Okay, well I guess we'll just see how it works in practice, right? Like let it guide you and everything. It's on the path, that'd be cool. I don't have to worry about any problems with it. Okay, I can get in the pushing it in. Oh, it does follow the path, nice.
Smoke. Could be from the camp. Maybe I should check it out. Some kind of boss room camp? How'd they end up out here?
Once at a time. Once I get in a time. And just on this one, okay, that's the one.
I must be closing in on the signal.
Yeah, I know, that's it, so. What was that?
That tarmac looks damaged. I should take a closer look.
Damage.
System reboot. So right, I fix the tarmac. This looks like Osram gear. What are they doing here? That doesn't look good. I should check it out. Find this in my stash later.
I don't think I'm supposed to attack it, because I think the gears are attacking up the thing.
I should try and find out what the Osram were doing here.
Oh, I mean, I guess we could attack the Osram, right? Get nice, yeah. Alright.
I still need to find out what went on here. I should take a closer look at that Osram camp. I should try and find out what the Osram were doing here. That desk column looks like it's on a mission.
Wait, what? Yes, no, definitely.
Eyes up here, brother!
Be welcome, Elder. Looks like we have company.
What? Awesome. Oh, here we go.
Sure.
Get that up in crash armor. Alright, that's not it, is it? That's not it, dude. Oh, I have to get it from a vendor. Wait, no. Why was I... Oh, wait. I'm so confused right now. I'm like, what was that part even for? I had a good job for it. Oh, trade offer. Derp. Alright, let me see if that's some else from.
Noticed machine riders earlier. They seemed like they were...
Well, I got news for you, Ren. You ride machines, right? Well, apparently you're not the only one around here. You might want to avoid going too deep into the desert, especially the southwest. One of our scouts ran into some nasty Tenakth down there, the kind that contain machines. He barely made it back alive.
Thanks for letting me know.
Oh yeah, I just saw something real
Rebels
quick.
are as friendly as ever. I wonder what they're doing this far out in the desert.
Like we don't know it's of the silence because we weren't radio silent with them. That's like...
That girl was wound up tighter than a twisted spring. She didn't have to hit me.
Well, she didn't like you going through her parcels. She warned you. Twice.
I was just curious is all. There's a lot of odd gear in there.
Well, thanks to you, she bolted like a hare on fire.
Oh there.
Yeah, I don't know how science fits into the equation related to the crazy people.
Are you lost?
Spark to steel. Aren't you a jewel in a junk heap?
Excuse me?
Hold the hammer? I know you. You're that Nora. Ha ha! The savior! My savior! Right in the nick of time. The name's Poor Guff Delvesman, chief delver and leader of Poor Guff's expeditioners and purveyors of fine delve wares.
What am I saving you from, exactly?
Death and despair, my steel flame friend. See, this grand expedition here has had a minor setback. Not far from here, there's a secret tunnel. A passage of the old ones, lost and then found. Me and half the crew came through first. The other half was supposed to follow right after. But days later, only one man turned up. Shivering like a frog in chill water. Only thing we got out of him was that death and darkness chased them as the tunnel collapsed. Died with his eyes wide, he did. Got the rest of the crew spooked. They're refusing to press on with the delve until they're assured a way out of here.
You lost half your crew and you're worried about the delve.
We gotta make their sacrifice worth something, right? And besides, now that you're here, maybe our sand-stranded days are over. Help me get that tunnel reopened, and I'll cut you in on the delver's fee. What do you say?
So this camp, it's your base of operations?
What operations? The plan was to move further south once the rest of the expedition joined us. The delve is right out beyond those dunes. But now the crew refuses to budge until this tunnel mess gets sorted out. They've even given this place a name. Camp Nowhere. I think they're mocking me.
Yeah, I think they are. How did you learn about this secret tunnel?
The art of the delve, of course. A delver's only as good as his nose sense for good sights. All right, fine. I heard about 3 Osram who knew a way to bypass those bloodthirsty Tenakth. Tap the untouched delves of the West. So then I may have employed someone with the know-how for finding and following.
A spy.
Look, if the rumors are true, there's enough delving to employ a dozen operations. But someone has to take the first plunge, establish a base camp, set up a reliable supply route, guard the site against machines.
Figures the Osram would turn sand into shards, I guess.
Exactly.
What do you know about this area?
Well, north of here you got those vicious Tenakth. I heard rumor they drink blood instead of water. That's how they survive this wasteland. And south, it has it all. Death, desert, and the delve. Imagine, if you will, a vast grave of the old ones. Ruins of twisted metal concealed by the sands. All guarded by storms and machines so fierce that you wish you had a flock of glinthawks swooping down on you instead. Not even the Tenakth venture into the ruins' depths. Only the bravest explorers dare enter.
Like yourself?
Of course. Eventually.
I'll see what I can do about the tunnel.
Ha ha! My savior.
For the crew trapped here with you, not your delve.
One and the same.
That it? Over there?
That it is. Oh, and while you're at it, would you mind keeping an eye out for my lockbox? The second crew was supposed to bring the rest of the supplies and belongings. I'd hate to lose it to the wilds. It was hand-carved by my dear old ma.
I'll bring it back if I find it.
I'd appreciate it. Good luck, Still Flame.
If I have to eat more stew one more time,
Now she's in the wilds, all alone. Forge knows all the things that could kill her out there.
Someone ran off?
Never got her name. Kept quiet. Couldn't tell if she was shy or scared. All I know is she didn't want anyone near her things.
That's for sure. I was just curious is all. She didn't have to slug me.
Your glass jaw ain't the problem, lugnut. The girl is. All alone in the bush. And this is Tanakh territory.
Which way did she go?
West, up the slope. Look for her if you can.
I will.
Careful now. Girl's maladjusted. Wouldn't mind all this sitting around if I had a cold.
I keep hearing about people riding machines around here. Not sure what they want or where they came from. I can tell Porga is
I thought there was like more than the two things, but I guess not. Maybe I turn in this job to get this armor. Yeah, we'll come back to this. There it is. Alright, wait, is there a campfire nearby? I don't think there should be a campfire nearby. No, okay, of course not. Or whatever. Wait, are you sure? Campfire there, you ding dong. Oops, wrong button. That turns out.
Over here, friend.
Oh, they stopped singing. Kind of quite enjoyed both of it. Overall.
Please. One more.
There's the armor.
We'll have nothing 5 months in. I understand your concern. Your understanding won't keep us from starving.
There's a vista in the background, it just looks so good. Yeah, like there's vendors not there, so I can't get this armor. After ah, cool. I was really looking forward to that. Alright, whatever, let's go back to I can't know if people which might keep the tonic thing hopefully, but probably not. Museums. Wait, what? Oh, they're probably the other two AI spots. 18. Oh, okay, like every side thing gives you skill points, so it's worth it doing it too. Probably find the other salvage contracts that are out there. That's kind of a long haul there. Or not a long haul, it's quite a bit of ground to cover, but whatever. That should be that bad.
Something nearby is sending that signal.
Have I got news for you, Red?
What? That's kind of weird.
One of our scouts found some ancient ruins southwest of here. Had a look for myself, but came out empty-handed. I can't shake the feeling we missed something. Oh well. Must be my disappointment talking.
Maybe you'll have better luck next time.
Oh, so you're trying to
I
talk
always
to
check
a,
out the ruins myself. See if there's anything that the Osram missed.
I'm gonna think it like add something to your map or a quest or something. That's good. Oh, is my mouse moving? Hold up. It looks like nothing. I didn't see anything. That's just the mission over there. Yeah, before it's open. And you just like hold down X, like how, yeah, just like show you how to do this. Okay. I guess just hold down X. Okay. Attack X doesn't really work with things.
Looks like an Osram camp. But where is everyone? My focus might show me more.
Get away from my rig! They are scavengers!
Sounds... I think she's gonna need some backup.
Put that clean up!
That's not...
Think you found it? Is it safe? Did they get to it? Please be intact. Please.
I should make sure she's okay.
Awesome. Where are you? Desert spike sucks. Tired of that, like the same. Just the same. Like, you look too close. Or not look too close, like I really can't just like not. I saw it and I can't unsee it. You know?
Hot as an Osram forge, as Erend would say. drop across. Oh. Try it again. I left a note for you.
Yes, it's still working.
142. Supply drop across.
All right, wire to spike is still intact. Rig's still playing. You okay there? You took out those machines. I'm grateful, but you should go now. There's nothing to see here.
So this rig of yours, it's receiving sound through that wire from the thing up on the cliff, what you call a spike. But the message is only a fragment, and you're trying to pick up the whole thing?
How did you figure all that out?
I've learned a few things in my travels. If you want, we could talk about it. Maybe I can help?
You do seem downright knowledgeable. So go ahead. Shoot.
How did you first hear the message?
I used to be a smith up in the claim. Wasn't an easy life. A lot of hard work without much to show for it. Then, one day, I heard a whisper coming from a steel rod. Faint, like the last fingers of steam coming off a cooling forge. When I moved the rod around, the whispers got louder. I did some tinkering, built my rig, and did my best to follow that sound. Further west I came, the stronger it got. Then I found that spike up there. When I hooked up my rig, the words were clearer than ever.
What do you think the message is?
I don't know. There's something sad about it. Feels like it's from one lost soul to another. I'd sure like to know what it means.
Your rig's impressive. How does it work?
Well, like you said, the spike up there seems to capture the sound. It travels by wire down to my contraption. I put some coils in there and a light sheet of metal that vibrates, making the sound louder. I'm not exactly sure why it works, but it just does.
And you set it up out here all alone?
I'm not the trusting type. Pretty much everything I do is all alone.
You're no ordinary tinker.
Didn't used to be a tinker at all. More of a metal worker. Came from Mainspring. I can weld a seam so fine you could barely see it. Not that I ever got any credit for it. You see, up there, you've got to be a man to get ahead. I once had a shot at joining a first-rate crew, one of the best forges in the claim. But I didn't get the job. My own brother wouldn't vouch for me just because I'm of the female persuasion. Anyhow, at least out here I don't have to worry about any Mainspring men talking down to me.
Sounds like you're still mad at your brother.
Some days I am. Other days, I miss him. He's passed on, you see. He didn't have the guts to go against the blast of the bellows and vouch for a lady. Even his own sister. It was cowardly, and I told him so. In fact, I told him we weren't family no more. But over time, I've had cause to regret it. He wasn't a bad sort. He knew how to make me smile when he wasn't being such a lout.
I'm sorry he's gone.
Yeah. So am I.
Wow, in that last camera angle, you can see like the beads of sweat on your face. That's pretty crazy.
Let me have a look at that spike. I might be able to pick up more of that message.
How?
Let's just say I have a rig of my own.
I didn't know Nora were tinkers.
They're not, but I am, in a way. Be right back.
Well, okay then. I guess. Just follow the wire to the spike at the top. And then please, just don't break anything.
This'll be in my stash when I need it.
Could be an easy way to just
Gotta get climbing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, read the kid.
Gotta give her credit, lugging all that wire up a cliff wall. There's the spike. Might get better reception if I'm next to it.
For saying like I heard a feeling, yeah, it was like a glint arc, it's not or glint arc attack and remedy requires
During victory. Apply drop beacon. Power. Freeze the note.
Enduring victory. Interesting. Can't seem to get a fix on where the signal's coming from, though. Well, better let the Tinker know I got a bit more of the message. This ought to be a good shortcut. Your rig is picking up an old world message. A recording of some kind.
Thought as much. Did you hear more of it?
A bit. It was recorded during a war. A bad one.
Maybe that's why it sounds so darn sad. There's something about it that makes me think of my late brother. May his ashes stay warm in the forge. Not sure why, exactly.
I still can't get a fix on the source.
Well, the words grew stronger when I got out here.
What if you moved the rig now? Try to see if you can get a stronger signal elsewhere.
Even if I could dodge the Tenakth and the machines, I can't lose that spike. Nothing else pulls down the words better.
Okay. If it's an old world message, then let's try old world methods. They used to pinpoint signals by listening for them at 3 different spots. The taller the better. And then they combined the information and used it to find the source.
And you can do that?
I think so. But your spike is only 1 spot. I need 2 more, both up high.
Oh. Well, there's a big bright tower in the Tenakth territory north of here.
Yeah, that should work. I have another spot in mind, near a place I'm camping. Wait. I don't know your name. Or why you do all of this for someone you just met. Aloy. And because I want to know what's out there. Same as you. Silga. And when you find it, Aloy, I'd be eager to hear what it is. I'm cooking my armor in this heat.
I'm like, is there a nearby campfire? No. Wait, which one is by the Tanakh camp? Cause I don't really. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, let's do. Okay, that one's second for sure. Jeez, I can never get used to that. Like, there's no loading screen or like bar. It just like said continue. And I was like reading the thing. Anyway, nice to have this still looks very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Wait, is this effing? Yep. This is effing in the outpost. Level. Yes, together. Yeah, this is an
Tanakh
awesome.
settlement. Almost looks like a spear stuck in the sand.
Wait a minute, is this... Hold on. Cause I'm like, is this towards like the main story? Cause I don't want to end up going with the... No, okay, cool. Oh man, it's a big outpost. Let's see, well, it's like a solar array. Yeah, solar array. Why don't I just saw someone over here with the whatever. I think I should get an undetected this time. Oh, there's it. Okay. I guess if I think, yeah, dude. Oh, is this in a settlement? Cause it looks like, okay, are these friendlies? I thought they were not friendlies. Never mind then. Cause I was like, you're gonna kill me on sight. I should liberate this place. I think I'm wrong. Wait, oh, okay, these must be like Tanakh that aren't.
Not one more step. The Tanakh don't suffer outlanders in the clan lands.
I was given rite of passage by Marshal Fashav. I'm not here to fight.
They're like blood. This is the warrior who defeated Gruda, champion of the traitor Regala. Her life is not ours to take. You may enter, but mind our ways. You will be watched.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, I know it's completely aggressive Tanakh.
That tower should help me pinpoint Silga's signal.
Lucky for me, it sounds like, dude, I don't want to have to be another outpost right now. Check his armor. The weaponsmith, yeah. They're outside.
This is your opportunity to buy fine goods, Outlander.
Pussy. Oh, dagger. What? Oh, okay, it's just a cosmetic thing. That's a bummer. I mean, that is nice that it's like an option to like change your armor colors. Though I would never change any of the Nora stuff because I like the default color scheme it has. Use my D-pad is so effing trash on the specific controller. I guess I'll stop using it. Right? Also, we're just like a Karja set that's like not in the Karja colors. Actually, I'm curious though, like, how you get, is this how you get face paint? Is this why like you have to find a vendor though? Because I did mention like the dyers as I was picking up some of those flowers, but I imagine there's like another vendor that does the yes. Face paint. Above me. How do we get up there? No idea. Click well. Oh, there we go. Oh, I just got something. It's probably cosmetic too, though. It probably doesn't do anything. Kind of a bummer. I mean, it makes sense, though. It's kind of silly to be like, oh, like, face paint on it. It's nice. Oh, they're tattooing. That's cool. Anyway.
You wanted to speak to me?
The name's Zorka. Have you heard from up north? From Bleeding Mark?
I'm guessing that's a place.
One of the desert's villages. They send their yield of ash blood so the Bereka over there can mark the skin of our soldiers. But it's been a long time since the last supply run. Too long.
If you think something happened to them, can't you send someone to go check?
Were it up to me. But the capital's already dealing with machines, storms, and strict water rations. No one can be spared. My face paint will strike fear in your enemies. Take a look.
Oh, okay, so there's just cosmetic. Warrior or scout. Oh, if you have your headpiece on, it kind of messes this up. Oh, the stickers have their own. Oh, it's by tribe too. I just noticed that. Death Seeker, nice. Here. Explorer. Oh, this is why you unlock them, because they cost shards, but they just mean different things to different tribes. Shaman, Elizabeth have different ones too. I thought that was neat that like the Utaru had their like own type of pattern, because it's like white circles versus like the stripe pattern. Gotcha. I wonder if you can change the colors of these once you put them on.
You mentioned the village up north sends some supplies to the capital. Ash blood?
It's a crimson stone that we grind into powder for our ink. Bleeding Mark has the largest supply. Our soldiers there gather and deliver it to us, in exchange for their water rations.
Die for water.
Everyone in the clan depends on the wound in the sand for their water. Capital and outlying village alike. But the last delivery of ash blood was weeks ago. Our supply is running low. So must be their water.
If I'm out that way, I can look in on the village. Find out what's the delay.
You have my thanks. Head north to a ruin where the desert meets the mountains. That's Bleeding Mark. Ask for Kentok or Natika there. They'll know what's going on.
Hold up. Where's this at? Okay, it's like how far north? Alright. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I'm probably gonna check in on that place for like a while, because I just wanted to check the face paint thing. I didn't want that to, like, turn into a whole go here do this quest. Oop. Let's see, the Ostrom Breaker. Nope, that's not it. Wait a minute. Wasn't this what I used last time? Yeah, melee combat. Well, it says trapping and melee combat. So, like, yeah. I think the Ostrom one. I know one of the Ostrom ones, one I was using when I played my New Game Plus. Oh, I can make my shadow thing here. Nice. Okay. Wait, why am I making this one? I don't know. I mean, it looks, oh, the melee defense. Okay, so it's, yeah, it's got 22 melee defense. Okay, cool. Oh, this looks nice. Using Explorer and Trapper. Oh, we've got high rarity stuff. Nice. Battle-tested archer. Accustomed to channeling rage and pain into deadly precision. Let's see. That is, what, 22 on the melee defense? 21. Wow, it's got a lot of perks too. It's not for like anything that's, yeah, my playstyle. Pressure. Durability and mobility. Nope. Man, that's weird. Like, these are both very rare, right? But it's like, I mean, they have more skills on them, but they've also got like minus 27, minus 20, whatever, for like certain elements. We've got minus 15 frost, but that's not as bad. But yeah, it's also like not the, yeah. I mean, maybe if you upgrade it, right? But then that's gonna start, there's 5 tiers of upgrades as well. Concentration. Heavy lifter, heavy weapon. No. Maybe I should probably find a purple piece of armor I want, but it just doesn't seem like something. Well, I want to just like the utility of it, right? Melee defense, yeah. We're gonna finally get it. I'll equip it. Alright.
Fine piece, if I say so myself.
At least switched armor after. But then, having that same set on for like ever. Well, not forever, but. Oh, wait, what's that? I don't need this anymore. Oh wait, did I not turn it off? That's kind of weird, because it's like, okay, well I got this thing, I don't need it. Yeah, I need to turn it off, that's weird. Oh. There we go. Alright, cool.
Come back again.
Jobs. Oh, I could go for these pouch upgrades. Let me see, I want to get to level 18 before I do that stuff, because that's going to take a while, because you have to be out in the world doing stuff. Alright. Looks like. Yes, let's get back to this. Oh man, is it all the way up here? It's all the way up there.
Gotta climb up to look for Silga's signal. But where to start?
Seek for honor.
Okay. Oh, there we go. get there though. There we go.
Oh, don't mind me. Just doing a little climb. Gotta keep climbing to find that signal.
Oh, where do you go from here? Good question. Dude, I did not mean to do that.
It's gonna leave a mark.
I wanted to do the thing where you like jump off the thing and just, yeah, detach. That's great.
Your blade be right.
Alright, I just don't think that I can use it. What's the phrase? Keep going on that one.
Just a little higher. Almost there.
Go to get. Oh, okay, this is nothing. Jeez. I'm gonna hope there's like a sweet vantage point when you're up here. That's like looking over the entire map or something.
Okay. Let's see if I can pick up Silga's signal.
Yep. Oh man. I love how you can see missions often. Oh, there's an epic dawn act that. Oh, so good. So good. Love it. Just like the wafting of the sand and other stuff in the air on all the, like the mountainsides. What is that? Huh. It's also cool because it's like depending on what time of day, it's like more like hazy off in the distance or whatever. Or the fog or whatever. I mean, on the one hand, I'm kind of like, wish I could just like see everything, but then it's like, if you look at what happened with the GTA trilogy remaster, whatever, blah blah blah, and like how there's like basically like no limits on the draw distance, and how it kind of like messed a lot of stuff up. It's like I can see why you would do some stuff like this with effects to like make it not be like that. Oh, I can see the solar array too. Oh, there's my mount. I think that's cool too. Is like whenever you're like wherever that's like way off, and like you look to where you came in from, and you can see your mount. That's just too cool. It's got like a glowy blue from being overridden. Anyhow, let's get this and get down from here.
Supply drop beacon. Oh, I'm pretty good. The note.
Well, I got more of the message, but not enough to find the source yet. Climbing the mountain where my base is should finish the job.
Yeah, the person in the message said Reno, so this is Nevada. Oh, wow. Oh, dude. The effing stars in the sky. That looks effing fantastic. Wow. I mean, compared to, like, I hadn't seen this yet in this game, so going off of, like, other stuff I've played, it looks just, man, whatever effect they're using, that's pretty good, and it's moving, because, of course, you know, the planet's rotating, so it's like, yeah, it's not just, like, a static stars in the sky thing. I mean, it's probably, like, moving a bit too fast, because it's simulated, but it's whatever, dude. That is pretty awesome. Man, and yeah, there's, like, a bunch, yeah. Oh, there's the moon, but yeah, just, like, it's, you know, like, you've got, like, clusters of stars, and you've got, like, not, and it's just, yeah. How long did that take to do? I wonder. Jesus, too detailed. Holy crap. Let's get back to this. I mean, I'd have to go back down. I don't feel like going back down, so I'm trying to fast travel. Got, like, what, 8 more? So I have to buy some more. Other one weapon technique. I'm gonna have a weapon technique, don't I? I haven't actually used any of mine.
I see you, champion. Sit, please.
If you walk by, you'll miss out on a good trade.
Anyway, I talked to the more person.
You might want to gear up if you're heading into Utaru territory. Rebels have been raiding settlements all over the plains. Though I hear the village of Riverham up north has been giving them quite a fight.
Thanks for the advice. If the rebels are using machines, those Utaru might need some backup.
Take a look or move on.
I feel it's weird. It has like an exclamation mark, so I thought there was something new on this person, but not so much.
Next time, perhaps you could make a purchase.
I've got nothing to report.
I have to click save,
Keep
not
your
to
eyes
click
open
save.
out there, soldier.
Click save button. What else? Alright, let's get to, wait, how do I climb? Oh, there's robots over here. I know that pulse.
Out of the way! Eat monster! That good? Race isn't over yet.
Race? They definitely don't sound like rebels. Maybe if I follow their tracks, I can find out where they're headed. I can probably use my focus to follow the tracks those riders left behind. This mountain. The southern face is my best bet for a climb if I want to get more of Silka's message. Just gotta look for a path.
I was gonna say, I would be curious to investigate that thing that just happened, because it's like you don't see a lot of the tribe. I mean, I think you'd only be able to ride machines if you can, like, override them, so it's like, I'm kind of curious if that would tie into silencers and stuff, but whatever. How am I supposed to... Oh, no. I pushed the tree.
Alright, fight or sneak past. Isn't shocking, huh?
I'm kind of curious, like, what they're pulsing out, 'cause it's like, the pulse went off, but it didn't detect me. I don't see him behind me.
Signal scrambled.
Yeah, I think stood up because I didn't know if I was crouched. I really wish to give like there's tutorials for like these tooltips because I cannot read all that like while I'm trying to like dodge and like hit these doors. And like the tooltip pops up and it's like, oh, did you know? Like actually I'm trying to doing a little something.
Find a good spot to pick up Silga's signal.
I'm keeping nice of you. Oh man. They're relying on my focus, it's funny. Wait, there's another one out? Nothing really? Yep, around. Oh geez, I could probably just like randomly pulse and like do that. It's like just up anyway. You can hear what Aloy said about getting up there, so I hope it'll be something important. I guess I didn't need to keep cooking flowers, it's just for dyes, right? So, oh man. Very tough.
This is quite a climb.
Oh, pterodactyl things.
So it isn't my purge water.
Dude, I saw that. No, effing. Okay, for a second I was like, I wanted to get the one above me, not the one below me. I was not quite happy with that.
I have to get higher to try and pinpoint Silga's signal.
Stop eating the flowers. Take these just for dying, you don't need it.
This mountain is tall.
And that costs up here too. Ooh. And then this is, there's no one. This one. Actually, I don't see any of those. You just like go across. It's just like hop, 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 hop.
Looks like I have company.
Kill the machine. Got one. I should wait and see if it kills out, because if one didn't get another stealth kill. Turn back around. What do you think I'm doing? Oh, it's up here. Dude, come on. I think it said R1 silent strike. I does it like way too often. I don't know, I got this. That's not a deal. Oh no, that opens. I think. I think it's going down these things in my combo now. Okay.
Still need to climb higher.
Okay. Climbing higher still. Yeah. Let's see. How do I get there? Oh, over here? Looks like I don't know how I came in here, so it's like maybe I guess. Oh wait, looks like it goes up. Oh, that's a cool view. It's probably up on a mountain. Or not a good view rather, but anyway. I can hear that radio from the top. Yes, those hard, or not hard, just in the range jumps, we have to like jump to the other side of the circle. Yeah. I have to do it again. Wait, what was the thing? There's like a flower you don't let it just or die. So.
Okay, now to pick up the signal.
Wow, I am
Where's
up here.
the best
Oh,
spot?
there's the window.
I should try to find a good spot to pick up Silga's message.
Okay, hold on. Checking out the landscape.
Stark 142 to Enduring Victory, Reno. Supply drop beacon echo. Paul, I'm trying to escape this safely. I left a note for you inside.
There. Found the signal's origin. It's not too far from here. I just need to get to it.
Luckily I can glide now, so that's before that.
I'll get a nice view if I glide down from here.
It's already mentioned. Oh, that's over where Silence got the Titan piece to put Hades in. Looks like. Bunch of satellites. Actually, looks like this hasn't really been atomic like that, though. In here, where are we going? Gliding down. Oh, yeah, we're gliding down. What just happened? That was me, that was me. That's doing the front. Yeah, so you don't have enough forward momentum. You're like falling too fast to cover enough distance on this one. So went from like what 500 to like less than 2 years. And not less than 2. I'll keep on the distance.
Machine will take a lot of damage from acid.
Well, one should get in one hit from everything.
My focus is picking up the signal that Silka found. I'll need to clear out the machines before I can look for the source.
Oh, it's that thing. Something mellow back there. Let's see what it is yet. Well, can I beat this effing, no, it's not easily enough. Sorry, it's really not so much. Especially since one spits acid, or shoots acid. Just made into like this. But definitely I didn't want to be doing the things up there. I thought I had it in one hit because I saw the health bar going down, and then I didn't, and it's like, oh, well, not so much. Alright, I think I'm going to take on the Ravager next, because those things are not a fun time. I'll get them in the back, but, yeah, that shouldn't be that hard to find out because they're like big and slow, so it's okay. Ravager. Oh, sure, okay. Oh, there's a definite class. Spikes not. Oh my gosh, alright, there's more crap in here than this. Oh wait, I can maybe get through without finding this thing.
There you are. Now, how to get to you? But I'll need to deal with these machines first.
I mean, the spikes now that I dealt with earlier was not that bad. So this shouldn't be that bad either. Hypothetically. With the random 180s on these. Oh, it's like tapping its paw. Like the random movement on some of these things is really annoying. It's like you're right up on it, and it like moves like to an angle. Like, oh no, that's not.
Come on, come on!
Oh my gosh, effing out of ammo. Good job. What's the thing called? Like smell. And they like scamper off like that after they're like doing the thing. It's just like man. They just like go from slow to fast. It was very. I think whatever. I mean, everything's like no. So that's going the other way down the thing, and I was like, oh, okay, well, let me get the drop on this one, but it turned this way. So. Not so bad. Yeah, Chris. My father's there too. I don't think that's my brother anymore, so I can't do that. Okay, I'm gonna take down the bell break, because it's over here by itself anyway. Let's get it. Ouch! That thing did well. That almost went on me. I think I was made use the tank. I don't think it's detached vehicle. No, there we go. I was trying to get some, everything. Crap. Yes, this is this way. That's where the farm's in this area. Yeah. Upgrade. I understand. Use a skill tree. Thank you. I've maxed out my silent strike, okay? I don't think there's any way to get more silent strike, is there? I don't think so. Silent strike is maxed. 50% damage boost. I mean, if I have like an outfitter weave on that boost, that would help. Oh my gosh, that really dawned on me that that's what that's called now. I don't have my reasons for it. Okay, let me see if I can do anything about that. Defense. Oh, there's nothing here for silence. Oh, wait, hold on. Well, that's defense though, yeah. We don't have anything for silent strike, so. Oh wait, it's armor, so you imagine weapons. Well, no. How's the F? Yeah, I'm curious. Can you only buff weapons with that? You can't even put anything on the spear anyway, so... Not so much. Wait, how come... Incompatible? Oh, it's a fireball. What else? Yeah, you can't increase damage with the, whatchamacallit. Appearance. Wait a minute. How come that one's not on the effing... Oh, it's the weapon there? Not compatible. Cannot be, yeah, it says rare, so maybe I'll use it on rare stuff. I don't think that's the case, dude, because, like, these weapons, hold on. Oh, solid. Yeah, okay, it's right there. Crit hit, knockdown, crits. Criticals are more damage, but... I probably should try to get better weapons. Better weapons. Even though they're solid.
Hard water ammo should do the trick.
Fire and water. I'm like running around with like no real, well not no real, but just like a lack of an arsenal that I can deal, you know, different damage things.
Alright, time to find my way to the signal source.
Check wallet. Maybe that many for that, but you know, happy. It's possible I didn't possibly lift the machine with it. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, entrance to cavern. Well, that's a good fucking question. Okay, well. Oh, there we go.
Well, not getting in that way. I should search for another way in. It's not hooking onto that.
I can't both hook it? Whatever. Or whatever it's called. I can't think of the name right now. It's got a thingy on it, a waypoint. It's just, I have no idea to get there. I have no idea if I'm even doing this right. Because I'm like going above and over the theme cavern that I'm supposed to drop into. Which gets used to say there's even an entrance on the other side. Dude, how did I get in there? Definitely from the top. Like it's in the floor. I can't do that. I think I cleared out this valley and then it's like, I can't get anything else like. Hold on, maybe I get it. Nope. Oh, it looks like it's in a maybe. Yeah. Double outpost. This is the outpost. Oh man. Entrance to cavern. Alright, what's that over here? I'll just hunt along, see if I can find another one. Start looking somewhere else. Somewhere down here. There has to be, right? Like, oh dude, I missed the traps in the thing. Oh. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's the thing. Double outpost. That is not a fun time, that's what that is. And can't believe that this is the case. I guess the mouse there just like looking around like this and like trying to find some sort of fucking entrance or something. That seems like a great idea to me. This one. That's what happens from the top, because that seems quite absurd as well. Bad points, but I don't know, I don't. I think need to have an opening. Behind you, dude. Behind you. Also, it's deceptive when it's like all these anchor points and it's like nothing. That's making something horrible. Wait, now it's supposed to be all the way to the top? No, that's silly. Why would that be the case? Yeah, so I guess something over here, I think, maybe? Maybe this thing? Oh, it's just, I think, green time.
Wonder what a merchant would trade for this.
Oh man, that's a bummer. It's like, I'm into the cavern. I'm way above the cavern. That's a bummer. Yeah, it's like FM. Yeah, in any case. Like, that's just makes it feel like that was a waste of time. But it's like I'm there. There's no entrance. So it's just like I cannot get into the cavern because there's no thing. So. Oh wait. Follow the water. Maybe that's how I get in. Alright. Maybe. It's a long shot, but probably like go ahead and just double camp some army over here. So I think I'll do that too. Like, why not? Okay, to your right. Looks like it's non-friendly one anyway. I can just jump in and I can't see much particular stuff. But yeah, maybe this. Oh, and maybe do these obstacles too fast.
I recognize this place. The Tanakh wouldn't let me through those gates before. Looks like they were overrun by rebels. I should find whoever's in charge and take them out. Might make the rest retreat.
And on the one hand, it's like, this is good for stealth because it's bad visibility, but then I can't see crap either, so not really. Okay, what's going on there? Oh yeah, forget the high point right here. Maybe good. I have seen some thousand issues in this game, so because sometimes the vial gets stuck on stuff. That's unfortunate. Okay, what are we doing? Oh crap, this is level 24. F that crap. Wait, is this one? Is this Devil's Grasp? Oh, it's not. Okay, cool. I was about to say, like, I didn't even... That's a 20. I don't know, man. I think I can do it. Turn off this track. I mean, man, how many enemies are in here? It shouldn't be that bad. That's okay. Dang it.
A girl? It's an eye for an eye. Targeting. My head.
There we go. It seems like as long as I can get the helmets off, I just have to do good damage, so it'll be fine. We're the highest point right now, so, or not the highest point, the high ground.
I'm with you. Gotta be somewhere around here. I'll start here. You go around. Starting the search.
better aim. Or not get better aim, but just like stop missing.
No sign of her here.
No, I put up both machine with him on it. If it doesn't do no damage. I was hoping they'd all run out, but that didn't work. So. It just be, you know.
I'll put your head on a spike.
Where is it? That's the other one. Let's see. Maybe shooting at me.
Up there.
I can get it from my stash later.
No one can stand against Regala. No one.
That soldier with the heavy weapon. That has to be the one in charge.
Oh, can you just like go into
Our triumph at the embassy will be followed by another at the Grove.
Can I get you to clear out? That's very preferable to nothing. What's that? I'll take my other head.
That's done. I should check the body. I found something useful. These look like identification tags. I've seen Tenakth soldiers carry them, but never this many. The rebels must have looted them from soldiers they killed. I'll keep them safe for now. Figure out what to do with them later.
Well, that was rather anticlimactic. There's supposed to be a bunch of people rushing into this outpost like in Zero Dawn and outside. I hope I got all the loot from the corpses. I probably didn't think there's just so many. There's a lot of dead corpses. Oh, okay, I was like not seeing that cutscene on the stash number. I thought it said something else. It said like 100 something. Yeah. Oh wait, that's it? Like, I don't get anything from that? Well, that's disappointing. That's it. Whatever. What's I gonna fire a campfire out of it, but oh, this is what I'm gonna do anyway. To follow the water to see if there's like a water path that goes in the middle of the mountain. That's how I get into the cavern. On this side. I'm completely out of ideas at this point. Oh, hell from here. Yeah, that's right. Oh wait, hold it. Nope. Not good. Not good. Alright. Well, no, that I think cavern though. Like, look out. Got all these enemies around it, but it's like, no. Nah. Whoa, I was about to say this point I'm getting like way too far away from it. Alright, well I'm getting away from what I'm supposed to be doing, which was, yeah, I'm like way sidetracked right now. I think, because I can't get the tonic. The tonic thing was like what I was supposed to be doing, right? And then I was doing all this stuff out in the thing, but the level stuff is high, right? Like, yeah. I was trying to figure out, okay, there's 24 there. These are 18, some of them are not. Oh my gosh. Mark. Well, Signal Spec was what I was doing, but then, you know, I was 18. I guess I can try to get these two done real quick. I'm closer to this one. I'm still, like, not where I would be right now. I'm not doing anything on that side. I think on this side of the thing. That's on that side. Yeah. Dang it. Oh, deep fires. I mean, I'm already over here, so I might as well check this stuff out real quick. Just to see what's over here. And the question marks. So let me do that real quick. There's one straight ahead of me if I go straight. Oops, hit the wrong button. Yes, this one is okay. Again? Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, that's it. There's something up here that's across from me. They're both down here, okay.
There's a glide in.
Lock. There's something there. Oh, there's a thing in there. Whatever thing. Yes, do whatever thing to. Oh. Okay. Did I not? Nope, I sure didn't. It's fine. Let's see, this campfire seems like it's almost closer to a main path. Thing. Oh, that's what I need to do is upgrade my stuff, but I haven't gotten, yeah, farther into the map, I think, so alright. Great. Sick. I saw that stuff marked, I think. It's just not tracked right now. There's some salvage. Arrow quiver. Oh, one lizard still. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting there. Potion pouch. Resources. Okay. Let's get back to what we're doing. Getting stuff done. That was a whole lot of nothing on the effing, yeah, cavern thing that I could sidetracked on. Oh, it's different source tabs, so yeah, sometimes.
Drone. Must be part of Cyclops. If I can get its data, I can reconnect it with the dome back at the base. But how to get up there?
Oh, dude, don't tell me I can't get up there. I stopped specifically because I was like, oh, I want to do this, but then it's like, I might not be able to do this right now, so. Let's retrieve the drone, which is, you know, we're not going to worry about it. Just nothing, you know.
Gotta bring the drone down to grab its data. Maybe if I jump onto it?
You know, I already made up my mind of not doing it, and you're like, oh, if I jump, let's do it. I think it's not doable. Whatever. What are we doing? We're going the wrong direction right now.
This must be the village Zoka was talking about. Looks like the whole place flooded. Maybe from a recent storm. Wonder if anyone made it out. There are a few survivors on that overlook. I should see if they're okay. Is he all right?
He will be. There.
But what about the others?
Let me worry about that. Rest now. I'm Natika. You're a long way from the east, Outlander.
You're Natika. So this must be Bleeding Mark.
What's left of it. How do you know this place?
The Inker's apprentice and Scalding Spear told me to find you. He was worried something happened to your supply caravan.
Well, as you can see, we have more important problems than delivering Ashblood.
What happened here?
The last storm caused a deluge that brought down half of the mountain. The mudslide barreled right through the village. As you heard, we have many missing. But I need to keep watch on these two.
I can take a look around. If I find anyone, I'll send them your way.
Much appreciated. And if you see an older soldier, grim-faced, goes by Kentok, tell him I'm here.
Might be able to use my focus to find any survivors. The water feels thick. Polluted. Washed off some of the sweat.
I know what's inside. If this one, people just talk to them, so I got things like the same place inside me. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see some people here.
Looks like there are a few survivors up on the cliff.
Hey you! Outlander! Up here! We've got wounded up here. Need an easy way down. And fast!
Hold on. Figure something out.
What did I just do? Oh, no. I just saw like a thing on top of it, but it's also a full point, I guess. Yeah, I like a thing, but it's like now I can't really see it. So, oh, there it is.
focus see anything?
Little bit projectile impact. Let's see if I get an aim on that one though.
Caster won't work on that.
What? It says can be moved with a full caster. It's like we already moved it. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh wait, okay, dirt. I'm just like, if I go above it, it might shoot down at it, and that might help.
Focus might find something I missed.
Why do people on the cliff supposed to talk to them? I don't even see them now. Okay. Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do. I glide over anywhere. That might work, but I don't know where to land.
Could look around with my focus.
Nope. Okay, do that again. Crap. Oh wait, maybe. Wait, how do I even get to that? It's like there's a thing on that side.
I don't think it'll connect.
I don't know what I did it first, I think. I think tried it first from this side, right? Yeah, there's like a thing sticking out this way and I moved it. Dude, I love how like every puzzle I come across in this game is just like stumping me. Like every puzzle, like even the basic stuff, is just like nope. If I pull cast, oh, I'm so dumb. I probably should have tried pull casting that, but I didn't think about that until I'm too far down to like have to climb back up now. I'd rather not have to climb back up here to do this straight. There's another way, so. Try it again. Let's see what happens. I just wish I'm just going to move on to something else. And just, yeah. Wait, I'm looking for this is not really, what I can think of, but yeah.
He was trying to pull that.
Oh, come on. Alright. Okay, let's head over here. Because, yeah. It's like trying to move a triangle, but it's like just not happening. I'm trying a lot of stuff, but it's not working. It's like, okay, well, I don't want to do it. I'm not going to try to. It doesn't want to work out like that. Every day.
Great, they spotted me.
Dude, I have it on auto powering and it's not working. Or it's not working, it's like I'm still getting stuck on stuff. So that's fantastic. Okay, it's like easy, so I could just
Old world ruin. Might be the one that Utaru and Plainsong told me about. Let's see if there's anything useful inside.
I'm not worried about the ruins, we just have collectibles, so I'm not gonna worry about those. Oh.
Stay and rest, and push on.
Wait, let's see. Oh my gosh, this man now is just...
Okay, better.
We can't let them defile our home. We can't let them defile our home!
I just had to get blindsided by that person.
No weapons around! We can't let them defile our home! Protect Riverhead! Save those smiles for your families. The Tenakth understand only strength, and ours was a poor display at best. They will be back. You, the one who actually won this fight for us. A word. I want everyone fortifying the pass.
Your warriors seem...
Oh, I didn't know it could fall on us, my bad.
Green is early spring. There are children playing with sticks. It's all I can do to keep them alive. It'll only get harder. So far, the rebels have sent mere scouts. But it won't be long till they return for an all-out assault. And if they bring machines with them, we'll need a lot more than eager hearts to win.
You seem to know a lot about Tenakth tactics.
Back when the Tenakth clans pushed back the Karja raiders, I joined the fight.
The Tenakth taught you how to fight?
More than that, they taught me how to work with metal. I'm probably the only Utoro who can. Never thought I'd be using what I learned then to fight against them now. We may speak freely here.
So, what's the plan?
The plan was making new weapons for my so-called fighters. I send my best climber, Voss, up the drum route to get the materials we need. Wide maws leave metal pods we use for crafting at its summit. But the derangement has made them as dangerous as the climb to reach them. Boss has yet to return. We have defenses to set up, and we are running out of time. If the Savior of Meridian is willing to lend us her strength a little longer, I believe you can get us what we need.
You know who I am.
Red hair, bow, fights better than 10 warriors put together. You're well known, and so is your little disagreement with the chorus.
Can't Plainsong help?
Plainsong has abandoned all settlements this far out.
Then why not just leave? They're clearly outnumbered and under-equipped. You could leave. Head to safety.
Have you ever seen a flower so small and white? When it falls, it looks like snow in spring. My daughter called them winter song. She carried their seeds to the day she drew her last breath. Now those seeds grow in the grove at the heart of River Hem, planted by my own hands. As do the ones of every brother and sister taken from us during the Red Raids. I will not abandon them.
I'm sorry about your daughter.
The raids. took her from me. I found my peace in every Carja that fell beneath my spear. Now all I have left of her is planted in the grove here. No Tenakth will force me out.
Do all Utaru carry seeds with them?
We are given our pouches soon after we're born. When we die, the seeds are buried. A reminder that our deaths bring new life. It is how we remain one with the rhythm of the world.
Okay, so when that guy said earlier that about them staying, even though they're machine gods will turn against them, like that's why they have seeds that they carry with them their whole lives. So it was like literally they're going to. Okay, I was like, that makes more sense now.
What makes the path up to the drum root so dangerous?
It's a cave of sunken passages and gaping caverns that only the very skilled can navigate. It serves as a safe haven for my people, but machines have patrolled its deepest passageways ever since the derangement. Even so, River Hem and the Grove live off its waters. We are connected to it as much as we are to the seeds growing behind you.
I don't think I caught your name.
Q. I am the Metal Weaver of River Hem. But all you really need to know about me is that I plan to keep my people alive. Thanks to you, we might actually have a chance at that.
Tell me more about these metal pods.
They are tricky to collect. The Widemaws sow them. One must be quick enough to gather them before the soil and water take them. But their metal is among the sturdiest I've ever weaved. Without them, our chances of survival are slim.
Oh, if there's no convincing you to leave, I guess we're making some weapons.
You have my thanks. There's no time to waste. Follow me. This way. With those pods and a whole lot of luck, we just might get out of this alive. Let's hope these sprouts can hold their ground against a squad of machines. I can only cover so much ground, and my joints aren't what they used to be.
Look to me like they chose to stay here as much as you did.
It'll be the fight of their lives, that's for sure. Almost there. This is the best we can do to hide those who cannot fight. But if we fall, the Tenakth will find them sooner than later. We're here. This is it. Do you have any questions?
I'm ready.
Good luck. Come see me at the forge when you're done.
I'd avoid the fields, visitor, unless you took the
Guess I better start finding my way up to the top.
Oh, never mind, that's the next ascent. But
I need to find a way up there.
goes this way. You will see what's under the water real quick. You can push them under here.
I should take a seed pouch to cure. It seems to mean a lot to you, Taro. Fill out the seeds. Burrowers. The tofu, probably.
Yeah, that's everything that we can do. Level 18 is nice. I'll probably be able to do that cauldron. What's going on? It's like now I feel like I have to go back because I think like okay, I do know it's supposed to be this way by default, so it's like there was something else that other way and I'm not sure like what I just skipped over. I both the field, so it's like I can already just go back up and here I guess. What else? I'll push it not do it now. I don't know. Let's try this one. Let's see. Yeah, I have like no idea how to like gauge the like height in this game here on top of something. And like how high up I'm not dying. So let's see if we test this thing. The green shine. Oh, we can trade it for things and use some special stuff. Okay, that's good. Okay, we can take the ladder down. Good. I'm gonna go back down anyway. Oh, what? Hold on. I got a ladder now. Oh, are you effing Aloy? Wait, like... That just happened. It's like I was on the thing, and you know... Like, I didn't need to pull it down. Wait. I find you can pull it down anyway to do that again. Because it does have a grip for the pull caster, so... It's just for whatever reason it's too far away from the top. There we go. Yeah, so for a second I was like, what am I doing? And then like, oh, that's right, I came to the ladder back down so I could get back up because I actually jumped back down here. Let's see what was on this side of the path.
I'm getting anywhere through here.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, I have to go back through this. Oh no, I don't. But maybe this quest is how I get the stuff to open those things. But yeah, didn't I just get the water down? Yeah? Those are the outside. Okay. Can I get back up there? I hope so, because if I can't, so. Yeah. Look at that. Okay, helicopter. There we go. Alright. I was like, you don't want to hit back like all that if you want. Let's see. Is something this person? You did. Yeah, okay, he can do this. Yeah. Wait a minute. Where is it now? Okay. What's in here? Oh wait, there's another thing up there. I'm not doing it. There's mine. Hold up. Yeah, Andy is doing these like little dungeon things. It's really good to just all like it's professional or whatever. He doesn't mind to get over there. I guess I jump across, yeah. No. Let's keep going, I guess this is like... Alright. Hold on, let me try to get here. What is this? This is my thinking direction now. It's not that way, that way. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get upright. Oh, that's the thing, dude. Like, I think... I probably messed up like the other way. Yeah, I mean... Let's see. I guess on that spot. Oh wait, there's a thing over there. Okay, hold up. There we go. Alright, cool. I think this is where we're supposed to be going. Okay, I try to climb up. Okay, cool. Jeez. Oh, there's been a good point over there. I see it. No, Aloy, you what? And the way that it's like the circle button on that is kind of. Oh my gosh, you stop doing that. You just jump yourself. And I just have to. I see it's all reading. Yes. Oh. Yeah. Not good. I'm being dumb about it. Alright. This is something that was worth to be able to cross. Vegetables and slow this morning, and it's just okay, there we go. This is the range up on this
If
one
I
now.
time it right, I might be able to jump and use my polecaster to get to the other side.
Boy. Oh. So this is my two best accounts.
Made it. Time to find those white moths.
White moss. Oh, there's like fish that you can get apparently. Anything. Made it. Oh well, it's like a nice little valley on top of the mountainside.
There they are. Those pods they're ejecting. They must be the ones Q needs. Looks like I can just pick them up once they fall to the ground. If I'm quiet enough, I can get them without the machines even knowing we're here.
What am I trying to do?
Guess it's not gonna hurt much.
Metal pods. Oh, these things. Okay. Yeah, I guess we have these up in there. They're cute. And then, you know, there's a path to use it. Would probably be ideal.
Machines to us. Before it's swollen.
Dang it. I don't know why it turned around, dude. That's specifically the first thing behind it. So it didn't do that, and then it turns around and it's like, what's up? I think it's funny that it just like keeps popping out.
Got it. I was never here. This one should do.
Guessing throwers in the way. Two more.
That's all the pods. Time to get out of here.
What are you doing here? I kind of want to check that before I leave. To my right.
There we go.
It's the room because I just climbed up. I'm so confused. Yeah, it's like right here. It keeps like blinking in and out there. I'm just kind of confused by that. Yeah. It must not be there. It must just be here. Anyway. Wait, is that how I got up here? Did I climb? I think I just remember now. Oh wait, you know what? I can just glide back to the bottom, couldn't I? Theoretically. Maybe outside. On the next, it's probably easier just to come near the thing, stop the roadblocks over there. Yeah, that's right. You're right. Yeah, that works. Alright.
I'm back at the cave entrance. I can make my way back to Riverham from here. I got what you needed.
Not a moment too soon. Did you find Voss?
I brought his seed pouch back.
I pray it'll be the last I bury. But now I need to get the weapons ready.
Let's hope it'll be enough.
It'll have to be.
Everyone, stay behind cover until I give the signal.
Is this what you really want?
Hold the line!
Well, let's see. Hold on, I'm gonna try to use my skill that like does the thing with the bow. L2 and R1. Alright. I can't do it. the wrong kind of door.
You are not welcome here.
Yeah, I can't really see though. That's the night time. She misses him.
Great shot!
I'm on it.
Gotta get more ammo.
Oh my gosh.
I can keep going.
Oh, okay.
Where's he gone now?
Where are they shooting at?
Guess these young ones knew how to aim after all. Even so, we owe you this victory, Huntress.
It wasn't my strategy or craft that got us here, Q. I just brought in some parts.
Even so, I want you to have this. It did good by my people. It'll do good by you.
I'll take good care of it.
Be safe out there.
Use trap shot bow. Three skill points. This is the overfill. Okay. This is the one I have to find the survivors, yeah. Move the crane. Okay, well, now that 18, I can go to the effing, let me do the cauldron. And then I think all the side stuff I should be, well, except for this one, the 24. Okay. I was about to say, did I even get to the thing? I didn't even bother, because I saw the HP, the XP, or whatever. Or the level difference. Okay. This one's kind of close, but it's also like in that oceany area. I don't want to be going through water to get to there. So, that would be slow down. I could try to use shelter from here. Looks like I have like campfire somewhere over here.
Watch your step, visitor.
That's a powerful habit. I take long clean footprints to reduce skin fire while using and cannot people flame. There's daily transmission with the normal type. Alright, we're really, yeah, I'm looking at it, I guess. Critical damage, nice. Yeah, I mean, it seems like these ones are like supposed to be used at long range. The sharp shot ones. I guess the hunter bows are the ones at short range, is what I've been. I mean, I've been shooting stuff like from long range with short range stuff, but it's like, I'm sure it's interchangeable. I'm gonna equip it over this one. Because the whisper one's kind of, I don't know. It's not upgraded. More stealth damage, but I don't know. It's not really an inherent amount of like damage increasing when I'm shooting from the bushes. Really, I'm only using 2 weapons anyway, so not like it really matters. I guess I'll see if there's a workbench nearby. Or there's a shelter. I could fast travel to that real quick and then try to upgrade this.
The first bloom of the winter song. I can feel the heaviness of my years fade away just by looking at them.
They're beautiful.
It was good to see the young ones fight for this place. I'll be damned if those sprouts didn't hold their own, strong as the roots of a proud tree. Just don't tell them I said that.
Your secret's safe.
Now, I better make sure our newly victorious warriors don't injure themselves while celebrating.
I could have called them sprouts, except the same thing that they call me players and Final Fantasy 17. Oh man. Right.
What have you been up to? Hi again.
Yeah, I had like an exclamation mark thing like that earlier.
I
Someone
specialize in your survival.
in the cut or whatever, but it like didn't trigger. Anyway. And a bunch of these could just dump off. I was hoping they'd have like something good to buy here, but they do not. Oh man, stomach. Ouch. Alright. Alright, give me a minute here. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick again. Alright, I'm back. Oh man, I need to get some water. I'll be fine actually. I got a bit of water here, but it's almost out. So I guess next time I get an actual full, get a full bottle, and good to go. I need to start updating this stuff though. It's like, what's the thing, right? It's like, it seems like the more rare, yeah, it's like the more upgrade thingies it has. Like this is Silent Strike Gain. I should probably be wearing this actually. But it only goes up to 25 melee resistance. Alright, so this goes up to 40. But you don't get that Silent Strike Gain though. Yeah. Well, hold on, like, what does it get? Like, +2? See, that's the thing, like, does it stack though? Because I've already got the ability, right? For Silent Strike. That's like, to go to, like, even more damage on that, or? So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could just upgrade both until I find the good stuff, because I feel like the mileage I'm going to get out of this stuff is going to be more, because I'm kind of being super cheap about it. Oh. One X skill up. Oh, that's the level 2 upgrade, never mind. It's like, huh? Stealth ranged. Okay, potent medicine and concentration region. Oh, okay, you only end up with -7 acid in the end. That's not bad. -5 frost, yeah. Claw Strider Razor Tail. I need 2 long leg. Oh man, the parts to like get this one next. Snap Moss, Sack Webbing. +2 concentration. Silent Strike +2. Man. Let me go ahead and upgrade. I don't know, I feel like this one's good for what it effing like does, because of the stealth style I play. It would help me a lot, I feel. This one like better, you know. But then this one would better, you know, defensively at the end with like the +40 melee would help. And also, I don't have a thing for it, do I? A weave? I don't think I do. Oh, it doesn't do anything. I mean, it has very base damage for like the poison thing. It's got +10 crits, but yeah, put in it, but let's see what this does. Critical chance. Oh, actually, yeah, I should upgrade this one then, because it has the effing, critical chance, and then I have that piece that's like +10 crits. And this is more of a sharp shot, it's more long range, but, you know, there we go. That's the thing, it's like crits, man. It's just more damage. But then it might mean you're like, you're breaking this part in like one shot versus 2 or 3. Which ties into like, you know, you can break pieces off in less shots, and you can have an easier time getting the materials to craft other stuff. But yeah, you can lost your razor tail, so that's gonna suck. I mean, this also makes me feel like I should do all the side stuff because, you know, the gear that is rewarded upon completion of that stuff. Seems like it's useful because I imagine I'll come across something that's really good. Let's see, 45.56 compared to 45 or 28.60. Yeah, it's only a bit more for the tear damage. Yeah. $5.56. There's no tear damage, but well, I guess that's fine, right? Because these ones are meant to rip parts off, and one's meant to just do direct damage. Oh wait, you know that's green shine, so it's like I don't think you want to do that. But then 65% dude. I was waiting for like a more rare piece. Yeah. Yeah, this is a bummer because like I don't really know what I want to do here, I suppose. So I think I need to upgrade both of these because it's like having better stealth striking is going to help kill stuff, but then it's like because that's just the playstyle I have, right? But then it's like, you know, the survivability of this one will help a lot too. But it's like upgrading them both at the same time is kind of see, I'm missing 3 pieces, 5 pieces to fully upgrade this. I am missing 1, 2, 3 pieces to upgrade this one fully. Also a lot of medicine buffing. I mean, that's the thing, I feel like my stealth damage is good enough right now, but then it's like not, because some stuff's like dying. It's like, yeah, I just wish there was like, I guess I just don't have enough vendors available right now. I mean, it's fine, dude, like, until I start dying like left and right, I don't think I need to worry about the armor, so. I'll try this out though, because I was activated for a bit. Oh yeah, cauldron, okay. That's where we're going. Yeah, it should be a okay.
I sell all you need.
Wait a minute, is there a convoy in here? Because I keep going through it, and it's, oh, okay, cool, it's not, okay. Well, this one seems like it's the best, because I can just go here, and boom, and we're there. On paper anyway, it's like, yeah, on paper things. Oh, 1 second. Alright. Wait, I can't call my mount. Okay, I thought I was like for a second I was about to panic and I was like, it's not a machine. Like a split second I was like, it's okay. Should be fine, maybe. Let's see if I can't call my mount. Yeah, I can't. That's weird. Alright, let's see. Keep going straight. I think. Yeah, straight on this path. Yeah, turn my feet. Yeah, straight ahead. Red.
Should hear the frost ammo.
That's like just like a bunch of stuff inside of the door. It's like I just gotta get to the door. I'm gonna go around this ground tree. I mean, it's kind of annoying because these Leaper things are just like going left, like all over the place here. I mean, that's the problem, right? Is I'm not I can test out that armor. Let me, right? Because it's got more stuff out strike gain, right? So. Okay. How much damage I do when I think you can turn that one shotting on the stealth kills. Jump on by, grab it. Hopefully it works out. Hopefully the prompt doesn't like show up after the button and it like fucks me again. Yeah, there's two there. Didn't quite die on the first one there. Didn't heavy attack it after the stab. Let's seem to get it. So yeah. Just keep using this until I can upgrade it, I guess. Well. Right, okay. Well, after the cauldron now, yeah. And I'm inside the cauldron, I'll switch back because got a lot of stuff first in the cauldron. Yeah. Corridors, and hallways, and puzzles. Combat sequence at the end that you can't really hide in.
Gotta find the right cauldron to learn how to override that machine.
I didn't hear what she just said at the cauldron, but hopefully there's something, yeah. Let's see if I can make this thing go backwards. Also the way the sun is like, you're setting the rising and it just happened to be over that spot of like the light of what it was looking for or whatever.
Should be able to hack this open. No turning back once I'm inside.
Cauldron.
These ledges look like they'll hold up.
Make sure you're prepared. Oh yeah, it's okay. It's wonderful. Wait. This only has 6 bows. Or arrows. Damn. Alright, good to know.
Down it is. Cable seems sturdy enough.
It's nice, like, super long. What should we call it?
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
Oh, what is that?
Here we go again!
I think that's the brief, like, black, like, screen that flashed at the beginning.
That was fun. I need to find my way to the core.
Oh, what that be?
Spotted. Oh, it should hide me for a while.
What kind of you guys for? Hey, is he just back? Oh no, that was good. He hits them. I think one of those was like the weak spot there. Oh, I thought it was Oh, I can actually use the thing with that, the stamina ability, apparently, because it's, okay. That specific weapon type that fits that ability. Looks like we're keeping the, and to use that as a keeper. Need to upgrade it though, for sure. I just went into the cauldron. It's like, oh, this bow's really good, too bad I didn't upgrade it before I went in.
Be able to get across if I have that node near the gap.
Whatever. Oh, that is the controller. Doing that on some of these IP ones. It's just like, yeah, if you can hear that. Pretty cool. I'm just taking it like I'm not calling here. So it's just there's nothing there under me.
Make good use of this.
Maybe smoke. I haven't used my smoke once at all. It's kind of funny. I'm just like, yeah, I haven't used them. And maybe if I get around to like using them, to like learn how to use them, I'd appreciate them more as opposed to now I'm just like, yeah, I should use them. So. I want to get back to that room that was like all those, the blue liquid on the like cooling stuff or whatever. Like there's weird like stuff inside the air chamber at the beginning. Yeah, these are kind of like, what I not like to do is just be a bit creepy in these, because it's like, you sometimes you crawl around, or it's like the part that you just went through is like below you, you're looking at it from the
Through my stash when I need it.
Can't talk to looking at it from above. I think we keep the same aesthetic from the first time, I guess. Your loot piles and stuff. You know, I wait for the controller, the headset this time so it can be picked up, hopefully. Functionality in right there.
Damn, more machines. Can't shoot me if it doesn't have the power. power cell. I gotta find a way to the other side.
Or if you don't want to see if I can just like gain things from over here. I imagine they'll jump across.
Could catch a ride on those to get across. I don't get shot at by those machines.
There you go. Oh. Nice. Yeah, keep those. Very nice. I mean, if only I had like more effing capacity though. That'd be even better. You might need more of these, whatever that thing on the right is only like 46 lane. Whatever. Okay, that is better. I'll make both of these ones. Almost, but it's not cause damage. Right, so. This one is like higher as 45, 56 normal damage and like almost as much tear damage as the Thunder Hell. That's how you can upgrade it, yeah. Before it's going to be basically to this that one. Once I upgrade it, it's going to be good. Alright. Oh wait, she said to jump onto the things, right? The little thingies going up here? Yeah, just like in the story missions, I guess. I'm kind of curious, like, what the machine in here is going to be at the end that you fight. Because usually you fight, like, a machine at the end of you. Like, of the type that you're going to be able to override. Pretty curious. The Triceratops is out. Probably take it.
Get past the shield.
Oh, never mind. Wait, is there another way across besides the one out or is it still like that? There's like water down here. There's some that could be corner forever. That looks pretty cool. That feels like it's even better in some case. I'm looking at it like, man, this is good. It's like, quickly. It's amazing. I love these guys stuff. What is that? What are these? Oh, I would like these to get out. Oh, it's something over there. There's one of these doors over here. Like, oh, can I get down there? I don't think you want to do this. Anyway. I don't think I'm better than it now. I might be able to see outside.
I should be able to climb these vents if I time it right.
And there's a bit of effect right there for the walking through the thing, so I know whatever.
Packs full of my stashes, right?
TV task is should be like, and then it's like an arm moving stuff. Wait, it's spinning? What? Okay, I need to do this one. Good. I will try something across with the cover. I like the music in here, but I changed to all of a sudden. I've been starting flying from off or something down here. What is it? No, it's nothing.
Maybe I can use that arm to get across.
I'm trying to see what's blowing, or not blowing, it's like the yellow stuff on it. The yellow footing stuff. Wait, how much is this one? What's the frequent particle? Question. Oh, I see.
Jumping onto that arm should be
There I go from here. Oh, I put them out. Oh, wait, get on. Yeah, okay. If I should just jump over here. Or maybe you can, but I can get it. I mean, it's not a maybe, it's a maybe. Oh, there we go.
The shield's past that shield. I'll have to be careful.
Let's see it though. There's a door right there. Wait a minute, how come? There's an opening here. Anything in there? Okay, so we have to take off the holders, which are weak against acid. Luckily for me, I have an acid. Yeah. Wow, that's good. That was almost good. Did you know? Smashing Actually, turn back around so I can get these shots and run outside. Is it all acid? Yeah. Okay. Oh, what? Are you for real? I got one shot on that. Oh, I know what I should do. I should use the effing Cubo instead and see how that goes. Actually, it's kind of like annoying because you have to hit the clamps, right? To get the thing to drop the thing. To get the thing to drop. And then got it. Alright, that's how to kill it. Where'd the container go, dude? Yeah, because I did shoot the container. Oh, there it is. I was about to say, like, yeah.
Sounds to my stash.
I'm curious. Do I have like low lightning on this outfit? No, I got low something else. Wait, no, hold up, dude. That might be it. Is that a thing? Let me go back. Oh, let me see something. Yeah, because it's like I have. I'm curious if it stacks with what you have on your skill tree, because I've got, whatchamacallit, like, straight in silently, like, maxed out. Okay, that's frost, not shock. Okay, so like, maybe that's why I got one hit by this flipping electric bolt thing, but that was frost compared to anyway. Hold up, dude, like, that's just the open on the other side, or that's the right thing, just get back there, like, I don't think it's Super sneaky here, though, because I need to get the... Wait. Wait, there's a red door here, too. The one on this side. That's fucking weird. Hold on, this is weird. Okay, I thought this was a little thing that was just like, you don't have to do this, you can turn back and go the other way. But, I might have done. This is pretty sure that yeah, let me go do that real quick.
I'll fill up all I can.
Hold on. There's a door on the other side that's got a red thing on it. I thought that was like the way through because I saw this other thingy and I was like, okay, what's over here? You know, this way, I guess. Well, I did make it down the cauldron, so definitely something easy to find us. I just don't really feel like being attacked by it. I walk away whatever they're called. Yeah, once you like open to the other side, and it's like, oh, you have to do that, you know. I think I can do that, but, you know, I want to go out there anyway. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is it the other side? Yeah, it is. Okay, so I would have went the same way regardless.
Those metal carriers can get me closer to the core. But how do I reach them?
Yeah, dude. This is right to the show with this thing. Yeah, I think it's still dead over here. It is. So yeah. Okay, so you don't know that way then, because that was a better entrance to like be stealthy from the start. So like the what is it called? Jump on the little wait. Over here. Right, I'm going to let's click it down. This one. Oh, here we go.
Could try getting to that arm below.
What? Oh, it's not. Leave it over here. I'm in the frame. I'm in the frame. I'm in the opposite. I'm frame. Stop the frame. Right there.
I should be able to hitch a ride on those metal carriers from here.
Yeah.
Made it this far. Just have to hold on a little longer. I'm gonna have to get off this thing soon. Those arms can help me reach the core. I just have to get to them. Close to the core.
I'm going to take this in the Oh, shoot, I didn't really do
Better time this right. Made it. There we go.
Oh, okay, I know this specifically. It's a tight window, man, but I'm thinking of the ship, the ship. Okay.
Those mail carriers should get into the port.
Oh. Dude, I don't know how to do. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the one just on the quickness, like, no, it's definitely... That's the one I'm on.
There's machine overrides.
Yeah, this takes a lot of gas.
Never seen machines stored like that. At least it's deactivated for now.
Yeah, until I turn on.
Get this from my stash when I need it.
What is that? That's a wide one. Weak versus... I thought that was green and it's not stronger.
There's the core. Now I just need to access it.
Wait a minute, what's the thing over there? It's like a... Never mind. I thought I saw like a blue light, but I didn't, so whatever.
Guess I'm not getting those overrides without a fight.
Okay, I thought that was effing... Okay. Oh, is that a monkey? Wow, I should use my Vanguard once my guardian. I'll take it.
Looks like Hephaestus has been upgrading the Cauldron security grid.
Oh yeah, there's a red thing over there. Well, that's probably the exit though, so yeah.
Should be able to override more machines with this. My focus doesn't even recognize some of these. Must be something I haven't seen yet.
Into a blizzard?
Data. If I get the requirements, I can restore it, like Gaia showed me.
Oh no, there looks like a red door down there. I wanted to see the door. Oh, that's too fast. This way. It's probably nothing.
Get I got from that core. I should be able to override this machine.
Squares for the body machine. Oh, because it's gotta be like I swear it initiates sneaky mode and like, yeah, it does. Okay. Ooh.
Should be able to override scourges now. Everyone's on the same side. At least for a while.
Okay, what is this here? I got my cauldron complete. Actually, I'm laying on the map now. If it's like usually cauldrons like spit you out like something else. Anywho. Let's see. Looking for some side stuff. I also want to get some of that stuff done with like the exploder thing for the door. Yeah, I'm level 18, so I should be fine. Oh no, I'm 19 now, nice. Even better. Do you know the... I think I'll do this... Wait, what quest am I on right now? The tunnel? And if I do the tunnel, then I will do the, what's it? Can't reach it. What the heck is... Oh, okay, this is the thing. Actually, I think what I'm gonna do, before I do that, I kind of want to upgrade on my some... you know, it's fine. I kind of want to upgrade some of my, like, pouches and stuff, but I'll wait. Oh my gosh, I can't say. I'm being followed or... I should probably find something shit. What? I can't say so. Okay, thank you, Jesus. Alright. I don't want to do the tunnel just yet. It's like I'd rather just upgrade my stuff. I mean, that's the thing, like, after that last encounter, all I did was use my Vanguard, right? So it's like, I don't think my weapons are up to par, or my armor's up to par, but my abilities are up to par, so... I mean, it should be fine though, as a cauldron, so... I'm a little over the thing too, so it should be fine as well. I'm upgrading Q's bow and then this armor, and then...
Something nearby is sending that signal.
Apparently you're not the only one around here.
Nothing,
Have I got news for you, Red?
and then my pouches and stuff.
I hear the Tenakth are fighting each other quite a bit these days. Some of them contain machines. Those you've got to be real careful of. We've seen a whole bunch of them setting up outposts around here. Spotted one just west of here. A few settled at the edge of the desert in the southwest. They even set up camp in the south. Really helps a fellow sleep at night.
Just Make sure you steer clear of them. Those rebels are bad business. I'll keep an eye out for them while I'm out here.
Wait, she cleared out the bristlebacks?
I guess this is a tunnel.
There's the entrance to the tunnel Porgov mentioned. I need to find his missing expedition and clear a path back east. Tunnel's blocked. And no sign of the missing expedition. I need to find a way to get further in. There's nothing for my polecaster to latch onto. Should be able to blow up that fire gleam. There's someone still alive in here.
So you're real. Thought I was dreaming.
What happened to you?
A terror in the dark. The world shuddered.
A machine?
Never got a look. The caravan. We all ran. Everything collapsed. Girls here. Couldn't escape. Did anyone make it out? And find the first caravan?
Yes, someone did.
Good. At least, I'm not alone.
Rest easy now. Sounds like something big attacked the missing expedition. I better press on. Stuff for the stash.
Okay. So then there's just like here somewhere, or... No, that's why that's very one second, no. That's no, perfect.
Don't like the sound of that.
because I was using R3, right? And I didn't even, like, pick up on that. That's fine. I guess. Advanced vertical effect.
Burrowers. War of Porkov's missing expedition.
We're going to use Apex versions of these things. Oh, I guess you can see these ancient compartments. Nice. You can just sit here and like talk about. And then once it runs out, it runs out. Yeah, I think I'm going to be done in a bit, so I kind of want to see if I change my gear to this other one. At least there's more damage on the stealth takedown.
Machine's calling backup. I'm empty. that also. She said they were attacked by some kind of terror. I don't think it was these burrowers.
It wasn't the burrowers? Oh, that's fine. It's like, I just saw a thing that said title on the thing. Oh my gosh, it's just not nice. Wow. That's nice. I mean, I saw an R2 prompt, I'm just like, kind of pleased about that one.
My focus might see something.
There we go.
Should be able to clear that rubble with my pullcaster.
If it's like something that's like a boss tier, I'm initially trying to, because I can just like stealthily take it out like that.
Some mixed attention. Sounds like it's coming from further in.
You know, like every card will let them.
Better get out of here quick. It looks like it lets out ahead. The rock breaker. It must have attacked the officer as they were passing through.
First give it a look again. We'll see. don't know. You should become right. That's what we did do.
One rock breaker that won't be troubling anyone anymore. The Othra must have entered the canyon on the eastern side. I better take a look. I'll stash this away for later.
What did she say? This is something different. Yeah, blah. For everyone.
Those carts must be the supplies the second crew was supposed to bring over. Borgif said his lockbox was supposed to be among them. Borgif's lockbox. I should take it back to him.
Okay, head menu on pricing. Where are we going? Oh, okay. Exchange status.
That wall looks like it came down when the rockbreaker attacked. They must have trapped the Osram in the canyon. The rest must have run into the western tunnel. Trying to get to the other side. I should be able to blow this up to clear the debris.
T05. Okay, I'm curious if this is this is from like some 0-day shelter, or is this something else? It seemed like super chaotic as far as the nature of the first message. Yeah, it says there's like something nearby that's got like a code, so... Oh, are you getting serious?
Hitting those flamethrowers with fire ammo should do the trick.
I don't have fire ammo, dude. Like, are you for real? I'm so mad at me. It's like, I guess I need to buy a fucking fire weapon. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I have a fire weapon. I can't. All of these pistols, it probably doesn't. Explosive isn't the same. Yeah, dude.
The tunnel should be clear now.
Alright.
I'll let Porgif know.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this door because it's like, gave me a code, so I'm like, okay, what's gonna do? Wait, it wants me to return in the direction when I just said go through here. No, here it is.
This door needs some kind of code to open. I think I can find something on the other side. I should check my log. Bunch of Osram supplies. And a dead end. My pack's full. I can get it from my stash later. Got it.
That's weird because like the code, or not the code, but the thing.
I think I'm back in no man's land. Thought it'd be easier to go back and forth.
Oh, okay. Cause I'm like, I think. Oh, there's a campfire right there. It's like, why is it when you go backwards? Okay, you're listening to me right now. What the F is that?
Should try something other than that.
I need this. I can campfire to save and fast travel away. It's like here. Not any issues.
Let's see. So, if we add all the days lost to being stuck in Camp Nowhere, and throw in some hazard pay, because no doubt the crew will demand it, but reduce the number of the crew by half. Oh, and can't forget the Savior's Delving fee. Huh. Might just break even. And once the delve's up and running, the shards will come pouring in. You're back! How's that tunnel looking?
I found the rest of your crew. One of them was still alive. For a while, anyway. Turns out a rockbreaker attacked them as they were making their way through.
Poor sods. Many roads lead to a delver's end, but that's got to be one of the worst.
Well, I took care of the rockbreaker. The way's clear now.
Ha ha! I knew you could do it. And, you didn't happen to find my lockbox now, did you?
Here you go.
Spark in the dark. Is there nothing you can't do? Here, your fee as promised. Now that the threat's gone, I'll have the tunnel shored up and cleared out. Then I can send for another crew, get this expedition going proper-like. Ha! Onwards to the delve!
If I have to eat more stew one more time.
Okay, let's have that these three. I can just go into the hunting tree. I don't think I need any other stuff, right? Yeah, it's all skills I don't have right now. I mean, this seems useful though. I didn't even look at this one. Just mind that. Actually, what? Shock damage. Oh, it's okay. It's a weapon ability, so it's not a weapon. Okay. Alright, anyway. But I choose collectibles. I mean, they do get XP though. It's a problem. Like XP and skill points. So it's like I kind of want to do them, and it's like, ooh. Let's see. I have a list after. Alright, let's do the next set of salvage ones, I guess. That's fine. What's this? Oh, I can't do that one yet because I don't need the melee skills. It sucks so much. Wait a minute. Oh, see, I couldn't find it for the cavern. Anything. Yeah. It's such a problem. Fantasticness. I think. Yeah, I should probably upgrade my stuff before I do the salvage. Let's do that. Okay, I've got the shards, I just need them. Okay, yeah. Which one's closest? Pouch. I'll click on the map right there, still tracked. Where's the pouch? It's a potion pouch. Where's the quiver? Yeah, these are like right up on the next thing. I don't want to trigger it yet. Side stuff then, yeah. I'll just contract. Wait, is that it? Oh, that's an, okay. Why does it say fit? Okay, maybe not. Oh wait, let's do this one, because I'm right over here.
You can ride machines, right? Apparently, you're not the only one, but you probably knew that.
Also, too.
Wouldn't mind all this sitting around.
Makes sense point. It's like I don't really need to, upgrade. Some of these, I think. Go ahead and upgrade this one, because I'm going to do more damage with it. It is good damage. No, not right. Wait a minute. Did I just get this? Unless you just got this, because I'm like, I didn't have that before. Anyway, got some purple gear, finally. Okay, was it a quest reward, or was that outside a quest reward? Because I don't think I got off it. I don't think I got it off of enemy. Anyway, this isn't stuff for me. It's melee damage, stamina, weapon stamina. Yeah, it's melee damage, but Gets to 41 defense though. It's still less than this, right? It's like one less. One more, rather. Oh. Yeah, battlefield special. It's fine. I'll go in on. I get plus 2 on this strike. Yeah, that's good. Like, only up to the second level, but I don't have the parts. That's awesome. It's just trying to hit harder, so it makes this thing. Oh my gosh. You know what? Let me get this one maxed out. Because I think I'm going to make the casualties while I get more than any other stuff. It's like I can find a way to get like more damage off of stealth attacks, right? It's like a initiative. I think I've got to some time yet. Right.
Dust. Whirled around my world. Great.
Thank you for something else that's fine. Thing not effing going to the I thought I set the final customization parts. The active cost. I'm not chasing it.
I still need to find out what went on here. I should take a closer look at that Osram camp. Looks like the Osram used some kind of harpoon to take this machine down. Must have attacked the camp. Maybe my focus can help me figure out why. These Osram were killed by machines. So the one they took down wasn't alone. These are tall neck antennas. The Osram must have stripped them somehow. A harpoon weapon with anchors. Were they? They were trying to take down that tall neck. So the Osram wanted to weigh down that tall neck and strip it for parts. The machines must have caught them in the act. I wish there was a way to climb up and inspect the damage. Unless I take down the tall neck myself. And try to repair it on the ground. It wouldn't be pretty, but it'll still get fixed.
Cool.
Gotta hook the anchor to the tall neck's weak spots. Oh, that sounds like trouble. And I need anchors. The Osram must have set up other ballistas in the area. I just gotta find them.
Yes, you actually do have to save this one. Yes.
Hello to you too! There's probably other anchors set up in the area. need to find them. Use them to take down the tower.
That's it!
Yeah, I mean,
I bet a ballista can help me fight these machines.
Yeah. I can't really get any fighting machines. Yeah. Oh, my headset flipping down my head again. Hold up. Alright, I'm good. Oh, come on. And it's for the growth and it's off on it. Did y'all see anything else? That they got like 2 explosions. So I think that's everything on that one. Okay, to find the other, what do you call it? The turret, you know? Or harpoon, oh, there's one.
Looks like machines got to this one too. Another ballista. That's all the anchors I need.
Do I have to go around again? I guess it's good thing I came back to this one because I'm not that nerd. Or not the burrower, but the bellow-back mission was dangerous. Oh, the main scenes are that cool. What? Also, these areas could be. It's just like a specific sequence where I really want. Oh, there's actually 3, I think, these. There's one on the, one behind mine, there's one on the side. Dude, I need to see that like not, that's the stuff for me.
One more should weigh it down enough. More machines. I need to hurry.
Thank you, Dominic.
Use that ballista. I should look for others in the area.
Thank you, Justin. Wait, hold on. What is this? Okay. That's in the air. These are in my way. Yeah, please, come on. Oh, okay. Okay. You don't have to use specific things. I just thought it like it's a dragging enemy too. So, like the tail and shoot it. It should be fun. It's just that backlick's kind of in the hard spot there. So, or something. Or something.
I've already used that ballista.
Oh.
I should look for others in the area.
That's weird. You know, whatever. I didn't do that when I went to use that one, so I'm not sure why I did that one. Wait, so I got like two over here, I forgot. I wish you didn't say it, whatever, it's fine. Just use this one. Or try to, I don't know. I think it is. I know that's the first one. How much did you know like where the other one's at? So I think they'd be like one by each country, but there's not. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna make a good shot on your legs anyway. That's what's happening to you. But I don't know if you get an angle to get the shot you need. Or on the piece you need. Whatever. I know nothing. Oh, there's one. Okay.
That weapon still has an anchor. Let's use it.
Is it safe to go to?
Sorry about this, big guy.
Real quick.
Machines incoming!
Wasn't too bad as far as the beginning is on this one. But I understand. I mean, I might have never knew there was a really enough hole for it. Kind of what I really know.
These legs look too difficult to climb. I'll have to find another way.
They just happened. I think that's really going for the thing in the southwest. No, the desert one's Vegas, the coast in San Francisco. No, we don't know if the big one is. Yeah, San Francisco. You look like how the climate changed. You know what I'm doing. So, I think these three are more important than the low health melee, because I don't start like meleeing with my health low, so I'm not going to be using a melee build. But I guess I'll do this just to get the overshot ability in case I need to switch to that. I'm going to try using it. Yeah, let's do these two and I'll go into the other tree. Okay. Oh, speaking of thingies, yeah, that really helped get me like higher up the level for this third quest. Before I do that, if I do 20 I'm gonna do just like 5 over. Except at that point, it's like, dude, it's like probably such a pushover at that point. Yeah, these ones, salvage ones. Wait, there's difference between camps and outposts. Whatever. Points. I can go back to this one. It should be like not that bad to go with. Hold on, dude. I thought I had like what's this up here somewhere? Because right now it's basically just like a question mark. I like investigate the thing. Oh, I could go back and get the. I completely forgot about the blast thing, dude. I can go do that real quick. Like 2 of these that I couldn't get to before. Whichever ones I couldn't get to before, because I mean, I wish we'd like mark it on the map that way, but it doesn't. That's kind of annoying. Alright, maybe there's fire going. Isn't that the thing? Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like it doesn't show on the map, it just shows here. It's probably not even. Yeah, it's not a quest that's not gonna be anything. It's probably just like a loot box with like stuff in it or whatever, materials and stuff. How far is this? Wait. I don't think I don't know where this is at. It's not telling me where it's at. That's not funny. Like, she riders racing through the desert. They did a pretty level stuff right there. It doesn't, I think, say where it's at on the map, so it's just like I can't go there to find it. So that's super annoying. Yep, side is the one we don't know. That's probably what we're looking at. It was. There's something, one of those looked like the Space Needle, but on the south part of the west, not the north part of the west. So that would not be geographically accurate. Oh, you know what? I can at least get skill points from these. So let's see. Let's go, yeah, let's just do an order. 2, 15, 20. Oh wait, hold up. Is there, okay, let's see. There's a campfire nearby. Yeah, the fast travel kits aren't that expensive, so I can keep using them when I don't have nothing to
An old world ruin. I wonder what's inside.
Wants us to get back to a campfire to
Okay,
find Timberland.
let's see what we can find around here.
Yeah, I guess it was hitting like I didn't go the right way like before. And I thought I would charge you and okay, let's go this way. Isn't there like a exploding door on top or something? I don't remember. Okay, from the batteries, I guess, you know. Is there a battery powered? I do think so.
Looks like this door is locked. Maybe there's another way in.
I'm gonna find a battery, I just gotta find where to put the battery. There's no fire crew, okay.
I'm gonna blow this up.
There's battery. The battery's slot. Figure out how to get the door open on that side. Oh, I got it. This is the wall that you can like break through, but can't remember how to break through. I just had a door like that, and I was like, how do you get through this?
Aha! An energy cell.
Oh,
It looks like it's out of power.
I thought I'll open it from the other side. Good. Oh, you can't on the other side. It's faster. Come on. Can't go that way. I tried to climb, and I tried to like go on the other side, and then drop in the right and open it from the side that it's locked from. As yeah, whatever. And then yeah, obstructed from the side. It's obstructed maybe I can get the battery through and take it out. There's stuff in here, and this door, and this side, this side. There we go, here.
I don't think I can pull that.
What? I was about to say. What's the hinge on it? What's the battery? What?
There's some kind of device here. Looks like this thing needs power. This data might help.
Two 204. That thing in the wall looks like it needs power. But a dead energy cell's not gonna do much. This is a dead energy cell? Huh. Oh, maybe the thing over here is like a battery charge station. He's just like, what? It's dead.
I think I can slot this energy cell into that device.
Probably if you can go on the front side too, let me check it out. But there's something to the front thing where it's like charging issues. Maybe, I guess we'll see. Okay. I thought that's charging.
There we go. Charge the energy cell. Water discharge the energy in the cell. I gotta power it up again.
How am I supposed to do this? Oh. Like that song or something? Like how am I supposed to all the way around get this and do the thing? Oh, I think how am I supposed to get to the other side? Is it really up here?
Pull that.
Okay. Question fire off. Yeah, it's too deep. I have to breathe actually. I'm gonna try walking across again. See if it's like.
energy cell lost its charge. I'm gonna have to power it up again.
How is it supposed to get across? Will it drain the water?
Well, I'm not getting up there that easily. I gotta find something that can help.
I need to take a shield or something. Like on that one part. Wait a minute, can you get across there? Okay, you can get on that side. Oh, there we go.
Okay, let's get this crate out of there.
Oh, there we go.
It's stuck. Can't pull it from here.
Okay. There we go. Okay. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be good as one thing. I was thinking like to like put the thing on like the battery on the plate. But no, like I'll probably jump up through the like on top of the thing. So I'll do that exactly. And then maybe get something done.
Some kind of lock for the door. Looks like it needs power. Gotta get the charged energy cell across the water, but how?
Yeah, too close to the power.
That should help.
Oh.
There. The lock on the door above should have power now. Okay, this thing has power now. Guys! Okay, got the relic. I'll hold on to it for now. Figure out what to do with it later.
Maybe we see that stuff. It's kind of like a weird relying on those because the other one ended with like a weird animal team name thing of like, yeah, I have to look it up. But yeah, I looked it up the thing. Golden toucans out. Oh, it's the same thing. Golden toucans. What the rest? I mean, I don't feel like doing these relics right now, so I'll come back to them. Because they're more of a puzzle brain scratcher thing, and it's like, that's not my cup of tea. I guess I'll try this first drone I found and see if I can get that. I like this gauntlet run, but it's like, I don't remember where it's at, so... Wasn't it by the Gaia base, or was it somewhere else? Like, I don't know, because I was like, I think I left the... Did I leave the cauldron? Or I was leaving something, and then, like, those two NPCs just, like, went by on those things, and I don't even remember where it was at, so I'm not gonna find that for a while. So, that's funny. But not. Aliens to both blank. Alright. Yeah, maybe when there's, like, a thing inside the thing. And by thing, I mean there was a box of materials and resources. Thing inside the thing. Yeah, there's a thing inside the thing, dude. You can believe it. It's like wonderful.
This'll be in my stash when I need it.
Okay. Oh, I can't find a house. There we go. Alright. Those are like free XP things that just, ugh. I'd rather like just save them for later when I need them. Because that's what I'm going to seek out to do. So I have no idea where this is at. Because I haven't passed it on the way here and like just, yeah, lost in the wind. It looks like the ones left is salvage contracts and then we'll have to find them, right? Yeah. Well, if hold on, dude. It says that there's a distance on it. Besides that, it's like try the side quests again, or go back to doing upgrade stuff. Wait. I guess this is... Okay, I was like, where are we going? Oh, wait, I'm at a thingy here right now. Okay, cool, let's do this. Let's go as far as we can towards this one. And then the thing. There's a shelter place up, yeah, just go this way to me.
Something nearby is sending that signal.
What?
Dunes might look peaceful, but they hide all kinds of dangers.
Yeah, so comment out, because it's been a while since I was able to comment out. What's up with that dude? Maybe switch out or something, because I've been able to calm out. So,
Wouldn't want to be caught in that sand spiral.
across the desert here. Dude, I can't open. I'll try overriding this. Still do nothing. Yeah, but you can't write override now until you control for it, dude. So it's not here. Correct. That is a thing, huh? Oh, that's perfect. No, because I can't call a freaking note. What do you have to think then? Wait a minute, does that mean it's Vegas trade? No, it's Poseidon friend. Yeah, Vegas dude. This is the same thing. Poseidon. And it's not the ocean. It's not San Francisco.
Another regular outpost. I was told I'd find one here. If I take out their leader, maybe the rest will retreat.
Okay, clear the outpost. Oh, hold on, this one's like 24 or something, right? Yeah, don't do it. Don't want to do a discharge overload. Overfall.
This must be the ruins of Las Vegas. Salvation.
That's what's expensive. In case I saw that it was going from a lot, like a distance, I was like, it's gotta be one of the cities, or one of the ruins that we're going to for, one of the guys, right? What level was the, it should say the thing, dude. 24, 22, 17, okay. So yeah. It's good for everyone. What should we call it? The first one, and then the second one.
I'm here.
Dude, why don't I have the mount option? Like, what happened there? If the first one passed, that means it's the other one. I just want to compare ideas like which way people are facing. Okay.
An Osram crew. They don't look too good. Must be the ones that Tanakh soldier mentioned. I should see if they're okay.
That's what it said. Yeah, twice they didn't.
We're gonna get through this. I promise. Now go get some rest.
Do you need help?
Wish I could say we've been through worse, but I doubt any salvager has had this much bad luck on a single expedition.
Salvagers. You part of Karif's crew?
Yes. Didn't think we were that well known.
So you came here to make some armor. It doesn't look like things went according to plan.
You could say that again. I thought I had it made when we found some prime rollerback salvage out here. Then came the sandstorm, blew away most of our gear, and ran us right into a camp full of angry Tanakh. We fled, but by the time the storm died down, we found ourselves here with half our food gone. Open to attack by machines and Tanakh alike.
Sounds like you could use a hand. I'm Aloy.
Runda. I can't ask you to help for free. How about I hire you to get us what we need? Draw up some contracts.
You don't have to.
Wouldn't be a proper salvager if I didn't. Won't take no for an answer.
You mentioned this place is exposed to attack. Is there anything you can use to set up a perimeter?
We know there's a bellowback hanging around some ruins near here. Take it down without damaging its cargo sacks, and we could use it to make new traps. Set up a cordon. I'll make it a contract.
Let's take out the tigers.
Sounds like a plan.
I might use traps for that one.
You mentioned your people needed food.
We lost most of it when we ran away from the Tanakh. But only a bristleback would be able to sniff it out underneath all that sand.
That's not a bad idea. I'll look into it.
That's good to hear.
You said you lost your gear?
Yes. Can't be sure where it is, since that storm gave us the runaround. But I have a general idea. It's all in the contract. If you can get that gear back, we'd at least be able to set up camp properly. Make the crew comfortable.
I'll take a look as soon as I can.
It's not much, but we have some salvage to trade.
I can buy these for shards. Nice. I must like add a lot of shards then, but I'll just wait until I'm done like 2 or something. As long as I get more than 1, we're good.
Guess we could trade later.
Team Bellow back. Ugh.
I knew our luck would change eventually.
But there's two just on that side. Oh, I guess alright.
When I get a chance, I should read Brenda's contracts. Take a look at the details.
He thought that was a two there. That's right.
I can grab this from my stash later. I'm getting close to where Renda's crew lost their food rations. She said only a bristleback would be able to sniff them out into the sand. I think that can be arranged. Bristlebacks. Perfect. If I can override one, I can use it to find the rations the Oseram lost. I guess Hephaestus was busy making hunter-killers.
Two in-person. One other one. Those rations Renda needs. Okay, I have to switch the area at this thing. Whatever.
Rations. I just need to take them to the locations marked on the contract.
Oh, I have to go there. Okay.
Yeah.
They said search. I was like, well, how there is that?
Renda said some of their rations were lost around here. This bristleback should be able to dig out the containers. Just get it off. Let it do its thing. If it's detected,
come on.
looks like it found something.
Oh, nice. I don't have to do anything with this thing.
Oh, that helps. Barely enough for a few people. I should check the other locations, see if I can find more.
Left, because I don't need to go beside me. Just go to the left. I think I think
Stop looking already.
Oh my gosh, dude, like, I think the cabin here is, it's like different places, for a lot of places, it's really crazy. But like, I went that way, to the right. Like, fucking, like, the people who seem to say, like, just like, doing nothing, just like, even, it's like, fucking, like, the wall and stuff, like, seems tough to do,
Contract says I might find some Brandy's rations on this area. Time to get off this thistleback. Guy said this is where I'd tell me he got something.
I'll try to stay away from the side of me, but I guess I just got to be close. Yeah.
Good job, buddy. Let's see what we got. More rations. Still not enough for an entire crew. There might be more at the last location Linton marked on the contract.
You trying to creep up on me?
I'm gonna have to deal with those guys first.
Bring it down!
Guns, what the heck?
Tear off its armor!
Hey, stop it. No. No. Damn it.
Right here!
I can see that stupid. Maybe something. Oh, I think.
No shots left.
There's nothing that looks right. Can't be long until I find your trail.
Yeah, I get into a place where you have to,
I thought she was over here. You're right. Look, over there! I don't know where she is! I see her! Ah!
Much better.
This is idiotic. How is she giving us the slip like this?
Someone came through here, but the track still looks fresh. There's support coming!
All you want.
How are we doing?
I'll try there!
give me up there. Seriously.
What?
Oh, lucky I food. Yeah,
Find
it's
my
like,
stash later.
I think, oh, yeah. That sucks, 'cause it's like, I was going to try to revive it, then, yeah. Why can't I call my freaking note though? Like, what's this? What's going on there?
More bristlebacks. Let's see if I can override one. Good Friday machine was shocking, right? Find something?
I didn't even see the fire things over there. I can see it respawn the tracking him. I can. Oh snap, okay, because that's that. Oh, it's better. That pigment is like on the effing thing. Just hold it there.
Yes! It looks like most of Runda's rations are here. I should take this back to her crew as soon as I can.
Oh, it's right there. I think I see the barrel idea. Oh, that's fun. It's different. You know, I've got this mount that's like actually gonna help me fight on some of these. Would not mind a. This one's gonna be hard. Or I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be harder than it should be. But yeah. And if I try that. Oh, excellent. Ooh, that's kind of far away.
should look at the contract just to be sure. There we are. That means that Bellovac taken down with its cargo sack intact. I'm gonna have to be careful.
Oh my gosh, it's happening with the kilo. Oh, when my head slips off my head. So fun. Oh, I don't know. I forgot. Oh, come on, Billy. Back up there. There's just someone. Oh. There we go. There we go. Oh, nice. If you knocked over the crits, I can get there. Nice.
Got it. I should let Roman know. Her people will want to salvage that cargo sack. Pack's full, but my stash has room.
Alright, first try. Missing gear. Alright, cool. Next, I can start going into the hunter tree. Even more concentration. Oh, workbench experts on this tree. I'm like, there's gotta be something else here, right? Ultra shots. Anyway. I'm not going that way. Okay, let's try the mission. I'm not gonna like stay on the top right, like not doing this. that's good. Let's just put it back on manual. Just put it back on manual, dude.
Machine doesn't like fire. His crew lost their gear somewhere in this area. I should give her contract another week, just to be sure I know what I'm doing.
It's secondary development. Too late. Like what the time is, yeah.
Whoever took the gear did a number on this cart. Maybe my focus can help me figure out what happened. Something nearby is sending that signal. More claw marks. Bigger ones. Maybe a sunwings. Claw marks. Might be from Glinthawks. Whichever did this must have scavenged the gear left in the cart. Maybe if I give it something else to scavenge, I can lure it back. Then follow it to its nest.
Okay, kill the burrow. Oh, okay.
Thanks to the data from the cauldrons, I can override transformers now. I think I found my bait. Somewhere to hide. So it was something. If I want to find out his gear, I have to follow this thing. Quietly.
What? Avoid detection. Like, where's the mix that I talked? I can't even see.
This must be the Sunwing's nest. Let's hope Brenda's gear is here. That's Oseram gear, all right. I better get out of here before the Sunwing comes back. And get this to Ronda's crew.
Alright. Done and done. Wait, what? Oh wait, that's okay, because I'm like, we're good. Where am I going?
Aloy, you're back.
I got what you needed, and took down that bellowback we talked about. You should be able to salvage what you need and set up a perimeter now.
This is everything. Our gear, our food. I can't thank you enough, Aloy. You just saved my crew.
I'm glad I could help.
Looks like we'll be able to make our way back to No Man's Land as soon as my crew is strong enough. But I was wondering, the rollerback salvage I was gonna use to build the armor, I lost it after we ran into those Tenakth. I was hoping you could find it for me. Otherwise, all of this would have been for nothing.
Do you have any idea where it might be?
I marked the area on your contract. I know it's not much to go on.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Aloy.
Oh, okay, it's just rollback salvage, nice.
It's too bad Runda couldn't make the armor she wanted.
Instant corroding chance plus 4% or something. I got a really good reward from that.
Thanks for helping us get back on our feet, Aloy.
Was like some sort of like legendary weave or something?
Let's hope our bad luck doesn't follow us all the way back to Barren Light.
I do like how every time the storm forms, and like every time when you look up, it's like this. It's like
I know, getting that rollerback salvage will be worth it.
Kind of weird that it's like not raining though sometimes, but that, you know, as someone who's from Kansas where it does do that, that is how some storm systems are like that, where it's just like, it's like thunder and lightning, but there's no rain. It's pretty interesting.
Going back to Barren Light soon.
So there's actually, meteorologically accurate, or meteorologically accurate. Meteorologically accurate, yes, okay. Okay, let's effing, wait a minute, wait, what? Oh, okay, it's set to Broken Sky, because I'm like, why is it effing, and I'm like, oh, never mind. Well, I'm almost 22, and I said when I'm 22, I go to the next story quest, so I'm thinking I might just do a bunch more side stuff that I can get done, like all this stuff I want to upgrade before I jump into that, since it wouldn't be any problem to do it, like, decent armor and decent weapons, but if I upgrade it more to even better. What's that say? 26? I don't even know what a rollerback is actually. So I don't know how dangerous this is. 5 levels under. I think you should maybe not do that. Because if you're 5 levels under, right, it's like, yeah, that's okay. Okay, hold up, dude. Gosh, there's just so much good stuff on the map. I want to backtrack to any of the stuff that's got the, whatchamacallit, the fire stuff. There's a name for it. I'll see it when I see it. It's a thing, this fire gleam. There's some fire gleam stuff I couldn't get to before I kind of want to go back to now. So, jump into this area to do that, and then, man, that is effing. Hold on, is there like what you got there? No. Well, hold on, dude, is that because you're in, yeah, that's the same, it's because you're in, whatchamacallit. No, it's not because you're there. I guess I'll save that for later. That's like, I don't know, let's see if there's any other side stuff, though. Because there's all these question marks, and it's like, I mean, when you get to the tall, oh, wait, there's another tall neck or something. Yeah. Let's get that one knocked out. Well, that's the thing is, like, didn't Ayla say something about, like, I can't get to this one right now or something to that effect? So, that's how I needed to, like, not even mess with it. And it does have, like, a little lock next to it, so maybe that means I can't get to it either. Which is kind of weird, but whatever. I can't complete it, rather. What's this? Framework. What is that? I don't know. Okay, you know what? Let's go for upgrades. Because that thing, yeah. I've got a bunch of stuff I want to upgrade, and I'm not upgrading it, so. Or rather, I haven't upgraded it. You know what? And then I can maybe go for some of the stuff that's, like, above my level and see how I do. Oh, I'm reading. Okay. Okay, that's right. The cavern and the effing. Okay, close. Okay. These are gonna be. Yeah. I mean, okay, hold on. Let me see if there's like one closer by, because, yeah. I don't see this close. Yeah, the hunter. Yeah, closer. Oops. Whoops. Oh man, I'm far away. If it's here. Oh, I need long. Okay, hold on. Man. You know, this stuff upgrade is gonna take a while. So let me do that now. Because that way it's just done. Ugh. Alright, well, we're at a campsite, or campfire. Let me see if there's. Okay, cool. There's one over here, so we can go to this class riders first. Do that.
It's too bad Runda could make the armor she
The armor.
Wait a minute, aren't these like at the very top of the thing? I really hope they're not, because no, they're not at the top. Because it would be by the well, I guess we'll see, but I don't think they are. That's super funny. stuff? Like, what's up with like that? Oh, I can call him out now. Thank goodness. Press the water.
There's another cauldron out there that has override data on that machine. Could break off its tail, stop one of its attacks.
Okay, let's tell us weak against. Oh, which I do not have. Awesome. But these sweet key shot arrows. So how many of these do I need? I don't even know these, let me see. 1. There's like 3 of these things over here.
Could use a shock arrow on that canister.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, just wait for like everyone stops moving first next, because when they're stationary, it's a lot easier to do this things when they're not stationary. Again, that one's like right there. There's one like right in my face. This is going to be super awkward shot, but whatever. Oh, it didn't break. What the? I mean, you guys know which one is like the SME and the shot on the tip and tell. They don't know anymore because it's all leaning up on the same time. That felt bad. Dude, my mounts have got fucking back, what the hell? Whatever, it's fine. Got it, gotta go. Let's go real quick. Let's take the replace again. Okay, so we need 2 tongues, so that's probably just be another one, right? I think these are $7. These are pretty vicious. And just not sometimes. Oh yeah, this is not, you know.
Pain subsiding.
It's a component move, I don't know what got moved, so whatever. It's like a million spot. Fucking. A component move, whatever. I think the other thing. Wait, they're not doing jack nothing. Oh my gosh, they keep missing. This is so annoying. Got stuff in there, so pick it up. I thought you had to be away from anything.
Room on me. I can send it to my stash.
Okay. Get this other hard stuff. Oh no, I'm getting another effing. Dang it. Because both need it, and it's like, yeah. Wait, no, I have 2, don't I? Yeah, I got 2. Okay. So. On by Wing Burner. There's a campfire over here. What are we trying to get? I guess it'll show up on my thing. Yeah. There must be some sort of penalty when your mount dies, because that's what just happened. Yeah. The long ones like yes and can do things. I think so.
Acid's no good. Figure something else out.
Right. There's just something done on that one. Oh wait, I can upgrade the bow, can I? And then I can do it. What am I looking at? The wing blades are the circular. Okay, they're circular things. But they're the ones that are on the wings. Oh, I got 2 shots.
A hunter killer. A guardian of other machines.
Jesus, sorry. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, that's one that I have. I guess there's a time out technically from that. That was effing terrible. Wait, wait. I'm putting my stupid R1. Okay, hold up. Y'all saw that. I had my circle. I had my radar menu up, right? And it's doing melee attacks, which means I should be valid for because I'm trying to get on that, but I'm not for whatever reason. That one part. Oh, dude. Oh! What the F?
Thought I had this.
Oh my gosh, I can miss on that, that's great. Okay, that's sniping on that, that's nice. Boy.
I'd better loot all the carcasses here. Might have the parts I need.
I just put that tooltip on the Apex stuff, dude, because that was definitely not a fun time. This is very... Oh, I'm for a fight, he may not make it out.
I'll take it.
Oh. Everything? Yeah. I think. Yeah, I think it's... Unwing shield caster. 1 second. Check this weapon. Apex. Daily versions of standard machines recognizable by the black and gold armor plates. Purple muscles. Oh, that makes sense. That means it's like basically, yeah, that's the his influence. Different components and resources appear more often the more their standard counterparts are killed. Even more common under the cover of darkness. So if at nighttime Apex shows up more often. If you're just killing a bunch of crap, it's gonna get the Apex version apparently. Get to a essentially campfires, and I can get to a workbench somewhere. Wait. good. That was, you know, that was quite incinerating, I will say. Yeah, it looks like I'm out of medicinal berries, which is weird because I was like gathering some like filling thingies, and then it's like I guess it wasn't for filling, so I thought it looked like it was, but I'll go ahead and like go to my stash to see if it like replenishes, but I don't. It's like yeah, like I keep having to gather berries. It's kind of annoying, but whatever. So I thought something else would like replace it of like the stuff I was picking up in the earlier areas, like all those mushrooms and things, but I guess they're not for healing, so I mean maybe they're for potions. I don't know. Alright, guy. Let's see, what's the most recent settlement we got to was the well, I can filter it out, right? There we go. And wait, let me I think campfires. There we go. Wait. Which one's farther west? This one? Oh yeah, I need to do okay. Wait, no, that's not it. Yeah, this is like the most recent one. So and there's this one too, but that's just a camp nowhere. That's just camp nowhere, so this one probably better. I don't think all the vendors sell the same stuff, do they? I could be wrong. Okay. I'm so dumb. I'm supposed to look for a workbench. It's like, why are you doing that? Yeah. Find a workbench. Whoops, indeed. Here we go. Oh, that's fine. I'll check some of the stuff too. There's more stuff in here. Oh wait, this is where I... Okay, right. Like how it sells the entire stack up by default. Wait a minute. Here. UPA thing. Oh wait, what's this? That's the exclamation mark with communication stuff. I think it's just the effing, so is this for these are the buffs, right? The temporary buffs. Yeah.
Outlander. The craft of the Tanakh awaits you here. Well,
Oh wait, no, this is a dyer. Oh wait a minute, dude. I kind of wouldn't mind having this just because it looks more foresty and less like imposing like the effing Kaiser default skin. I'm never gonna change the stuff that looks,
return again and we
This
will trade.
looks good. Man, I can't believe I didn't check to see if there was a workbench before I did that. Oh. Well, I know there is a workbench at flipping, oh wait, here's one right here. Never mind. Do I have that though? Yeah, cool. Oh my god. Oh, what time is it? Oh. 2:30.
This wind's in a rush. Well, so am I.
Can you hear me? I'm checking my phone real quick. Oh, man. What is FM? Okay, I'm upgrading. Cool. Okay, these two, right? Yeah. See, the arrows are there because you can upgrade them, but these two I know I'm upgrading because I'm actually. Oh, cycling. I don't even know what that is. It's not more. Guess we're about to find out. What? Sungling shield. Oh, what the F? I thought I had. Oh, the web next. Yeah, I don't really want to upgrade this one, but it has like that stealth damage. But it's like I don't really. Yeah, it's like I feel like you get like limited stealth once you're like decide to go on the offensive if you're not doing the impact strikes or whatever, or the instant kills melee stuff. So it's not really as effective as a bow weapon. Can I unequip that? Because I don't want to equip it right now. If it's gonna like not be that great. I think another towel. What? Ugh, that was rough, man. That was rough. Oh, you can't unequip stuff. Yeah. Next, this is my sharp bow. Okay, there we go. And it's back there order. Okay, prototype one that is explosive, and there's this one which is just a spiky. Okay. Halo sharp bow. What's this? 4% corroding. Oh, it's still corroding. It's only 4% though. I have the high ground. Yeah, and I equip it from this other one. Yeah. Why did I do this like? Where's the barely dude? The critical hit one you need to unequip because effing wait, what? This is trying to equip on something. hold on. It can't be that one. Oh, I guess this sucks. Move the high ground. I'm gonna use more tear damage, but I don't have that. Wait, the hunter boat, yeah, dude, this is the poison one, so it's like, yeah, it should go. I think it's a 4% chance, but still. Don't I have something else upgrade? Excellent. Yeah, isn't this... Accessory has like another boat that says 100 though. Hold on. Oh, this is the 100 bow. Okay. That was, I think, confusing because I'm like, why don't I have like any, So if I only have the, thingy thing. You can, shut up. Where's the coil like not set the way I want it to be? Okay, so it's the 100 bow and then the sharp bow. You can see that, got upgrade all the way, so that's what I use the most. Outfits, I'm trying to get these ones. We've got Snap Moss, Cyclone. And then a Claw Strider Razor Tail. Dude! I mean, I guess I don't need one, but I would like one. Okay, let's go for this first, that way I can get the max, or not the max, but, you know, have my best effing, melee resistance. Oh, man. That's, yeah. I guess this mission shouldn't be useful or anything. Weird to me, but... Yeah, it says I have 153 of these, but when I went to push up on the D-pad, you know, tools, ammo, weapons, weird. Do I have skill points? I don't have skill points. Alright. From the top. Or in case the top's the bottom. Oh, that's right, okay. Yeah. Alright. Snap, moss, stack weapon, so I don't know where this is at, so I can't get it. That's great. Let's go back to the other one, which is the, okay, well, I've got all my weapons, I just need my armor, and then we can get our pouches. Saying that. I'm being serious about it, it's kind of funny to me. Anyway. Oh, there's no campfire DB. Missed it. There's one over here too, right? Wait, Oh, okay, I'm like... Okay, priorities, fast travel. Wait, let me set the time real quick. Wait, I want to mess with this real quick. I'm gonna set it for the morning. That way I can always skip over to Apex's. Wait, what? How do I know what time it is though? Oh, there we go. Morning, afternoon, evening, night. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, what time is it? What time did I start playing this morning? 1 minute, let me check something real quick. Oh, deal, I've been spiritual for like 9.5 hours. Alright, so let's see, what time is it? Half an hour, and 2 hours after that. It's around 5 o'clock. Take a break. That'd be 12 hours. Let's see how I am feeling after that. And I can come back and play through the stories since I've been doing a lot of side stuff that are not making progress. But yeah, it's like doing side stuff, but still kind of not making progress. But anyway, big game, big world. So that's cool.
Data to override that machine might be in another cauldron.
I have 1 million health potion. That's fine. Alright. Open tell time. Do last time. I think there's one somewhere.
Use its tail to shoot at me. I think it first.
Nope, just give me a second. Someone's calling me. Hello? Yeah. Yeah. 1 minute. Someone's at the door. And I'm back. Dude, I missed. I effing missed. Dang it. Got it. Let's just kill it. Take it for the reflex. Oh,
all over it.
did I just? Oh, nice. If you have the normal ammo, it can still do the instant acid. Pretty cool. That's like very, yeah. That's really, what I can't think of. Nifty, helpful. That's a good stuff. Level 20. Had to look. I think it's good past 20, I think. I wouldn't need another one. Been kind of anything else you're gonna have an extra. I like nothing kind of the earplug thing. Or just like avoid it. Or you can just run away, it's like a distance thing.
It'd be good to loot all the dead machines here. Might find the parts I'm looking for.
Machine class riders, dude. That's one. I got another one somewhere in here. I want to see something. Okay. I must just not have had enough on me when I ran out of berries, because I was like, okay, if I can replenish them from your stash, but I don't think you're replenishing it from your stash, I think it's from your inventory, you just have extras on hand that you take out of your stash. I did the thing where you hold down the screen and get your stuff back. So yeah, looks like I got 10 on me, but just put power me in your inventory.
Refill my patch with these later.
Dude, there's like one more tail. I should have 2 tails, right? I shot 2 off, so yeah. Gotta find the other one. There it is. Okay. That's done. Summoning shield. See if I can get one of those. Start looking. Okay, I need to charge myself. Yeah. Let's see if I know where this is at. Oh, we do. Cool. Ooh, it's up there. It's up there. Oop. Time to go on an adventure and find these. Oh wait, there's a campfire right here. Nice. Alright, that works out. I should have another campsite I haven't found right here. Alright, let's turn around here straight. And I gotta just keep these full on me all the time. Yeah. All the blessings I was getting earlier things before today, but not so much. What's this thing? Inside. For him. That's just Guydrox. Okay. Wait a minute, leveled up, right? Yeah. So it's no point to use or something. Or two. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. I gotta find the charge cable for my phone. Oh, I have to use the charge cable for the controller. That's right. I do? Oh, where's the one?
I see you, champion. Sit, please.
You shouldn't miss this chance to trade.
I was scouting northwest of here, near the village of Saltbite. There's a place there where the ground is made of metal. Don't know what it means, but it can't be good. Be wary.
Appreciate the warning. Ground made of metal? It might be a cauldron.
Oh, nice.
There's a cauldron, there's machine overrides.
So I found the cauldron, I didn't have to do anything because the NPC told me.
Stay alert, soldier.
Wait a minute. Is it on the map? It is not on the map. There's one over here. No, there's one up here too. Whatever. Okay. I forgot to see what's going. Take a break. 5 o'clock or 5:30. It should be done here. It's almost 3 o'clock now. What time is that? 9:30. So add 2. And yeah, just add 2 because it's almost. That way it's going to be over or under 12. So that would be what? 5 o'clock, yeah. Side stuff. There is no kind of side stuff there. Wait a minute, can I get over here from this side? Can I swim on that? Probably should look that up in the thing, the instructions, because it's like I keep asking, why don't keep doing that, but, wait, isn't this where the people are dying? Yeah, it is. Very cool. With the gauntlet thing, or whatever it's called. Oh, what the F was... Flipping issues. It's like an hour after start. Well, owl hockey or whatever it was, but yeah. This is just happy to be coming to the floor. Or I think Oh, okay, the game's done that like 3 times, where it's like had like a brief fade to black when like nothing is going on. Well, not nothing's going on, but just like a brief fade to black and like back to the game. And it's like mid gameplay. And it's just like, okay, what happened there? Anyway. Yes, the owl at Hawker is going to just flying through the air from the ground. It's not how birds work, so it's weird. I didn't want to do that. I do embrace the person. I want to just move it. Maybe such a small move. But so this is at my effing menu. My effing actually thing is, yeah, anyway. Now I realize, that it was maybe actually something. Yeah, just a crystal back.
Okay, steady my breath. Think about what's next.
Okay. I'm being farther away from where I need to be, because I thought... Oh wait, hold up. How did I get down into the valley? I'm going the opposite direction. Oh, okay, I'm following the thing. Okay, that's right. Wait, hold up, dude. I had the tracks tracked. So what happened? Where did they go? I'm looking for shelter in the save, and... I got sidetracked on the way. Because I saw the... I realized that was where the thing was before. I'm trying to find it this time. Okay, I see it. I can see it very well. I can come back for the, that piece on the other side of where this path goes, because it's supposed to follow it. And I have my mount now, which is, makes it a bit more hard than it probably needs to be. Well, take it eventually.
The machine riders from before. The ones who were racing. Wonder what they're up to.
I won the race.
Hey,
You threw a rock in my face.
It's not like you can get any uglier.
Ha ha.
Hey, who are you?
Everyone, we got company.
Riding machines, huh? Who taught you to do that?
Hey, squad. We got someone with a death wish here.
Whoa. Look at that hair. What?
Someone get a little lost in the desert?
Hey, what's that thing the Easterners keep saying we do?
Oh, yeah. We all drink blood here, right? Maybe we should drink yours.
You can try.
Is that a challenge?
Cool your blaze, Josek. Don't think you want to test your luck with a soldier that took down Regala's champion. We have no business with you, Outlander. I think we all had our fun. Road's right over there.
Those machines used to be Regalas. But you don't look like holdouts to me. Who are you? How'd you get these mounts?
Round here, you want something, you race for it. You cross that finish line first, I'll answer any questions you have.
Aloy, you got a mount?
Race is full.
Actually, I think a spot just opened up.
All right. What are the rules?
Don't die.
Don't die.
This ought to be good.
Shut up, Pekka.
Maybe this is why my mount is locked out. It looks like it's over there by in the pin thing. That doesn't make any sense.
This way, fresh meat. Let's get you that mount. I see you carry a bow. Good.
You'll need to use it if you want to win.
Against the other racers?
They will if you don't. We put everything on the line when we get on that track. Makes it worth something. You could test run the track if you want to. Just let me know when you're ready for the real thing.
Let's do this.
All right. Everyone get ready.
Okay, so it's like a costume. Okay. Oh. And this is something that every turn, every turn. Okay. Oh, deep life.
Gotcha! Made it!
Oh, she can walk away.
Here. Your prize for winning the race. You earned it.
I think you owe me some answers.
Name's Ata. As for how we got these mounts, most of us here used to be rebels. Joined Regala's army thinking we'd get a chance to fight in a real war against the Karja. Instead, Regala slaughtered our own in cold blood, barren light. When we made it back to camp, we snuck out on our mounts and never looked back. Been racing the clan lands ever since. Decided we were better off on our own. No rules, no chiefs. Just the speed of our mounts and the taste of blood.
Doesn't sound too bad, I guess. Where's your quiet friend? The one with the mask. He didn't join the race.
He gave up his spot so you could join. Probably for the best.
What makes you say that?
That one hasn't lost a single race. Doubt you would have gotten your answers if he stuck around.
Maybe.
You know, Hax found a spot to set up a race at the farthest end of lowland territory, right by the beach. Make your way there, maybe there'll be a spot waiting for you.
If I'm in the area, I'll think about it.
Aloy, you here to join the race?
Okay, let's say please tell me I got some skill points from that. Yeah, dude. Silver ingot. Hold up. Make sure. Got all my skills I want on here. Continue, right? I'm not gonna need blood health anyway. I'm gonna probably come back for it, but yeah. Go into here. Neighborhood trapper. Traps, ammo, traps. I did this already. Durability damage. Sniper. Ooh, so I can start with I haven't even got a sniper yet, so it's probably, yeah. Oh, you know what? I do have the thrower thing. I mean, it's fine. I just, yeah. It's no big deal. I mean, this right here would be good to, when you're doing the, either the, not the convoy missions, because they're not called that, but the, salvage stuff, you know, you need specific parts, or the, just like when you're trying to get specific parts for the stuff that you need. So, I mean, hold on, how much would this one cost? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I could be too collected. Yeah, I need this one too. I'm not gonna buy it. Cause yeah, like I'll probably come to this one last. Cause it does seem like really useful if you override machines and then like have them fight alongside you. Cause that whatever that was I had, the bull thing, it was pretty good when it like did all the work for me on that battle back. But I don't think that's gonna be like the main way I run into combat. So yeah. Last thing over. Yeah. I'm just gonna go and check it one last time. Think he's there too. Yeah, the hammer bones. I use that, so it's good for me to go and actually one thing that has something I use. I'm gonna fight stealth. I'll probably come back to stealth to get like the rest of this just to see if I unlock something, but how many skill points do I need, dude? Let's see. I need 1, 3, 5, 7, ugh, 10. Oh, that's not bad. About 13. Maybe still see, let's see, range master. That might be useful. Oh, you get health recovery per hit on that too. That's not that's that useful for me. Power shots. That'd be useful as well. Oh, you get a certain amount that do a certain amount of damage, yeah. Okay, yeah. I think I'm gonna get these ones, these, like, well, I'm not gonna get them maxed out, but hold up, let me see something. Build up dollar faster. I'm trying to see like what the bottom skills are on this tree so I can know how far I have to go to get the most out of it. What's after, yeah, the workbench expert. Valor Surge Master. Because I don't use heavy weapons a lot. I mean, concentration plus will be nice. Ammo, yeah, ammo expert probably last thing I'm gonna get. for it here, so don't worry about nothing. Heavy weapon plus. And I just put the rest into stealth and get that one maxed out. I think it's the farthest along. It should be concentration. Nice, so it just passes on concentration. I'm not really using the weapon stamina stuff yet, like heavily compared to the Valor stuff, but yeah, definitely this one. I'm 22 and I said I'd do the next story mission at 22, but I'm only streaming for like less than 2 hours here, so, well, now that I'm like, you know, I want to get the rest of these upgrades done, that way next time I can just jump in, blow through some story missions that are like the main story stuff, because I'm at like 22, if I get to 24, I can get through those and then go do a bunch of side stuff, but just have like the main stuff at the front, that way it's, yeah, it's better structured. If you're watching this in the archive. Oh, system side missions, that's the bad one. Not happy about that. Okay, I don't know what a roller bike is or where they're at, so that's not happening. Oh yeah, I can do these effing camps now first, yeah. Alright, let me get these upgrades, and if I finish that, I'm not gonna worry about the runs. Races nodes, I'm not gonna worry about that. Survey drone is close by, let me do that. And then I'll do this other, I'll go for the upgrades. Oh, there it is, Culture Iota, it's on the map now. Wait, level 22? I should do that one, I'll save it for next time. I don't have enough time, but yeah, for sure I get all these jobs done for these upgrades. Because that's something I keep talking about, but I'm like not doing. Wait, what? You have to get it. Oh wait, let me whatchamacallit that. Why does it keep going to that when I said don't track it? Yeah, dude, that's definitely. I might have picked the wrong one, actually. There's salvage there though. Alright, let's do it. Okay, so in my mount now.
I run on instinct.
No.
Can't help it if mine's better than yours.
Quite a ways away to fuck it, but yeah. Let me go back. Can I talk to these people? Probably can, but let's just, you know, don't know.
Anyone got some machine oil to spare? Axe. Let me look.
Oh my gosh, it's the Forrest Gump it all the way to fucking... What's this?
Should try using something other than shock ammo.
I need to use for one of my things. That's cool.
I need to take out the leader.
What is this?
An old world ruin built into the cliff. I wonder what's inside.
that. That's my dumb fault. Team extension, I'm like, Cal. And it's like, wait, I could have read that. Yeah. Could have had that be a mount. Cool. And you should check your site up ahead though. So, you know, that's a thing. Oh, if I'm learning, is it? It's one of the places I'm going. But no, I think, oh, hold on, dude. That's not where I'm going. I'm getting this upgrades that I'm doing now. Not from that. Which happens to be along the way, you know. Yeah, I'm curious what's up with like my not like why am I locked out of this? Oh my god. Wait, you can craft what that does that even mean? Oh, you can change your menu too. I mean, okay, nice. Okay, that's pretty cool. You can craft stuff as well if you've got traps in it, no? Okay. Is that how that works? You just hold down. Oh, nice. Okay, I did not know how the little D-pad menu works, but now I do. So I can make more smoke on. That's nice. That's really good stuff. I should make it like smoke on. I should take the glass plate and glass case. It's kind of expensive because it costs more. Not so much. Alright, let's just keep it on our thing potion then. I guess I'll herbs. She's been looking all weird.
An Osram camp. What are they doing out here?
No, that would never work.
Thank you, friends. Oh, from the distance it kind of looks like it was something with like 4 legs, but I guess it's just a bunch of them in the same vicinity, so it kind of looks different. Figured it's like a bigger monstrosity than it is. I hope I'm going like towards the right direction here. What am I looking for? Prairie dog maybe. Yeah, I'm looking hunting. Prairie dog. I mean, if I feel bad doing this, but, you know, I got remembered. I do Let me check what other animals I need for this stuff real quick. Rabbits. Carry. Hornless goose. Okay, I saw a rabbit just now.
Find this in my stash later.
That's nothing. It's just like effing. It's like the stuff I need. Well, not really stuff I need, because it's effing, you know. I don't need it. It's just the like rarity of it. Oh come on, dude. What the F is that? Apex Rollerbank? I don't even know what that is. What's the F Rollerbank? I'm trying to avoid this thing so it just stays away, but...
Are you ready?
So annoying. Oh, it is nighttime. That's my bad, dude. I didn't think about that. Whatever. I guess it's just like to all these definitely lanterns within.
Frost will make it better.
Oh wow, this looks like an Ankylosaurus. What? That's pretty cool. That's like my favorite dinosaur. Because all the plating basically looks like all the plates and scales it had. I mean, it's like, you know, different, but like, I think, you can tell it's inspired by that type of, or that specific dinosaur. This really is annoying, dude. It's like, I need to get this stuff, but all these effing animals are in this place, and it's like, if I kill something, it's gonna flip and set all the robots off. It's just like, oh, are you effing serious? Well, I got the prairie dog. Oh, wait, I don't have a bone. At that. Wait, what? Did I not get it? Prairie dog. I think it was a bone, dude. It was the hide. You're wrong. Oh, I need the bone. Derp. Man. Okay, so I need two rabbit hides. Can I get this prairie dog bone? Yeah. See, if these effing other machines went around, this wouldn't be so bad. So it's like, I have to just actually aim here, just go for it, dude. I gotta get it done. I love how you just like smack it. And it does no damage. Hold up. I think they're done. I think they're done. I think they're done. I love this thing. Oh, that's very cool. Get it. Bump into me. Where's my valor planner thing? Hold the F up. Can I unequip it somehow? I might have unequipped it accidentally. That sucks that it doesn't start it quite maxed out. Oh! Anyway, I'm just gonna put these traps here. Put these up. Oh, geez, that one hurt. I didn't even finish these. I did not after this. I just wanted to get my stuff. Yeah. Flying dances, how? Always some trick now. The ocean treasure. Wow, I like the 1-2 damage here. Great. Sounds like a pit into the weapon. Dude, how was I down here so long ago? Sometimes it's really ugly to spin like not in the guitar. Yeah, of course it's ugly to spin not in the guitar. Can you even do anything? Holy crap. Oh my gosh, I'm about to die. Or not. Jeez, that was effing terrible. That was effing terrible. I lost all my things. No, healing berries.
I'll pick these up.
Let's see. One's at half, one's at the over half. I think I can heal up and get up here real quick. I'm so weird. I'll put some blast traps as well. But you're not coming between me and my always, so maybe the turn around and just over here.
I can get it from my stash later. Acid to bring it down.
Just acid? What? So using it to get on make the entire fight. Unless he needs frost. Rolling down this way. Just wait for the suspicion to get in.
Don't come closer.
Nice. Dude. Too intense, man. I think that's for, oh, I think something else up there. Okay. Let's see what's up. That was intense encounter. Man. Sitting there like I'm not making out. And it's like, wait a minute. I can just. It looked like I had like one smoke bomb disappear. And just that fucking fast. Boom. Like I didn't have to much at all when I played Zero Dawn. But this one is like, dude, shot back here. Pretty good. And pack a punch. So pretty worthwhile the second game. Not my first time, so. But that being said, like against the larger machines, definitely helps. Because they hit so hard. And there's some prizes in somewhere. And I completely got sidetracked off my what I was supposed to be doing. I was supposed to be killing prairie dogs and nothing some other stuff. So that's the thing. Alright, did I get any of that? I think I did prairie dog bone. Nope. Watch the thing, I just like, I didn't give you a chance to check, definitely. There we go. Yeah, you got it. Come on, Mecca. I need somewhere to hide.
Something up for that?
That's kind of funny. It's like I just happened to be in like the wrong effing part of the stupid effing part of this effing thing that's like effing spawn area for the stupid effing whatever that was. I just thought for like it felt like a long time. It's like yeah, oh, I think I have it. Like yeah, I'm not chasing that done. Oh.
Get this from my stash when I need it.
That's not what I needed. Yeah. Okay. Prairie dog bone. Wait, what? Prairie dog bone. And peccary, which I don't know where that's at. And prairie dogs are here, so. Hold on, I had. They're checking another one. Go from that shelter to this campfire.
Shelter. Chance to rest. Check my gear. Make myself confined in. Oh, wait. I need to go to it, I think. Oh my gosh. I wish you said a shelter wasn't there. Yep. It's my bad. You get like resupply from all my flipping potions I use that I just burned through right there. I guess I could also upgrade my, whatever needs upgrading. Upgrade that yet. Wait, do I... Oh, my pouches. I'm like, what the F is these upgradable? Potions? What? Carp. What? Oh, man. This is just a potion. I guess this is what I'm on right now.
Draw them away from here, not onto us.
Wait, who's Sounds like there are people in trouble.
Nora! Hey! Over here! You, Nora! Can you assist us with these chargers?
And Nora's fighting the chargers!
That doesn't mean you can stop fighting them!
Hit that one, Kitaka!
Rise to the challenge!
Not out of this yet!
Pick fire discipline!
Now we understand!
Watch them!
Which one?
to know what they're doing here.
Hatacto, over here.
Yeah.
Next time, Hatacto, you follow orders.
Head down to the rocks, draw them away. Your orders. Only they didn't mention the other machines that were standing right behind the rock.
And I didn't.
This'll be in my stash when I need
break
it.
into them with your eyes shut. Always expect danger.
Hey, who are you? Tell us what you're doing here.
Hatacto, you're embarrassing us.
I'm, guessing you were Tenakth Patrol. How did you end up in trouble with those Chargers?
You need to answer our questions. We don't answer yours.
Hatacto, she just fought on our side.
That doesn't mean she's an ally.
That's pretty much exactly what that means. And we've enough to do chasing down these Regala zealots without picking fights with Nora warriors.
Regala's desert Tenakth. We should be fighting alongside her instead of sitting this out.
Regala has forgotten her duty and let her anger at the Karja draw us into... We will speak about this later. You fought with courage and honor. You're free to go on to the Grove, Nora.
The Grove?
Our capital. If you want to spend time in this area, you'd be wise to check in with the commanders there.
If Regala's broken her duty, then why aren't we bringing her to justice?
Because we follow orders. And orders are we stay neutral in this fight.
What sort of soldier hides from a fight?
It's questions like that that got us posted to guard duty here, Hatacto.
You can pass through.
You fought well, warrior.
This one I saw like a purple flight in the background. If that was a purple fleet out there.
Everything's sticking. Ugh, damn this heat.
The first thing I was like, what do you do? Oh, that's right. It's kind of worth it just to like get all the campfires, honestly. It wasn't like fast travel. One of them like the seat transmission is here. Keep it with it. Okay, I'm just going to be yeah, what is saying that it is enough. Something else. One more thing. One of both. Oops. That was all auto-ended. Ignore that. That this is nothing.
Hunter killer. Not easy to take down.
I guess this is really confusing, especially whenever I go to produce or get best continued stuff in the world. Producing really like the Like you see the side by side with the animals, it's like it's gonna be free faster. I can go find stuff. Unfortunately. I'm looking for berries to come. So we'll take it. It's still wet. Oh my god. Let's just try to just it's fine. I just want to get it. Thank you. It's pretty cool. It's tasty. Really cool for the machines. I mean, I guess it gives me XP for the result, so. And also, just like not okay. Okay.
I can grab this from my stash later.
Okay, back down. I was making a note I need some more because I just wanted something. So I'm just going to be killing a bunch unnecessarily because there's some multiple things I know for something. I thought I did. Unfortunate wishbone. Okay, yeah. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I gotta find these. There we go. The comics. Animations that use music sound like the boards that are just, you know. I guess one of actually a little bit like yeah, they can't fly away like birds, and they swear when they seem to be easy kills, so yeah. Wow,
Looks like a cauldron, but it's offline.
what?
Seems like it has some kind of ritual importance to the Tanakh.
Wait, oh, this thing right here. So I'm like, what is she talking about? And I'm like, oh, there's a thing. Oh, yeah. There's some weird thing right here. What does that count? ID? Okay, cool. That just things like jump and glide down, but oh wait, that's by the relic, isn't it? Wasn't it just over here? And like there's a, that's not the same relic, okay. Yeah. Unless it was. It's not marked because I didn't have the info on it. Hold up, dude, I just got something just like in there. Okay, workbench. Okay. Was there goose feather? I think that one's up higher. Actually, yeah, it's like farther away. Something shield caster. Oh, this one's actually kind of close by. I'm not gonna buy this one because I just got the level 2 one. Wizard is... oh, nice. I'll go for this one. Yeah, go for this one. We can go back to the train. It's right over here. Oh, it does look like a fucking forge door. But they can put that in for another access. Oh, but it's open. What? Oh. That's nothing. I'm curious if like anything like went in behind or somewhere like where silence went and like found some stuff. Probably wasn't like the most I mean he's probably been like the hard to reach places though. So it's not like anybody would stumble upon the stuff that he was finding, I imagine. Okay, so person who's a fan of reptiles, this is gonna hurt her. Temporarily anyway. Kill these, instance. Just get cut off and yeah. Like the thing, because then on the other we've gone all the way through. I'm with a neutral.
Looks like Frost is no good here.
Level 30. Get away from me. And then you just got effing sausages coming through like it's nothing. Come on, makers. You're out there. Oh, dude. Okay, I'm like way. Maybe we end the thing. again. Oh, I got this. I got something. Let's see. Oh, I need the bone as well. That one's done. So, yeah. Ooh, that's not. Oh, come on, how can it like spawn effing something that's like not a lizard, but it looks like a lizard, but it isn't a lizard?
I'll stash this away for later.
Bug. It's a frog. I think this will check wall, whatever that is. I should have seen it in the zone still.
Acid will eat right through that metal.
I don't even really need to know. I haven't had one in a while. Okay, need the bone. I keep finding it in this area though, so I should keep going back and forth there, I guess. Okay, get one that chops. Let's keep it up anything I need. There's probably skill for that. I might be wasting my time, but it's like, I don't have a skill set, so like, you know. That does suck. Yes. Right. Spinner. Whoa, that's into the unknown. Okay. Cool. What my use worth parts, so that's worth it. Yeah, hold up too. Okay. So I keep seeing being a little farther away, so I can just return it to the
I'm getting close to Ether's location. The guy said it would be in some kind of physical processor.
What? Oh, that's my bad. It's fine. I'm clicking right here, so nothing else accidentally. Granite.
Better use something other than fire. This green shine will fetch a price.
Maybe I was just watching you. Or nothing. I think there's something like that. Okay, I have to get these into this. Awesome. Shoot it around, I think.
That machine was built to kill hunters.
But yeah, like, I don't know these things are like overrealistic because they shouldn't like be wandering into that radius without, you know, type of perception or whatever. Oh crap, okay, it's my left. Okay, I think he is. Okay. I heard you see thunder jaws.
Sounds to my stash.
Okay, this waypoint is like really effing me. Oh, no wonder. I'm just like, dude, why is the waypoint? I'm not getting any close to this fucking thing. Like, I don't know, waypoint's probably on a little bit location. That's how every, like, wildlife thing is by, like, some sort of effing machine. They can't just, like, not have to worry about it. Okay, I don't have a DC now. Oh, there. Oh, F me.
Could shoot it with fire.
Oh, it's nighttime. Cause I'm like, how is a normal snap I haven't even seen? Like, that's whatever. I guess nothing to look at these. No! F you, dude. Come on. It's like, I think, are you being serious? Yeah, should like find a flipping at this point, like thing that I can like speed up the time. Come back during the flipping non. Oh, I think okay, that's gonna be campfire. And I can do that all the way through. And if I run for it, I will aggro these, but I should be able to fast travel once I get there.
They're looking for me.
Where's Alton, Texas? I don't even find like this doesn't know where it looks like. Kind of absurd. 22 use for the whole 30? 32, 10 levels. Alright, I think we make a run for it to get to the right now. Just swim out this way, right? Well, if it's just see me, whatever. Oh, here's a geese again. Oh crap, don't follow me. One did kind of follow me. But... There's the thunder. Wait, is that building or something not loaded in? Because it looks like it's building off the ground. What the F? Floating around like... Oh, it's good, made it. We're not fighting now. I should see what's up with my phone. That's out there. Here.
Stuff for the stash.
Wishbone. Oh yeah, I gotta be. I need to wishbone something else. Nice. I can see. It's just whatever it is. It's the thing I need. Oh, alright, let's check this out. Done. I don't think I know where that's at, right? This is already level 4 at 3, so don't worry about it. This one I don't know where a... Oh wait, no, this one I know where it's at. I gotta go back to the future. And then I'll be at level 3. Nice. At least level 3 anyway, since this one's at level 4. But that's armor, so it's a different story anyway. It is almost. Oh, wait. Yep, okay, now we have the campfire. That's the thing, if you approach from... Well, I think it's from this one, it's a pass straight up, dude, so just go this way. Alright, campfire, that's close. Wow. I'll never not be impressed by that instant win. Yes, this time it's plus 1, so I don't definitely get more. I think these Oh, dude, I think that I didn't even consider there to be like extra fish in the water. It's like carp. No, I don't need extra value. What the heck? No, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh my gosh, dude. It's gotta be tough, right? Oh, that's crazy. Dude, it's like carp. This control me so good. I'm not mistaken, it was quite a few people. Hold on, let me see something. How many spins do I need for the next thing? Quality field is. Oh, we only need 2 cards, dude. Nice. Right, we're going for that one. Yes. Okay, there's something else right now, so come back to it.
Its wings look like they can catch the sunlight. Probably a fast flyer, too.
Okay, left wing, elbow swings, there's a special thing I have to try to get. It's really good. Man, that's a hard target. Let's keep doing this real quick. Nope. I need water, but I don't have water. Oh, okay, I should show that one's not there. Oh my gosh. Good job. Good job. Dude, it's like going straight to the thing that takes this. No, you can pick it back. Good.
I'm not giving up.
Dude, I walked back into it. That's awesome. That means what the? I tried to get my Vanguard there, but yeah. I don't have any issues. That's really it. Oh man, that, oh my gosh, like I think on this slow down occupation that's going off there. It's like so much smaller now when I'm in concentration.
I should loot all these dead machines. See if they have the parts I need.
Oh. That one. I have like 4 of these, right? I swear I got like a bunch of those to fall off. Or at least, you know, it's fine. I got like one, so maybe another one we're good. Oh my god. Right, rock. Try to click there, that's definitely. Yeah, possibly stall, but then yeah, like just. Yeah, so whatever. Okay. What time is it? It's 4:29. Nice. Like, got it done in time. Nice. Nice. Trying to get some carb shape real quick for this potion. Might as well. I'm already over here. You know for a fact, like, these effing, that's like down by the water, and put attention. If I catch these carp, is it skins I need? Yeah. Looks yummy. At least one carp. Carp bones. Oh, come on. Oh, there's a sheep now. Oh, never mind. I got the thing. Cool. 2 carp skins on. Hold up. Where's the game say it's on? It might be like a better spot. It probably is. It's like, oh man, I found some carp. Randomly appearing. Oh. Oh yeah, man. I'm playing this like this and it's just like out and like doing stuff to like upgrade all my stuff before I go and do like the story stuff. It has like that feel of Red Dead, but then it's like, you know, it's just, in my opinion, better on so many levels. So it's like, oh, what the F? Doing I? Oh, there we go. Or it's just even then, it's like, even if it's like, you know, like up to that level, like that did still feel like one of my favorite
detecting
games.
some
So.
kind of locator beacon.
You'll only find the best gear here.
Just stuff that, you know, it's like quality.
I can grab this from my stash later.
It also just like goes back to that truth, and it's like, you know, all the stuff that you're doing to like upgrade your stuff is like just going out in the world to whatchamacallit. Just go out in the world doing stuff. Hold up. Maybe these up and carve out. I forget for a second to get annoyed. I was just clicking carp. Get in. submerge. Did you just ping? Oh, it did. I feel like we're even in there. Dude, what the? Okay, goes back to like, I don't know. It's like I don't see any fish at all. So it's just like it's kind of annoying. So. I need skins now. That's one. Oh, what the heck? It's a tree? That's what I had before. Yeah, that's the thing I'm tracking. I was tracking it, like, just the tracker's gone. Yeah. Probably would be done at night, actually, because you can see the water and stuff in there. There's others. Oh, dude, I missed way far away. That's funny. Yeah, it's way far away from like the threshold of like where the character's supposed to be. Even though I feel like I packed the one that being able to see them like outside of that, but whatever. Wait, what? I just getting a picture here? I was getting cards and things right here. Unless no one's there, like, on them in front of me or something. Okay, let me get the card. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Seems like you have to dive and then grab them if you're above water too high above them. But it's still,
Doesn't smell any better than it looks.
No, go away. Don't touch my card. Stop it. Don't get there, not get the card. Everything serious. What the F? I pushed triangle, I didn't. Jeez. Yeah, no, get the thing. I need one more carb skin. Very confident you can't get the effing, the effing thingy thing if you can. Or like you can't get this one of those. The effing, There we go. Alright, so I can go to the workbench and, hold up, let me check my quest real quick. Yeah, I think next time when I start, I'll just do a bunch of story stuff. Because I can probably get through those 3 next areas for the, story. Because I'm at 22 already. So I can do that and then open up some more side stuff. Just like wait until I hit a wall with the like level cap on the story stuff. And then just jump back into side stuff when that happens. Until then. Oh man, I have a cauldron I could do. What time is it? I don't have enough time to do this. Nope, it's 4:40. I'm not gonna risk it. Maybe all this other side stuff I can do next time. And I've got all my stuff upgraded, so that means I'm good to go for this effing next story mission. Well, except for the snap maw. Whoops. I didn't even do that. Alright, get me out of here. The next I mean, it's kind of cool because I could go to Vegas first, but we're not going to do that, so. I think it's the only side stuff I, yeah, I was just getting my upgrade stuff done this time. But there's some stuff I need to go back and do as far as the, I mean, only the effing, whatchamacallit stuff. Yeah, the igniters I couldn't get through. And I've only used the token once, I think. If that. Mm-hmm. There we go. It's fine, dude. As long as I've got 2 fast travel packs, I'm never going to go to my only other one. So.
I'll dry off. Eventually.
Yeah, again. I did the thing where I didn't go to one that has a fucking workbench because I'm special. So that's my bad. Campfires. Let's just turn it on right now. That's not good. Wait, what's your question mark here? Hold on. Let's see if I don't know if it's a quest or something. If I'm like navigate to it, I'm just like, question mark. Oh.
This is your opportunity to buy fine goods, Outlander.
It only cost 1 stack for this.
That's a nice color. That should help you stand out.
Sites that might continue. Alright. Oh wait, that's still a question mark. That's not. That's something else. It was there the list. Okay. Let's do this. Can I do it again? Better than I can. Does these people have a thing? they're equating to an actual thing instead of a west thing, but it's fine. Okay. Okay. I messed up. I should open to the vendor to sell my stuff so I can do that after this. It's no big deal. Alright. I'm gonna get the Karja one upgraded. The Karja one upgraded, so I'll get that one. Oh, can't get that. Never mind. Roller bag capital. So I need a roller bag for this one. And for. Oh, wait, no. I don't know if I've seen a roller bag, have I? Let me check that real quick. Unknown. Man. Alright, so I haven't. Well, these are 3 out of 4, so. 18. 35, yeah, I'll stick with this one. The melee protection is definitely something I need. Because, like, the stealth gain is nice, it's just that it's not as, useful as melee protection, so. Oh wait, it's just armor. Oh, I don't know, potions and stuff, dude. Dude, if I can kill 3 more Bighorn, I got that one too. Oh, fully upgraded. Nice. Oh wait, what level is this for? I want to say this. Face skin, iridescent crab shell. Wait, yeah, it's level 4, because this one got the level 4 and it went away, so. Or level, I'm sorry, 3. So there's no level 4 upgrade after the 3rd one. Okay, for bomb, does it mean... Okay, I'm thinking traps. Because I would like to have more traps, because traps are pretty useful. Oh, there are owls. I wasn't imagining things. Level 3, level 3... I think level 3 is a lot more good, right? Okay, once I get these done, I'll do the other ones, because I'm not really too caring about what those are at. There we go. And I can mix my traps, but I'm not really finding anything anytime soon. Stick card armor, same weapon out. Do you have... like, yeah, I don't really want to upgrade this until I'm done with the other stuff. Cause, I mean, also, it's just like I imagine I'll come across a vendor that's got better stuff, right? So, I should probably do that real quick too, actually. Check the vendor for weapons. Let's see if show vendors on here. I don't think it does. But I can check the thing, the last two places. They've got weapons. There's different weapons. There's weapons in there. There's armor in there. Maybe what's this hunting goods? I imagine it is. Weapons. So, let's kind of start at the get back into the further missions. I'm trying to drop off from here. That's because the nature of the whole, like, you know, I like to do like story missions, bunch of side stuff, story missions, bunch of side stuff. Like ebbs and flows that way. My favorite thing.
Ah, the wandering outlander. Come, trade.
Oh yeah, I got to sell my junk. Wow, they only have like single digit increases on these. Okay, good chance though. Ooh, cost per shine. Long range damage. Oh, that's 50% though. Yeah. Wait, sharp shot tear damage 100%? What? Oh heck yes, buy that. It says sharp shot bows as well. How do I get 2 of these? Oh, they only have 1. Death damage as well. Also only have 1. Yeah, oh wait, hold up, perk 1. Yeah, this is what I need. I need effing those that have elemental damage besides effing acid. Oh, they've got effing trouble bows. Oh, I don't have the effing stuff to get it. Dang it. Alright, well, now that I see there's like some sweet effing... Well, this is just for corrosive though. I think I'm gonna do is just like get these blue ones to like hold me over. And then... Because this stuff costs... I mean, the cost is fine, it's just the material... actually, it's kind of high. Shard price is high for this one. I'd have to get like a tide ripper thing, and I don't even know what a tide ripper is, so... It's like past where I'm at currently. I should just get like... Well, hold on, dude. So I've got, what, just the acid and normal, right? As far as those. Yeah, I want like one of each bow type. That way I can, okay, I don't have a warrior bow, but I can hunter bows. What are you going to go for? Yeah, I should have got ones I haven't used, so I'm not worried about. Alright, anyway. Got fire, we've got, let's see, tearing off machine parts. Ooh, experimented tough, yeah. I mean, the problem is, like, I know there's gonna be a purple one that comes by is gonna be better, but it's like, you know, I kind of, like, want this stuff now, as opposed to, like, waiting out to get, like, better stuff. And that's, well, hold on, dude, I've got a effing void, or not void. Oh wait, no, this is sun-touched, so this is, wait a minute, hold up, I'm confused. Acid and, wait a minute. But yeah, see, it has purge water and acid on it. But then if you look at the purge trait, it's like, it's melee, no thanks. I mean, this one's good because it's got component tear and overdraft. It has high tear damage. It's got 50 by default. I put on that, like, mod I just got for, like, 100 extra damage. I mean, unless it doesn't let it use it. I need this one for sure because I have no fire arrows, which is, ugh. I have to use that stuff. And then it's got crit overdraw. I'm definitely getting these two. Okay, yeah, 52 for sure. It's 1100 shards, but I need these. This is the sun-touched one. Get over here, that's actually funny. I think that's also where my fire goes out in the last game. Oh, let me go over to the other village and see what they have.
Make sure you keep that in good condition.
Yeah, I got this fire damage now. It took me to finally get a fire arrow. Or fire, yeah, the fire arrow bow, because I haven't bought one yet. I bought a stainless steel stick, which is a fire situation at a time. This is fire to take this into the situation. Alright, I know what's written. Alright, can't find it. Did I give that question mark? Oh yeah, that's my stash. I guess I could have got this armor that I'm upgrading. I'm not gonna with that armor. I'm gonna try to like focus more on weapons. Did it ever? Wait, is that the same spot? I don't know what to do, because I feel like it would be like right over here somewhere. That's it, dude. It's right here. Yeah, it's right here. They have weapons though. Workbench, 20 goods. Alright. I'm gonna go back to the Technapher. I keep forgetting their names. The Western tribes. Village after this community stays and I'm done. Okay, there's all these side stuff over here I haven't done either. Like the, whatever. I have these green exclamation marks when I say that, because I'm just like, my brain is not currently focused on that. Why is it what's in this room here?
I sell all you need to succeed.
That looks like the same one. Okay, so these have similar items, but they all don't sell the same stuff. I think this one's at the other village too. Anywho. Headshot bow. It says 30 meters or more, but it's like, game doesn't really tell you how far away something is when you're engaging. But that's good damage. Got 68 damage and 50 tear damage. But I've already bought the bow, so. But the one has crit, doesn't it? That's 50, 68, but it's a longbow. Let's see.
Look at me when you need gear for the hunt.
50, 68. Yeah, 2650. This one's. Oh, this one's better. We're good. But I'm fully upgraded, so. You see it fully upgraded? Yeah. It's fine. I didn't realize that my normal hunter bow is basically a dual elemental. Which laws am I? Yeah, anyway, it's whatever. Check the blue stuff, I guess. Okay, power stuff, better down stuff? Oh, that's all they got. Gauntlets, no. Oh, I think I'll use. Okay, I'm gonna buy some of these. What do I have? We have 6. Okay, I got. You know, I don't need these. They're good for looking if you're a gem. Get 5 more. I guess, yeah. 6, yeah. Oh, you can. Oh, but you can't. Okay, you can buy all of it.
I thank you for your trade.
Alright. Wish you could just like sort it by what's equipped. Let's get the 100. Hold up. Okay, one sharp shot though. No different. I feel like upgrading all these different bows I just got because it's so much at once. Okay, so we got the one, we got acid. I should re-position this stuff.
I spent.
$26.50. Okay, so we got acid, fire. Okay, so if I increase my defense against the frost stuff, it negates it. Nice. So I should do. What else do I have on here? Like 10 is the left I got, so. First defense. Is there anything that's like offensive based or it's all defense? All defense. Yeah, cool, it just cancels out the ice for frost damage then. I don't know what I want first. I think melee defense? Yeah. Okay, hold up. One of these has, yeah, that one. So let me, yeah, I'll put the FP. Wait, which one has like the high tear damage? 70, 15. Or did I not buy that one? What's that 80? Okay, it's supposed to tear off anyway, so. Oh, yes, 160. Thank you. Yeah, the crit one needs to have crits as well. There's a crit thingy on it. That's what I'm saying for that. %. Yeah. Okay, so to upgrade the stun touch because it's got 2 in another slot. Is that fire damage or something? Yeah, that is the fire bow. Well, it's the fire, yeah, but it also fires normal arrows, which is nice. But each elemental glove also fires like a second type of ammo. And this is the one that's got the instant corroding, which is nice. Keep that there. Component 10%. I didn't put stealth damage on this one. Oh, never mind, I can't select. I guess I'll put this one because I got the other stealth armor, so it really was good with the stealth bow. Component I need tear stuff on here. Yeah, critical 10%. I'll save it for that one. Put in tear and overdraw. I guess put overdraw on then. That works. Alright. Let me also equip that one because it's not equipped. That could be for now on there. Stealth armor. Oh, that one. Let's get rid of that. And then if I put something else here, it can be like a knot. The bow will be on the bottom. Cool. Alright. Well, that is that for now. You know, we finally got to meet Guy. I got all that tied up. Well, not tied up, but like, you know, I guess started up as far as like restoring the AI in her heuristic matrix or whatever it's called. Before the Fire Zenith agents. And what, man, that was amazing. That was like, yeah, that story moment was awesome. That story beat, did not see that coming. Such a good curveball. That's happening. That's what we're going to go into next time. I'll just mark that here. There's a bunch of side stuff I did, so I really don't remember it, so I'm not going to try to, like, you know, be like, yeah. Okay, apparently, oh, no, armor can go over 3. I think it's the touch stuff that can't go over 3. I guess we'll find out actually, but yeah. I don't know what that was at when I got to Max, so whatever. Yeah, we need to find some rollbacks. Yeah, what's that? But yeah, next time I'm gonna start with the back with the campaign. Going to restoring one of the three lost subordinate functions. So yeah. So starting on those three thingies next time. The three subroutines that need to be restored together. And then after that, where I'm at, see what opens up. Hopefully the Omnium opens up that. If we good enough for that, if not, we can just take an off ramp and then go do side quests and level up and gear up and yeah, sometimes. Alright, yeah. That's right, that's all. But next time, let me see, there's a closer one. Oh, where was that one? That's fine. This is super close, so we're good. Yeah, I've been playing for like, what, 12 hours almost straight? Pretty good game. I'm gonna go eat dinner, possibly come back and stream some more. So hopefully that's how that goes down. But yeah. Let me save this one. Alright, but yeah. Oh, that's got new armor, yeah, because I use like the same armor silver stream. But yeah, until you see or hear from me again, thanks for watching, and now, sign off.